What about now? Sound check. Check, check. It's awesome. I've been talking for a minute with no sound. Fuck balls. All right, can you hear me now? Jana's not here. She's coming. All right, good. Okay, let's go back since I talked for a minute with no sound on. All of the minor topics were covered yesterday. All of the topics from today, except for the whitelist and then the comments. So they like finished everything up really fast yesterday. I don't know if that means they're going to cut off our comment period today or not, but we at least have an hour for the whitelist and maybe some time for comments, or they're going to let us have all day for comments. Nobody knows yet. It's based on Barretto's feeling, right? So we're going to be here for that, but if it ends up being short, we might just like let the stream run and then comment in between, but not try to comment over people talking, so we can have like a clean record of what's happening. So we won't like auction something off while people are talking about something we care about. So it might be all at the end. But what we'll probably do is have like, I don't know, some buy it now lots. So if you'll donate 100 right now, you can get this item. You send the screenshot to me. I'll be like, thank you. Here's your vendor. And I will talk about if he comped vending or not. And then as we get like spend to win entries, we might run it in between, like if they pause for a lunch break or whatever, or we'll just do all the spend to wins at the end. It's confusing to me because I don't know how much time we actually have to cover. There's a lot of people here. I'm glad you're here. I expect people won't stay here, but at least there will be a record of it here instead of, because the My Florida channel doesn't save anything. You can watch it live, but you can't come back to it. I don't know when the not safe for work starts. Hopefully it starts early. I kind of need it, man. I think tomorrow we might just come in for a little second, just to return to normal. It's just been like a weird couple of weeks. Lilac Hollow. And I'm watching the My Florida channel now. It's not up yet, but 6 minutes. So let's talk about our beautiful sponsors. We have, I won't talk about them a ton because we don't have time really, but thank you to all of them. Small Town Exotics, Shane Kelley, Gray Family Snakes, Powerhouse Pythons, Stoneage Pythons, Rao, who am I missing? Chris at BNS Reptilia. You would think I would remember my own sponsors. Is that it? No, Bravo Zulu. See, I almost forgot someone. Doug Rogers here. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Now, let's talk about some of our lots. So we'll be doing like, I think buy it now. Like if you want to buy it right now for the retail price the person posted it for, it'll be going across the screen, whatever. And then most will be spend to win. So $10 per entry to the spend to win. If you want to do $10, you want to do $20, that's all, or $1 million. And then like you can refuse an item. So if you win something when we run the spend to win, you can just be like, I don't really want that. But if it's a shirt or something, you should probably get it. Brian Carter, I think he's in here, just donated a sort of spend to win prize of any snake on his morph market up to $500, which is very generous. So that would be a good one to get in for, because you could sort of like get lucky or something. So, and we don't want your money, but you obviously can't super chat us anyway because we're not monetized. You send it to USARK Florida, hopefully, mostly. You could also send it to USARK, screenshot the confirmation page with the donation amount, send the screenshot to me, and we'll just be like tabulating entries to the spend to win. And we'll probably do like a spend to win, hopefully every hour or so, depending on how long this takes. just to keep you motivated to keep donating. And then we'll have like a running total of what we've collectively gotten to donate. Does that make any sense at all? 23 options, says Brian Carter. Very generous, too. And he's comping shipping. A lot of people have comp shipping and a lot of stuff, so that's been very nice. So, like, you could donate $20 and get a $400 snake, technically. So if, 40 people do that, that would be really awesome for USARK Florida, who obviously needs it. Where is Jana Banana? And then I've switched my Instagram. The Instagram on my phone is different now. So the Instagram on the computer is the holdback rack one. So if you're going to message me any pictures of spend to win entries because you've donated $500 to USARK Florida, message it to the holdback rack Instagram. Otherwise, like, it'll have me like ask for the 2-factor verification on my phone, and my phone is right now my camera. So message holdback rack or message Jana, because I think she can access whatever. Oh no. Down under. All right, this thing's getting ready to start. So most of the time, we'll just probably be here watching with you, and then reacting in between. So let me start showing you that, and we can chit chat. And if people want to come on, I just don't know how much talking we can do over stuff. Because it used to be there was like going to be all day in the middle was like unrelated topics. So we could just like muted it and just talk amongst ourselves about why this was important. But not anymore, we can't. Florida facts. Is that too loud? It's really loud. Hold on. All right. We're watching here. All right, this is boring. All right, can you hear? Is there audio balance to me talking and Jana hypothetically talking when she comes in? Or are they too loud? Oh, you can't hear anything but me. All right, hold on. What about now? It's got cool hold music. Or is it not very loud? Yeah, that's all it is music. And you can see everybody getting ready. And I'll turn it up. I don't have OBS, so I can't see the levels. I'm just sort of guessing. I think that's the limit. I mean, their like hold music is not that loud, to be fair. But if I like blow your ears out relative to me speaking, I don't want to do that. So you're not like, I don't know, straining to turn it up and down. All right, yeah. I mean, Beretta's comments yesterday, I don't know if you saw it with Daniel. He was like, there's stuff that you just don't know. I was just like, what a dick. And he always does that. Like, I don't know. Didn't seem very like compassionate or interested. You know, they could have in the morning when they were doing their executive report been like, oh, we know something bad happened, but we'll talk about that tomorrow because I know, or they could have made it an agenda item. There were a lot of ways to handle this already differently than how it was. We'll see.
Right. I know. Hey, welcome to day 2 of our meeting in Miami. Our first item of the day is a proposed rule, non-native fish and wildlife. Melissa Tucker will make the presentation on behalf of staff.
Let me know if audio is a problem.
Melissa.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Eason. At the February Commission meeting, you asked staff to return with rules that would protect Florida's fish, wildlife, and habitats from the introduction and establishment of new non-native species. Today, we are returning with proposed rules for your consideration. The presentation provides an overview of invasive fish and wildlife species in Florida, summarizes the proposed rules for restricting importation, and describes a risk determination process. We'll also provide a summary of some of the initial feedback that we've received from our non-native fish and wildlife tag. Invasive species pose a significant threat to global biodiversity, second only to habitat loss. Florida is uniquely susceptible to invasive species. Our subtropical climate, multiple ports of entry, and live animal trade all make us susceptible. The map shows observations of non-native species. Not all of these become established, but if or when they do, it becomes increasingly difficult to manage and eradicate them, and it increases the cost of management. Recently published peer-reviewed research indicates that on a global scale, the cost of managing invasive species is similar to the cost of storms and earthquakes. Preventing the release and establishment of non-native wildlife is key to managing the costs and to preventing negative impacts. Regulations are an important component of the prevention strategies. This table identifies some of the existing regulations for non-native fish and wildlife and the activities that are allowed under each of the classifications. Multiple types of permits and licenses, excuse me. Multiple types of permits and licenses are available for possessing non-native species. Class 1 and 2 wildlife pose some level of risk to human health and safety, so importation and possession are limited. The classification of conditional and prohibited species is based on risk to the environment in Florida. Due to their risk, the Class 1 conditional and prohibited species are not allowed as personal pets, and there's also very limited possession for breeding for the purposes of commercial use for prohibited species. We have often evaluated the risk of non-native species based on the impacts after they've arrived in the state of Florida. So some of our highest at-risk species have not been evaluated or classified and regulated appropriately. There are also thousands of species that have not been assessed for potential risks. Many of these fall into this Class 3 category that's here in the middle. And they can also be used in marine life and aquaculture. During the February 2023 Commission meeting, you asked staff to develop rules that would prevent the establishment of new non-native species and to ensure that new species do not pose a risk to the state's environment or economy through the use of risk evaluations. Staff have developed 2 options for Commissioner consideration. I'm going to walk through each one of these options. The first one applies to non-native fish and wildlife that are not documented in commerce in Florida. It would restrict the importation of any new undocumented species. If a species is not initially determined by staff to be in commerce, stakeholders could submit documentation showing a history of sales or exhibition. Species that are currently in commerce would maintain their regulatory status quo unless a future risk determination indicated that reclassification was necessary. Determining what's been in commerce has actually been a very difficult task. Staff have been working to develop this list. The verification and compilation process is not complete. Stakeholders have identified over 20,000 species or species groups that are potentially in commerce. Most of these species fall into that Class 3 category that was on the previous slide, or they're used in aquaculture or the aquarium trade. Since this option does maintain the status quo for species that are in commerce, some stakeholders, particularly those that are able to source animals from within the state, could potentially be less impacted. Industries that do rely on new species, such as the marine and freshwater fish industries, are concerned about their ability to import new species quickly and their ability to stay competitive in international and national markets. The second option for consideration applies to non-native fish and wildlife species that FWC has not evaluated for risk in Florida. This option restricts importation of any unevaluated species. Those that have been evaluated would maintain the regulatory status quo unless a future risk determination indicated reclassification is needed. Evaluated species are limited to conditional and prohibited Class 1 and Class 2 wildlife that you saw on the previous slide. Under this option, anything else could not be imported into Florida without a risk determination, indicating that there is an acceptable level of risk. There are approximately 130 species or species groups that have been evaluated and sufficiently regulated. This option would impact most of the pet and aquaculture industry because the majority of the species that they import have not been evaluated yet. Implementation of this option would require evaluation of approximately tens of thousands of species of fish and wildlife. Under this option, businesses would be able to continue to breed and sell stock that are already here in the state of Florida. It is unclear how many businesses are self-sustaining with only stock that's here in Florida. For either one of these options, we need to develop a risk determination process. And so this is the steps that I'm going to walk you through next. One of the things that staff have heard from TAG is the need for transparency in how risk is determined. This process does attempt to balance clear and straightforward processes with the opportunities for public engagement. Staff have also heard from commissioners that those benefiting from non-native species should also bear some of the responsibility for ensuring that there is no risk to Florida if species are allowed into the state. The first step in the risk determination process is requesting an evaluation. The requester would submit a bioprofile, species evaluation request, and literature review. This process could be initiated by stakeholders or the FWC. The bioprofile is an extensive review of the published literature, scientific data, and potential subject matter expert input on a species or, in some cases, a group of species. The species evaluation information is a series of questions pertaining to the potential risk answered by the requester and supported by the published literature, scientific data, and information in the bioprofile. Submitted information could include biology, distribution, invasion history, climate matching, trade information, and potential or realized impacts to the environment, economy, or human health and safety. The literature review would include citations for all the information that's reviewed in preparation of the bioprofile, as well as what was cited. These requests could be submitted year-round. The second step in the risk determination process would include an initial review by staff. Initial risk screenings will be conducted using appropriate risk screening tools, and if initial staff review indicated that a species is unlikely to be able to establish in Florida and does not pose a threat, then it could be used in commerce. If the initial review indicated that a risk is unknown or that a species could pose a threat, then it would go into a full evaluation process. The species would be added to a work plan to help determine when that process would happen and a time frame for when staff would be able to complete it. For just those species that are deemed to be an unacceptable risk, the next step is this full risk analysis. This begins with the public providing additional information about the species or the group of species. The FWC would then appoint a review group to conduct the review. The group would select the most appropriate risk evaluation tool, conduct the risk evaluation, and then summarize their results and any potential mitigating or aggravating factors as findings. The review group results and findings would then be summarized by staff along with a recommendation for potential regulatory action. The review group would not make a recommendation on regulatory action. Each report could be reviewed by a minimum of 3 independent scientists. If the peer review supported, if the peer review report indicates that the species poses an unknown or unacceptable level of risk, staff would bring the appropriate rules for proposed regulations. If the report indicated the species does not pose an unacceptable risk, the species would be available for use in commerce. Prior to final agency action, there would be another public opportunity for comment. Proposed rules also include an expedited evaluation process. Expedited evaluations may occur if staff identify a non-native species as a threat to Florida's ecology, economy, or human health and safety. Staff may bring proposed rules to the Commission to appropriate limit possession and use of non-native species without undergoing the full risk determination if one or more of the following criteria is met. The existence of verified breeding populations in the wild in Florida, verified invasions in surrounding states, or requests by other governmental entities for the regulation of the species. If the species is a disease carrier, impacts public safety, or if there are documented adverse impacts to native fish and wildlife in Florida or native Florida ecosystems. These concepts have been shared with our TAG at 2 meetings that we conducted during April, and we're going to provide some of the information on the specifics for option 1 and option 2 and the risk determination process, but some of the general feedback that we received were that the TAG members were concerned about the creation of a clean list for Florida. And I do want to point out that even though we talk about the TAG as a singular entity, that it is made up of individuals that have varying opinions, and there are nuances in these opinions based on the constituent groups. So even though there was concern about both of these options, there was more support for option 1. Industry representatives felt that options 1 and 2, as I said, created a clean list approach for Florida. And some of the concerns that we have heard are that any list of approved species would remain static and not change over time. Industry believes these options could also encourage illegal sales of non-native species in Florida and would have significant impacts to industry by limiting what they can import. Several industry members recommended the TAG identified species of concern instead of developing an approved list, suggesting this approach would also protect the environment. TAG members have requested more time to work with staff on developing a list of species that are in commerce, and some TAG members have voiced concern over enforcement needs associated with this. So like I said, I am going to provide some specific feedback that we received on options 1, option 2, and the risk determination process. At the TAG meeting in early April, facilitators conducted consensus testing to determine the level of support for the options. Consensus testing asked members to indicate if they had wholehearted support, minor reservations, or major reservations. Testing did indicate some level of support for this option from TAG members, specifically from state, federal, local government, environmental, and humane interest groups. Exhibitors and industry representatives had minor and major reservations about this approach. We also received some specific input from TAG members, some of which included comments and some of which were suggestions. Marine and freshwater fish industries have concern over not being able to import new species quickly. According to these stakeholder representatives, the importation restriction could affect their business's competitiveness. TAG members representing exhibitors suggested the list of species in commerce could include animals that are used in cooperative breeding programs that are not typically sold. Industry representatives are also concerned that some less popular or more rare species would not be captured on the list of species in commerce. Some TAG members suggested FWC identified genus or family groups as opposed to the species level, although there was not consensus on that, and other groups felt the species level was more appropriate. And then we also had TAG members that requested that the language clearly identify that transshipments that do not leave the port of entry would not be impacted. Staff were able to incorporate some of the specific suggestions from the tag into the rule proposal that you have today. This included the exhibitor's suggestion that we have animals that are related to exhibition, rare species, and then the transshipments. Consensus testing indicated very little support for option 2, with all tag members identifying minor or major reservations for this option. Tag members identified significant concerns and referred to it as unworkable because it could put several industries out of business, limit the ability to supplement stock, and could limit the ability to recover from loss of inventory due to cold weather. Under this option, people moving to Florida could be impacted from bringing pets into the state. One suggestion was to have an exemption or streamlined process for innocuous species. Although it's not specific to option 2, staff did include in the initial review process for risk determination that I described previously, a process to address concerns about the time that's required for the full review. We also received feedback on the concepts within the risk determination process. Several tag members mentioned the workload associated with the risk determination and the time frame for the full analysis. Some suggested streamlining the process to benefit both the requester and staff. Other tag members did not share this concern, however. Some tag members had specific feedback on the bioprofile and the risk evaluation form, such as climate information, how to address the data deficient species, conservation status, and the native range, and the disease and parasite risk. Many tag members suggested we consider rolling review of the evaluation request. And so on this slide, you can see that we were able to incorporate a few of the suggestions that they specifically had related to streamlining process and accepting evaluations year-round. There are other important considerations for these proposed rules. Since November of 2021, staff have been working with the tag to understand the full scope of the species that are in commerce in the state of Florida that are non-natives, and to develop a risk determination process and the future risk-based regulatory tiers. We had planned to bring this to a future commission meeting, potentially later this year. Creating the appropriate regulatory structure is an important thing to have in place prior to doing species evaluations to ensure that we are appropriately regulating species after they've been evaluated. The risk determination process puts significant work on the requester. However, there will also be significant work for FWC staff with both time and oversight that are required for this process. Moving forward with option 2 is of major concern for the tag and for staff. Under this option, all Class 3 wildlife and tens of thousands of species of freshwater fish, marine life, and invertebrates would be considered unevaluated. Option 2 received substantial pushback from industry and exhibitors. The implementation of option 2 would require substantial additional staff and resources for risk determination to occur in a timely manner. Regulatory action is necessary to protect Florida from the next invasive species. Staff are requesting more time to engage with stakeholders, including conducting full rulemaking workshops. Moving forward, staff would continue to meet with the tag to develop an alternative regulatory framework that creates a tier system for use based on the risk that the species poses to the state of Florida. This coordination is vital to our success in preventing harmful non-native fish and wildlife from establishing in Florida and causing adverse impacts. Staff recommends that the Commission approve for advertising option 1 of the proposed rule, which includes the risk determination process as well. If approved, staff will continue to gather public feedback on the proposed rules before returning to a future Commission meeting. And ideally, we would like to include the tier structure at that time as well. Commissioners, that concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Melissa. How many speakers we have?
Good morning. Yes, we have 54 speakers on this topic.
Okay. So before we get into the speakers, let me make a few comments. In my briefing with staff, it kind of caught me off guard that Florida really does not have their hands around this industry. That's not saying nothing bad about staff. And I just say that it kind of caught me surprised. I said, okay, do we have a list of all the different reptiles and animals that are coming into Florida? And the answer was no. So we don't have a master list. No. So how do we manage something if we don't, we got to have a baseline to start from. And so, and I don't know, Colonel or Tom, if we're shorthanded staff-wise, and this is not nothing against staff. I think we're doing everything we can. It's an enormous issue to evaluate all this. So Melissa, if you can come up for a second, I just want to ask a couple questions. So before we get into all the public testimony. Can you just kind of give us like a little overview of how is staff approaching this industry and how we evaluate and how do we, if someone were to ask you today, Melissa, how many non-native reptiles are in Florida? I don't think we have an answer, right?
We do not have an answer. Again, what I can tell you is that we have been working through all of the different types of permits that we issue. And so just to highlight that, this chart shows all of the different categories where we may be issuing permits. This occurs across multiple divisions within the agency. And so we've been digging through each of these permit types to look for those species that are in commerce, compiling them. Some of this is handwritten information that's turned in reports, and some of it's included in other types of formats. So staff have had to look individually over the last 5 years at every individual permit that's been issued to start to try to create that master list. So it's been a huge undertaking, and species names change. Sometimes we might have just a genus or a common name and not a full species. And so they've been doing a lot of quality assurance, quality control checking, and we've been using staff within the Research Institute to actually run a lot of analysis on the information that we're getting. So this process is in part underway right now, but we do also know that we've gotten pretty extensive lists, again, from our tag members that are representing industry. And their lists, again, include more than 20,000 species that they have identified in their records as being in commerce. And I say species, it's actually species and species groups. So again, sometimes we're not looking at things with a species, genus and species name. Sometimes it's just the genus name. Sometimes it's just the family name. And there could be hundreds of species in a family. So it's hard, when you start to really dig into this, it really is difficult to get your hands around just exactly what's in commerce.
Well, so that therein lies kind of my concern. So my biggest concern, and part of my comments at the last meeting and why we said, hey, bring back a rule to and in fact kind of stop what's coming in Florida so we can kind of get our hands around everything, is that if you just look at the python, we're literally spending millions of dollars every year to eradicate the python. And that's just one of 20,000, let's say. Now, I'm not saying that all 20,000, if they get out, are going to have some kind of impact on the native wildlife or the Florida ecosystem. But I think that's the issue, commissioners. In my opinion, that's the whole crux of the whole issue. As policymakers up here, our concern is we just don't want another python, another tegu lizard. We don't want iguana, the green iguana. I mean, heck, there's more iguanas than there are people in Miami-Dade County now. I believe that. But I think that's really the crux of the issue. It's not trying to put anybody out of business. It's not actually stopping anybody from importing anything. We just want to know what you're bringing in is not going to be detrimental to Florida, if it got out into the wild. So that's really the crux of the issue. If you boil it all down, there's a lot of noise out there. So I just want to kind of say that. Now,
there's a lot of noise
before
out
we get
there.
into public testimony, I'm also going to say this to my fellow commissioners. Maybe
we just want to protect Florida.
To the new executive director, Roger Young, Colonel Young, and let him. He just heard what we said. We've asked them to bring a rule here. I've also learned in my briefing that staff has recommended, and I want the public to know this, that maybe that rule shouldn't be implemented now because it would just kind of cause more issues for them. You know what I mean? Am I right with that, Melissa?
That's correct.
Okay, so with that, maybe we ought to consider, like, Roger, why don't you take a good look at this? Let's we got to get our hands around this. I mean, Florida's a leader throughout the country, and I have a feeling that we're not leading in this area. And I say that, and I don't say that in a bad way. I think it's a major issue with major implications, because we're basically regulating a livelihood on one side, and then we're regulating the Florida ecology on the other side. So there's got to be a balance, and we got to meet in the middle. But we really need to know, and we really need to have our hands around what it is in Florida. If someone were to ask us a question, I mean, it's like real simple, like, what's in Florida? Someone should be able to hand you a whole list and say, here it is. Right now, we don't really have that. Okay, so I mean, what do you think, commissioners? I'd love a little feedback.
Well, I'll just chime in briefly. I echo your concerns and the fact that we don't really have that comprehensive list, which we need. And the difference between Florida and Montana and a lot of other places, it's just because of our climate and our culture and our.
We need to control everything for the ecology, but we don't fucking know what the fuck we're doing.
This is a bigger.
But that's
problem.
okay, because it's not concerning to our staff at all.
Every state, I'm sure, has got its issues with this, but ours is just immense. I mean, it's just, Florida is different. The climate being the number one thing. But for a lot of reasons. And so it is a big problem. And again, I know you went to great lengths, and I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, to say this isn't a criticism of staff. No other state agency has a problem this immense.
No,
they just don't. And so,
let's make sure we don't criticize our staff at all. We wouldn't want anyone to think that we think that they've done anything inappropriate.
It is a really big issue.
Maybe we should reiterate that twice.
Trying to work it. We have a responsibility to all the people of Florida, present and future. And so we think about the destruction of the pythons as just one example. I mean, our responsibility sitting up here is for the future of this entire state. Now, for some people that are here today, it's a very personal, specific thing for you. It's your business, and we get that. Well, I want you to understand that. We get that. And I know you appreciate the fact that we have to be responsible for all the people of the state and for the future citizens of the state. So we're trying to balance those things.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lester. And I mean, I'll give you, let's take I kind of like sometimes giving a good example. So look we have the lionfish that's got no natural enemy, that's wreaking havoc on our reefs. Just think about it for a second. What happens if we, as policymakers, allowed something to get in our freshwater fishery that attacked bass and wiped out the bass population and had no natural enemy? It would destroy that whole industry. So that's what, as policymakers, that's what we're concerned about. Okay, we're not trying to put anybody out of business. We just want to know what it is coming in and what kind of effect, if it gets out, would do to Florida. And so just bear those thoughts in mind. I mean, I'm going to tell you up front right now, it's, at least for me, I'm one vote that I'll vote to defer, to kind of man back to the new executive director. Let him get his thoughts, his team together, get his hands around the issue, bring it back to us for an update at the next meeting. But I'm here to listen to the public as well. But I just want the public to know where we're coming from. So any other thoughts, Vice Chair?
Thank you. Yeah, I would agree. We're not ready to vote on this yet. There's 54 people that came to speak to us today, and we're going to hear them.
We will. I was prepared, but once I got my briefing, I didn't realize, and I'm being honest with you, I was a little shocked that we didn't have a much better grip on this, and I didn't realize how big it was. For some reason, I thought it was only 3,000 species. Now I'm hearing 20,000. So just think of the delta there, right? So, yeah. So anyways, You know, Melissa, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, anybody else before we start getting public testimony? Commissioner Nicholas?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's common sense that we as an organization should know what's in the state.
Yeah.
And we should know what threats, not saying if they, I mean, even if there is a threat, if we know where they are and we know that they're well taken care of and not going to escape, then that is, I mean, there's a whole process to this. And like you said, we're not trying to put anybody out of business, but we should know what's here, and it's just common sense.
Right.
And I mean, we look for, you know, the industry and the public to help us know what's here and show us that it doesn't pose a risk.
That's right. Melissa?
I just wanted to clarify because when I sat back down, they said that you would like for us to come back at the next meeting. Is that with just an update and not rule? I want to be very clear on what we're being asked to do.
Well,
And I understand the new executive director will take a
those
lead on
are
some
our
of that.
general thoughts right now. We're going to hear from
Okay.
the public. I'm not so sure that even as good as Roger Young is, that he'd be prepared to come back at the next meeting.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a big issue. We have identified it now as a big issue. We identify we have a lot of work to do on this issue. I'm not so sure that Roger on day 2 is prepared to kind of come back and tell us what the plan of action is until he kind of gets with everybody. So
Welcome to your new position, correct, John?
yeah. So with that, why don't we start hearing from the public? Vice Chair? Yeah.
All right. Seeing as we are not taking a vote on this, and we do have 54 speakers, we'd like to cut this down from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. And I just want to read this to y'all so that we're all on the same page. We'll display the list of speakers on the main screen here in the meeting room as individuals can monitor when it's close to time to speak.
We've already given you only 90 seconds, but fuck you, because we all have thumbs up our asses and don't know what the hell we're saying.
To your seat.
Right, they could
Yeah,
like make this
Groups
session
of
go
speakers having
longer
similar
today.
positions are encouraged.
I've got a
Because
tea
there's
time. I can't miss that
spokesperson,
lunch.
please,
Right.
So
to present their perspective. Again,
Fuck.
we have
Right.
54 speakers on this subject. Please keep your comments to the point and avoid being repetitive if a speaker has already made those same comments.
So basically, they're trying to
Make
say
sure
you
you're
can
in the
only
room,
talk
pay
about
attention to the speaker
the Holy
list that's
Massacre
displayed,
one time
so you can make your way to the podium.
because it's embarrassing for
Please
us.
keep your comments on the agenda item that you've registered to speak on. And lastly, again,
It is
2
a
minutes. At
predetermined
30 that
dog
y'all
and
like to
pony
come on, I would
show.
ask that you start
We all know that, but
2 minutes when it turns red. I am
they
going
don't
to
know shit. Like they're so
abruptly cut you
unprepared
off
and they
from
don't give a
public
fuck
meeting.
because they're like, oh, we already won. So
Can I ask
we
you
don't even need to show up and be educated or informed.
while everybody here from the public, the Colonel Young, we had an incident that we were called in, we euthanized some snakes. And I think we owe it to the public to kind of, as much as, you know, we're allowed to talk about it, you know, I don't know if there's any legal action going on, but let's clear the record on some of that so that the public has that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Yes, so obviously there's been a lot of publicity and social media surrounding an incident that took place on April 6th here or up in Broward County. So I'm going to give you just some overall elements of what happened, and then we'll throw some facts in there. And I know there's been a lot of misinformation out on
We
the
fucking
internet.
know what happened. There's footage of it,
We
asshole.
heard yesterday that some of our information wasn't available to the public. I just want to make clear that all our reports are and body camera video from the law enforcement investigators that were on site are available to the public at request. So there shouldn't be any information that we have that's not available to the public regarding this event.
Jessica, can you chime in? Do you
on
have this
April 5th,
information?
FWC staff received a
The beginning
call
stuff
of
is
a
not there.
reticulated
The beginning
python
body cam footage.
that was loose from a member of the public in Broward County. This snake was recovered in the backyard of a resident in Broward County, and it was seen on a Ring camera. Snake was 11 feet long, and again, it was a reticulated python. That's a fact. Our investigators were called and responded to that site and took possession of that python. Python did not have a pit tag, so it was not identifiable. So per protocol, the investigators did a search of the local areas, facilities that might be capable of housing that type of snake. So captive wildlife investigators reviewed facilities in the area that might have been the source of the escape or released prohibited snake. Mr. Coffey's facility was checked to determine if all snakes being held under constructive seizure at his location were accounted for. During this visit, Mr. Coffey and the FWC investigators discussed the future disposition of the seized snakes. So he advised that he was not missing a snake, just to be clear, and we did not determine that snake came from his facility, so it was undeterminable. But Mr. Coffey did request that FWC investigators euthanize these snakes rather than attempt to rehome the 32 prohibited snakes. That was upon his request, and that is a fact. That was in the reports, and that was something that has been disputed on social media.
Where's the body cam footage proving that he requested it
at his facility? Again,
do we have that, Jessica?
The facts of this case was
no. All body cam footage starts when they're already deciding to kill them, and
after Mr. Coffey formally relinquished ownership of the snakes, they were euthanized at his warehouse to accommodate him again at his request. While investigators were euthanizing the relinquished snakes, a legally permitted boa constrictor owned by another captive wildlife permittee was euthanized by mistake. That was an accident. That was on us. We made a mistake. The officers were conducted this euthanization. It took approximately 4 hours. It took a long time. And in the process of doing that, a lot of the snakes were very large. And on the basis from Mr. Coffey, some of these snakes had not been fed in a while and were starving and were pretty aggressive. And he actually advised us not to have anybody that was not familiar with him to be there to help with that process, because it could be a danger to him. So, and that was based on his reports. So in the end,
for that bullshit,
we are looking at our protocols and procedures.
They can make up whatever they want.
Ensure that something like this never happens again. I have put a directive to all of our investigators and staff that we will not be euthanizing any animals at this point unless it's in exigent circumstances in the field regarding something else.
Thank God.
There were some training gaps identified in the euthanization process. That is one of the reasons why we will no longer be doing this until we can firm up that gap and close that gap and ensure that our investigators and officers are properly trained to handle that or find some other facility or process to do that. So basically, in a nutshell, that's where we're at. And again, there's been a lot of misinformation. We own the fact that
misinformation,
there were some mistakes
fake
made.
News. No, it's really fucking not. And yeah, all of those retics look healthy and well fed. You don't feed a retic every 5 minutes like you do your fucking pet dog.
There's going to be a lot of people that want to have comments on that, and they're going to see what they've read on the internet or seen on social media, and our facts are what they are. The reports are available. The body camera is available. So if anybody wants a copy of any of that stuff, let us know. We'll gladly give it to you. So,
thank you. Commissioner Lester.
I just want to make sure I get clarity on a couple of things. So when the officers went to this facility, they didn't go there intending that day to kill snakes.
No, sir.
It was only after they were there that they were requested to do that by the owner.
Per protocol, when there's a snake found in the wild, they will check with the local facilities to see if there has been an escape or release. So.
Okay.
You got it. The facts
very good. I just want to make sure we're following all that correctly. Okay.
Commissioner?
Were these snakes pets?
No. So the 32, or I get my numbers correct, the reticulated pythons were not pets. They were under the permit of commerce. So they were commerce. They were not held under pet permits. So they were not pets.
They were pets. Fuck you.
So sit down, please. We don't take.
That's like saying that somebody who breeds dogs don't have any pet dogs.
From our investigative section, he had done a request earlier in the year to switch his snakes from a commerce permit to a pet permit, but from what I understand,
there you go, motherfuckers.
You can lawfully do that, and the permit was denied, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, Colonel, thank you. All right, we're going to start taking public testimony. To the gentleman who just writes, we have a protocol here. You can sign up, you can speak. So when you come up, I just can't have people shouting out at us. Okay, thank you. Okay.
We can shout all we want because they can't hear us.
Yesterday's meeting, we announced that we were going to give you a report to the public because we know the readers were all going to be here today, and there were some questions yesterday, and so that's why we had that report. Okay, with that, Ryan, I think you were the first speaker. Thank you, Ryan, for giving us the time.
Yes, and if I could, on that note, Mr. Chair, please keep your comments to this agenda item. So if there are comments that you have on this incident, that would be comments not, or comments to items that are not on the agenda, which will be heard later this afternoon. So, Ryan, you have the floor. Good morning.
Morning. I appreciate you having us. 1930, the Florida tropical fish industry starts with Albert Greenberg coming in here. And so, that's a culture and a tradition that's been carried on since that day. It's a very important part of Florida's culture. It's very unique to Florida. And so where you talk about protecting both Floridians today and Floridians in the future, we're also very concerned about that. And we're concerned about protecting something that's very unique in our culture and something that's very valuable to us. And it's a rich cultural heritage to us. It's not just a business, as has been said. It is both a business and a way of life. It's something many of us aspired to and went to school for and did a lot of work to get to. So we appreciate that. We also appreciate and believe in the great state of Florida. We all are invested in here. We all love this state, and we want to see it protected. The Florida ornamental fish industry, we worked hard to get, and the rest of the aquaculture industry worked hard to get the Division of Aquaculture developed so that we would be regulated. We look forward to regulation. We appreciate that, and we understand that it's important to keep these things out. However, a lot of us have volunteered on the TAG. TAG members have given over 2,000 hours of their time to go to multiple meetings. And up until the last commission meeting, we were looking at different types of tiers and different ways, and things were kind of trending towards looking towards a blacklist. We understand that there's a difference between a blacklist and a whitelist. As Commissioner Lester said yesterday, the default should be less government when discussing the Goliath group responding. We believe that to be true here. Having a blacklist and being able to identify problem species is far more valuable than having a large whitelist that's going to be nearly impossible for your law enforcement officers to identify. It's a lot easier for somebody to say, here's the things I know are a problem, that's what we're going to look at. And we think that the commission and staff's time would be better used identifying problem species instead of having a blanket list and something massive that everybody has to identify. So we appreciate it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan. Eugene, good morning.
Eugene. Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Executive Director. We're not here to argue. As you know, we're here to work together, but we have a little bit of a stretch on the ability to communicate. This is a huge issue. You're not exaggerating, and I appreciate y'all's concern. It's a concern that industry has. And working with the folks in aquaculture, it's a whole different set of situations, but the allies are very much the same because we want a safe Florida. We don't want to feel safe. We want to be safe. And you're absolutely right, Commissioner Lester. The future of Florida is in our hands. Who's going to take my place? Who's going to take your place? So this is agriculture. This is not wildlife. This is agriculture. And this is the area that this commission has transgressed into. So there needs to be an understanding that 99% of the people that have an issue out here are dealing with captive cultured animals, or they're importing animals from other countries where they are ranched or farmed in captive culture. So we have a global distribution, we have a global production, we have a global system with product that people of all sizes and ages, want. So Florida is unique, and you're absolutely right. This is doable. I'm excited to hear you say, okay, we're not going to vote on this today because we just got the rules in the mail on the way down, to look at that Melissa was able to put out, per your request about how this might look with option 1, option 2. The TAG committee is very, very concerned about whitelists because they don't work, because it hasn't worked in other states. That doesn't mean we can't come up with a master list or something along these lines. It's how we get there. Blacklists do work. We don't want to lose sight of what a blacklist is: conditional species, prohibited species. So I'm excited about working with the Colonel, and I'm glad that you've handed it off to him. That's a good way to baptize him. So, and I'm looking forward to working with him. And Mr. Chairman, the reptile industry, we've been working on issues for years and years. So I'm going to work with him. I know he's going to work with us and the rest of the folks. So that's a good choice.
Gene, I appreciate your comments, and you and I have a history of working together, and we're going to continue to do so. I would just want you to encourage all your folks to get with our staff and let's work together and let's get this accomplished. It is baptism by fire, and the colonel. We have a lot of faith in the colonel. That's why we put him in the job.
Well, I agree with you, and it was a good choice. In your direction that you exerted back in February, we appreciate your concern, and it's how we get there. I mean,
Right.
Your style is different than other people's styles.
I think we're being very transparent. Our concern,
Yeah.
we just laid out our concern.
Yeah,
And
it's true, and I feel for Melissa and her staff, because with the ESC license, there's a lot of redundancy in what people have. People, a lot of hamburgers, hot dogs, this, that, and the other stuff. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't have at your disposal, especially in today's technology,
That's correct.
something along a master Florida list of what potentially is in trade. Our big concern is the 3,000 people a day that are moving to Florida. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene.
Thank you, Gene. Ashley. Good morning, Ashley.
Good morning. Before I get started, there's just something that is being passed around to everybody. Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Brinkman, Director of Government Affairs for the Pet Advocacy Network. As the advocacy voice of the responsible pet care community, the Pet Advocacy Network represents the interests and expertise of retailers, companion animal suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, pet owners, and others involved in the many aspects of pet care across the United States. And I first want to say that, responsible pet ownership and protecting the environment go hand in hand. And thank you, Chairman Barretto, and the Commission for the realization of how complicated this issue is. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness going forward, so thank you. But I still wanted to make sure you guys saw just how much our community cares about this. That's why I still wanted to make sure you saw a copy of our petition. This is a printed copy of 1,210 individuals that includes over 300 pet business leaders that have all signed on in just the past week in opposition to the proposed rule. So I just want to make sure, that we're here and paying attention and wanting to cooperate and participate. And I also want to make sure as we go forward with rules in this space that we don't forget about our small businesses, and particularly small pet retail businesses that are currently doing business in Florida. They would be even more impacted by some lengthy process of evaluating new species, not just because of the length, but how complicated that it can be with a bioprofile and a literature review and all that, and really how expensive that species review process would be, hiring experts and stuff like that. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Melissa. And then if I could have Gino, Macy, Bill, Katrina, Kate, and Brad make your way to the front, please. Melissa, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. As you said, my name is Alyssa Miller-Hurley. I'm the Senior Director of Government Affairs with the Pet Advocacy Network. I have a couple additional handouts that have some information I'd love for you to have. We all care deeply about protecting the environment from the impact of invasive species, and we know that more must be done to protect Florida's delicate and unique ecosystem. But rushing through process while ignoring the input of the experts that have been working for more than a year to develop a viable solution based in science and experience is not the way to do that. And so we thank you for recognizing that and being willing to come back to the drawing board and work with us, the members of TAG, to get a process that would really work. There are currently over 7.9 million households in Florida, and over 54% of them are pet owners with at least one pet. And that means that there's a huge economy here in Florida for the pet industry and the support sector that brings in over $897 million in local and state revenue taxes. Both proposed options would have a significant and severe lasting impact on Florida's economy, with ripples that could be felt across the country. In addition to the direct impact, the strain on state resources would be significant. And there are still many questions that have been left unresolved, including whether the proposed rules would violate the Dormant Commerce Clause by placing an undue burden and on, end quote, discriminating against interstate commerce. Currently, many of the species that would be impacted by these rules would fall under the definition of commerce, and states are bound by previous decisions to do nothing that differentiates between articles of commerce that originate between other states. And so we're looking forward to working with staff to make sure that while we are enacting rules that will protect the ecosystem of Florida, we're doing so in a way that's scientifically sound and doesn't exist in a legally gray area. So thank you so much for being willing to come back to the table and work with us on this issue.
Thank you. Gino.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Gino Evans, President of Florida Aquaculture Association. Also, we run a family farm. We have an aquaculture facility in Pearson. I was a member of the TAG and still a member of the TAG, but our members are a little confused on why we didn't bring FDEX to the table for aquaculture. Aquaculture is governed under State Statute 597, and in that we have a set of best management practices that go over all this, and we feel like this is double. And I brought up this question numerous times at the TAG meetings and can't get an answer out of staff. Like, why wasn't FDAX up here? Why aren't we listening? Why aren't we reading these BMPs? In Florida, FDAX is the lead agency to deal with that aquaculture. So the big thing is, why don't we bring them to the table and see what kind of problems we have and where we're at with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Gino. Macy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Commissioners. On behalf of the Animal Law section of the Florida Bar, I would like to thank you for your efforts to protect Florida's native species. While I support Floridians and their right to own non-native species, I also understand the threat that mishandling particular species can have on Florida's ecosystems and Florida's threatened and endangered species. I believe it is important for FWC to be able to identify species it believes pose a threat to the state in order to prevent the spread of invasive species, as it usually occurs at the demise of Florida's native species. With that being said, we support staff's proposal of option 1. Thank you for your consideration.
Macy, are you with an organization or just here on your own?
I'm with the Animal Law section of the Florida Bar. It didn't get put up there, but yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bill, you're going to wake us up with that shirt.
Oof, wake you up.
Nice.
Good morning. Sometimes I think things move a little too fast. We're like a parent that's trying to protect a child that maybe didn't do things quite right all the time, and we take a very aggressive measures. I'm glad to see it's getting slowed down a little bit and thought back over. Yesterday, I witnessed 2 non-native species to the state of Florida. One was an iguana. The other was a peacock bass. One we hate, one we love.
Burn.
Where would the peacock bass be if it went through your list of can it be evaluated? Does it have an impact? Well, I'm sure that peacock bass would have ate a largemouth bass any day if it came by them, if it was small enough. So things we just need to look at. I'm not opposed to a whitelist, but I don't think the whitelist should be only what you can keep. I think people who want to build a business should have things that if they want to build a business, that they can find that list and they know they're safe, it's been evaluated. If we have a blacklist, we have a blacklist. You can't do this, okay? So then there's all that stuff that we have no clue with in the middle, and that has to get sorted out. But I'm not opposed to seeing 2 different lists, and then slow down a little bit. You see the number of people here. There's a lot of concerned people. It's probably not real right yet. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Katrina. Is Katrina in the house or is she at the pool? All right. Kate. Good morning, Kate.
Hi, good morning. Hi, good morning. Thank you. A little change of gears and changed my talking points. we really, really appreciate you making this a priority. Mr. Chairman, you have been very clear you've made this a priority, and you all have inherited a tough situation from those who came long before you, and we appreciate your efforts in this arena for Florida's future and for generations long after we're all gone. This is a legacy issue, critically important, and one that will prove beneficial for decades. I'm a member of the TAG, and it's definitely challenging, but we really are making good progress. I just want to make a quick point. I'd like to clarify that members of the TAG can't speak and shouldn't speak on behalf of the TAG as a whole. Of course, staff does and can, but certainly speak on behalf of their industry or their cause, but not on behalf of the entire group. As the humane interests, we are certainly the minority and sometimes get lost in the shuffle, but we're here, small but mighty for sure. The HSUS, we support having a white list or a clean list of sorts, anything not on the list, not permitted until it's gone through the process, as we've talked about. We do support option 1 and appreciate staff's recommendations. We also support parts of option 2. For example, restrict the importation of non-native species that have not yet been evaluated, whether they're here or not. And also the importation of non-native species that have been evaluated but require additional regulation. So this is good progress. I understand, obviously, you've pushed it a little bit further, but it sounds like you're heading in a really strong direction with great leadership to protect Florida and many future generations. So thank you very much for your leadership on this issue.
Thanks, Kate. Brad, and I ask Phil, Paul, Elizabeth, Daniel, and Liz to make your way to the front, please. Brad, morning.
Good morning, commissioners. Chairman Barreto, thank you for your comments this morning. It was very level-headed and logical. It was very kind of you. I just want to clarify some of the TAG feedback. Obviously, you guys can't be at every single meeting. We appreciate the time you give us here today. For option 1, they held a survey of all the TAG members. I was lucky enough to be there. I'm not a member of the TAG, but I was there. 23% supported option 1, and that's either wholehearted or to some level supported. That was 5 out of 21 people. There's 0% support for option 2. I think it's pretty clear from all of us that we just can't, work with that. I don't think there's a way to work around it. There's been about 200, give or take, risk evaluations in the last 25 plus years. For me, that's a lifetime. I don't want to have to wait a lifetime to continue my career, something that I'm very passionate about. We all in the past have been able to say my FWC, and we all want to return to be able to say my FWC. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Brad. Phil. Morning, Phil.
Commissioners, good morning. I am Phil Goss, president of the United States Association of Reptile Keepers. I left Indiana to come join you down here in Florida, and I've been here, I think, 15 times in the last 2 years. I am on the technical assistance group on these non-native species issues, so very familiar with what's going on here. And I appreciate that there was an idea at the last commission meeting, and then you saw some data and thought maybe we need to, review this. It was just an idea that was thrown out there, and now you've gotten some more data thrown at you. And I'm not expecting the answer to this, but I think the biggest question you have to ask yourselves is, does it make more sense to worry about 30,000 species and looking at all those species, or should we look at maybe 100 species that need to be listed as conditional or possibly even prohibited? I mean, that just seems like that's a far better approach. That's the approach that we have now. And I think we're actually harming and going backwards by going with this approach where we're going to look at 30,000 species, which is what it's going to be if you combine aquaculture, herpetoculture, mammals, and birds, instead of 100 species. And as a reminder, industry has always been willing to do that, to look at the species that may be an issue. Since 2009, industry asked for tegus to be regulated by FWC. So we were asking for this species to be looked at far before 2021 when action was actually taken. So we are available to that. I know aquaculture has already given a handful of species to FWC at the TAG events. So again, I think that's the question you got to ask yourself. More sense to look at 30,000 species or 100 species. And Florida statute 379.2223 does state that FWC is authorized to make, adopt, promulgate, appeal, amend, and enforce reasonable rules. And I think that everyone should realize that this seems to be an unreasonable approach and it's backwards. And we need to go with option number 3, which is continue to look at conditional and prohibited species. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Phil. Paul, welcome.
Thank you, sir. I have a handout for the commissioners. I'm the executive director for the National Aquaculture Association. I'm a little bit under the weather, and I apologize for my voice. We are a national advocacy group for aquaculture in the United States. We work primarily at the federal level, but we also will get involved in state issues, and we were invited by the Florida Aquaculture Association to provide comments. And our comments are focused on the context of the rule. In this letter that you're receiving, we went through and made some quick estimates of the number of species involved. The Florida people are working on estimating how many species are in trade. They've said 26,000. But when you look at the fact that the commission is also going to have to look at all the species that are out there with this option 1, it's not just going to be approving that 26,000 species. When a species comes into the United States, you're going to have to look at all those as well, because those species that are not in trade would have to be examined. And we estimated, it could be a little high because we couldn't find a crustacean number for Florida. It could be as many as 225,000 species. So this is quite a task for staff. And we think that it becomes more of a task when you think about animal identifications posed by the challenge, and Melissa mentioned this, taxonomy is always changing. There's lumpers and splitters, and they're always changing things. Live animal identification can be incredibly challenging because early life stages look very, very similar. And species morphology, color, shape, and size can be actually bred by breeders to attract buyers. They may not look like the type species that's out there. And when you're processing incoming shipments for identification, it's going to require some time.
If I can ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes, sir, I will. It's going to require some time, I would imagine. And because of that, you're going to have to be charged with an animal care requirement, either facilities or trained personnel to take care of those animals while that assessment is done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paul.
I really appreciate it.
Elizabeth. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, chair. Thank you for having us today. This has been a very large challenge and a very heavy-hearted community right now. If you look behind me, you will see the many men and women that came today. You know, they should be at work, they should be taking care of their animals, they should be providing for their family, but their heart is heavy and they are very scared. And not only are they scared about this rule proposal, but I got a text last night and it was from an out-of-state online. And they said since 2020, January 2020, the sales through their revenue, they sold over 33,000 animals from Florida. That's 33,000. This is over $1 million. So the rules that we're making today not only affect Florida, but you're affecting everybody. You're affecting the livelihoods of so many people. And I know our governor says, you know, we're a small business state. We're here to protect small businesses. We're here to protect business. We're here to protect everybody. We need to see that. We need to feel that. We are not against regulation. I say that all the time. We are here to work with everybody. Again, you know, the reptile industry came to staff and said, tegus are going to be an issue. We want to help. The best people to help are the people sitting behind you guys. They have more knowledge. They're amazing, and they're willing to help. We just need to open that dialogue again. We need to get that communication back. Give us a chance. They're not all bad. There's bad in every industry. But these guys sitting behind me, they're amazing. And we can make Florida great. We can have an amazing conservation. So please think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Daniel, good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. I
I really appreciate you understanding our concerns and taking a step back and saying, maybe we need to give this a little more time and do this the right way, because the process that was happening, which seemed to be kind of jamming it down our throats, wasn't going to come up with anything that worked for the pet keepers and worked for the industry here. The draft rules were posted less than 24 hours before this meeting began, and the period for online comment closed 4 days before that. So if you would have voted on draft rules today on the without even allowing online comments on those, and nobody out here even knowing what those rules were, that would have been really unfair. So we really appreciate you taking a step back. Let's slow down. Let's do this the right way. These approaches, option 1 and option 2, are both whitelist approaches. They're both killers of industry. We have many small business owners, tens of thousands of jobs, and hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue for mostly small family farms that would be affected by some of these regulations. So these are real people's lives. And I know that none of you would want your businesses to be regulated in that way, in a rush job, in a way that just seemed to be trying to stamp them out. So I appreciate, let's slow down, let's do this right. White lists don't work. It's been proven over and over. You've heard Major Burton express concern at the TAG meetings about enforcing a whitelist system. We heard Art from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service say, we know blacklists work and whitelists have some issues. So please consider that input of the people who are going to be tasked with enforcing such a regulatory system. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. Liz. Is Liz Felton out there? All right. All right, so if I could ask Yolanda, and I see Marcus up front, Chuck, Bodie, Michael, Jordan, please make your way to the front so we can expedite all the speakers through. Got a long day. Hi, Liz.
Hi, I would like to thank all of you for being here today and working so hard. Chairman Beretta, thank you. One, I feel the Colonel was a great appointment. I've had the pleasure of working with him and Major Burton on just getting stakeholders and licensees back in step with staff and his decades of expertise. I think we're going to get there. I also, Chairman Beretta, want to really thank you for your wisdom in giving staff and licensees the time and space. I think we're all on the same page. I think we all want to protect Florida's environment and protect industry. So thank you so much for giving us the time and space to do that. Additionally, 3 speakers will not be coming because they share my sentiment and we value your time. So Kay Rosaire from Big Habitat will not be speaking. Angie Gelati from Lion Creek will not be speaking. And Judy Behrens from Panther Ridge will not be speaking, so that you don't have to hear the same speech 3 more times. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liz. Yolanda, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, everyone, for your hard work and the diligence and thoughtfulness. Very briefly, I know you realize this, but the cost of business as usual isn't working and hasn't been working. The tremendous cost economically to the environment, to this industry, it's untenable. The current regulatory management hasn't worked. So as Commissioner Barreto pointed out, stepping back, really putting pieces in place that can be managed and implemented. It's not simply will, it's not simply money. It's what will work and what can you make happen as you do this work. Yesterday, I listened to numerous people and organizations commended for protecting the environment, for doing everything to nurture and support our natural ecosystem. I think that we know what the costs are with letting business as usual, willy-nilly, happen without oversight of a commission like this and people who care so much about this. And so I think that the only thing that I would ask today is that let's remember the people we honored yesterday and the organizations that are protecting the snook, that are protecting the fisheries, that are protecting the Everglades, that are protecting the oceans. That's what we have to support. And so ways to support the industry in responsible, manageable ways is critical. But again, business as usual isn't working, and we need to take a stand, and we need to take it now. And I so appreciate your leadership and your guidance. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Yolanda. Marcus, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Commissioners, Dr. Eason, and staff. If it's not something new, you have nothing to worry about. Chairman Barreto. Let's be clear, nearly every species in Florida today was here 50, 60, and 70 years ago. And since Hurricane Andrew destroyed so much of our state, FWC and industry have taken the correct steps to ensure that pythons will not happen again. The chairman's scenario of some new lizard or snake from Brazil being brought here was the start of this issue. The truth about what would stop that from happening is about a dozen federal and international laws and federal and international regulatory agencies, both here and in every foreign land. Customs and wildlife officials in the foreign country, the airlines itself does and would stop it. The U.S. Customs Agency and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service would stop it cold. No one can just bring any new animal across international borders without being stopped many, many times over. Florida is not wide open to that or anything new that way. Draft rules were released less than 24 hours before this meeting started. Public comment was already closed, and the idea that Florida is wide open to a border crisis is flatly wrong. So why the giant push to ram this through overnight, knowing that you'd be killing several large industries, hundreds of thousands of Florida jobs? There's two options, kind of a good cop and a bad cop. Number one is a very difficult and very heavy lift. The other is industry killing overnight. Many TAG members asked for a third, more stakeholder-considered option, but nothing came of that request. Melissa's report said that option 2 would have significant impacts to industry. Translated, it would close fish, it would close birds, it would close mammals, and it would close the reptile industry overnight, costing tens of thousands of Florida jobs. Countless careers of lifelong work and removing hundreds of millions out of Florida's economy and hundreds of millions of collected taxes in Florida. TAG needs to be a true advisory group, not an assistance group. As an advisory group, as it has been in the past and very successfully, it can be productive.
Marcus, wrap it up, please.
Thank you.
All right.
And a limited blacklist is not a clean list is the answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus. Chuck. Thanks, Chuck. Bodie. Good morning.
Good morning. Just yesterday, Chairman Lester said that closure is an extreme measure that comes as a last resort. That was in reference to Goliath grouper spawning sites. And I think that there are some very clear parallels between closure in a policy related to fisheries and this policy with an allow list. So I would recommend that we take a step back and put a lot of effort into finding a solution that is not a last resort as we're trying to throw at this right now. I would also like to bring to your attention that the information you've requested or expressed sentiment that
I love
we should
his
have
tag as
a list of
concerned
the species
resident.
and activity in
I love
Florida
it.
right
10 out
now
of 10.
is possessed by staff, and that was made clear earlier in that you have possession of a whole history of permits that you've issued, so you know it's here, it's just not collected. So I would recommend that you turn to internal policies to get what you desire rather than external policies to accomplish.
Read your own shit. Come on, people.
Like,
if you can figure it out, so can you.
and things like that come with unintended consequences that could be potentially very harmful to industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Bodie. Michael. And if I could have Jordan, Richard, Leslie, Sandy, and Art, please make your way to the front.
Before I start, Chairman Barreto, I wasn't trying to interrupt your meeting. I have read the rules about meetings, and it says I can speak if you recognize me. I was looking to be recognized. I understand you didn't do that. There was a bunch of stuff I was going to put in here in the 3-minute speech that I wrote out in the last 2 weeks. It was good about FWC, but I'm cutting all that out because I got 2 minutes. The Yellow Anaconda ban kicked off the additional mass of animal bans currently under litigation, and here we are again to discuss more ban proposals, even though this commission said it wasn't going to do that. This proposed list of animals has cost people's jobs, their homes, people's businesses, some lifelong pets, and turn keepers into criminals, which unfortunately FWC have no control over them now. We know criminals operate outside the rules, and we saw that as a reticulated python that was found a few weeks ago, not chipped, not regulated, someone's illegal pet, and now is sadly dead because of bad regulations. In fact, the 2 years since the last ban was passed, almost the entire reptile community has been either stopped or greatly hindered from removing any of the pre-banned species from the wilds of Florida. And just as I warned before this passed, and from your own staff press releases, the Burmese pythons are spreading, iguana populations are getting more and more dense, reproducing at alarming rates, and the black and white tegus are also spreading and reproducing in numbers not seen before. None of these species banned have gotten any more prevalent. None of the other species banned have gotten any more prevalent than before the ban was, or any less. And yes, I've been working my butt off to keep my businesses going with less species, more rules, and through COVID and this current recession, I'm working twice as hard for half the money. Punished, it feels, for running a good, honest, legitimate business, doing what I love. In conclusion, the only thing that this happened since the ban was enacted is the animal community has suffered greatly. The wilds of Florida have suffered greatly. Burms, iguanas, and tegus are even more out of control, and FWC had to increase its budgets substantially each year to try to keep us what the animal industry was doing for free.
Thank you.
To close up, I recommend that you rescind the prohibited species rules and go back and relook at the conditional species rules.
Thank you. Jordan.
Hello, I'm not going to be too long. I do thank you guys for postponing that a little bit further and actually looking into it better. I do have a curious concern. If a lot of us submit inventory sheets and record sheets, and we have to do importation sheets, how did FWC not have the large amount on their inventories and stuff? This is a captive wildlife thing? I mean, are our sheets getting thrown away? I don't know what happened to our records. We have to maintain them. They do too. But that would help with part of y'all's list. I mean, you would see what's coming in and coming out. I am concerned that if you guys do continue with this, if your staff can't keep up with it, are you going to staff more people? Do you guys have the ability to do that? Are they going to be able to keep up? Is law enforcement going to keep up? There's a lot of concerns with that. I am glad you guys did postpone it further. But those are some little thoughts you may want to consider too. It's going to affect both sides significantly. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Richard. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning, Commissioner. A lot of what I was going to cover was covered by Michael, but may I address the Colonel for a second? You have a unique opportunity. There's been trust issues made over the past few years between the community and FWC. We hope you can bridge and correct and fix those trust issues and work with us. As far as that goes, I would highly suggest you go out to the community of the breeders, both in reptile, fish, mammal, and talk to some of us. Go to facilities, look at them, find our concerns, and see that we're not the villains. A lot of the current invasive species, mainly the pythons, for instance, a lot of that came from the skin trade industry. There was a very big skin trader facility destroyed in Andrew. That did not come from the pet trade, but everything in the media is released makes us look like villains as if we released those. They weren't. Some did come from the pet trade. Everybody admits that, but not the bulk. A lot of these bans haven't helped, is what was said. The populations are growing. There's only 12, I believe 12 people permitted to go out and catch the invasive iguanas, tegus, and ship them out of state. There should be a better way of doing that, because if you allow more people, there will be less in the population, and that should be addressed. But we do look forward to working with you, and hopefully we can rebuild this trust.
What? If you let us collect and export, it'll help the economy and help the invasive species?
Thanks, Richard. Leslie. I didn't write down those names. She ripped them off so quick. Can't remember who was not going to speak or not. So I don't see Leslie. So next up is Sandy. Welcome, Sandy.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. It's an honor and a privilege. So I'm Sandy Moore. I'm the president of Segrist Inc. My company started in 1961 as a family fish farm and has grown to now be a company that employs almost 500 people. We are animal distributors. We were part of the original tag in 1981 and are honored to continue in that process. You've already heard about the financial impact, right? The pet industry represents over 100,000 jobs in the state of Florida and over $800,000 in taxes, both at a local and state level. For freshwater fish, 95% of freshwater tropical fish are grown in the U.S. that are captive bred in Florida, which gives us a competitive advantage. In addition to our own production, we must have access to imported fish for variety, to supplement Florida's supply for seasonal shortages, for innovation, as well as to keep pace with our out-of-state competitors. Our competition in California, New York, and Illinois have far fewer laws of this nature. And we follow the same aquaculture BMPs as fish producers under the supervision of FDACS. I encourage you all to come and visit my facilities in Gibsonton and in Hillsborough County before you would pass such a rule. Also, for the back of the napkin math for risk screening, just for freshwater fish would be a cost to industry of $50 million. And lastly, if you wanted to know what was in trade, the staff simply had to ask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sandy. Art. And if I could ask Cassandra, Bayard, Jim, Joe, and Jeremiah, please make your way to the front. Hello, Art.
Commissioners, thank you for your time today. The heavy-handed approach in the two options presented will destroy businesses, assault the property rights of many Floridians, and is unlikely to prevent any invasive species. The whitelist policy is known by those in the conservation community to be fraught with problems. First, it is almost impossible to enforce. A whitelist requires law enforcement to be trained to identify every species of wildlife in trade and kept by hobbyists. Today, that number of species runs in the tens of thousands. The current blacklist model only requires officers to be able to identify those species that are prohibited. FWC has already experienced the difficulty ensuring proper identification of even this relatively small number of species. The problem is magnified by the fact that many species have color variants or undergo extreme changes in appearance throughout their life cycles, and many animals kept by hobbyists are hybrids. Secondly, keeping a whitelist current is almost impossible. Species undergo taxonomic changes almost every day, and many animals are members of species complexes, for which it is unclear if a species is one species or is composed of several. This will create a problem as a species can be intended to be legal, but may not be on the list due to a name change or a taxonomic split that separates it from this other species it once was. The chair has shared his concern that the state doesn't know how many species are in trade in Florida. Ask any herpetologist how many reptile species exist in the world. They won't be able to tell you. This is because what constitutes a species is not rigid. Thank you for considering these issues.
Thank you, Art. Cassandra, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your time. The proposed whitelist regulations will drain the FWC's additional resources and will put great strain on the FWC law enforcement officers because it will force them to inspect every package to make sure a species is permitted. Yesterday, FWC detailed an episode where several prohibited fish were detected and confiscated by FWC officers. Now, scale this practice to every package that has live animals written on the side. The cost of this operation in terms of money, time, and manpower will quickly outweigh any possible benefits. Consider the training itself required to differentiate one species from another. We've already seen currently trained officers make those mistakes. Consider the erosion in public trust when those mistakes occur. The proposal for a whitelist will require FWC officers to learn and memorize the physical characteristics of thousands of different species. Fish and reptile keepers do not want to see the destruction of Florida's native species and habitats. We support the FWC's environmental goals, and we recognize that our great state's unique climate necessitates stricter regulations regarding captive wildlife. But the FWC's targeting of responsible businesses and keepers will not provide a basis to discuss common sense regulations. Fear and suspicion will replace trust and dialogue, which is desperately needed. And when that dialogue fails, it will cost the state time and money that could be better spent on the environment itself. We want to help the FWC maintain and restore Florida's environment, and we want to be part of that solution. We don't want to contribute to the growing rift between the FWC and animal keepers. This meeting itself provides an opportunity to start to heal that rift. We can find solutions, and we can definitely work together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cassandra. Bayard, did I get that right?
No, but that's okay.
Sorry.
Most people get it wrong. It's Bayard.
Bayard?
Bayard.
Bayard, okay. Good morning,
Good morning,
Bayard.
everybody. Thank you. Just one quick note we point out, right next to us is one of the 17 designated ports where we can actually import wildlife, which is strictly monitored. And everything with its common name and scientific name, the paperwork is all filled in and has to be signed. And the stuff is looked at. Also, one thing is, people in the fish industry and the reptile industry are very welcome to work with you. One fascinating thing in my 30 years of this, I had a client at a pet shop, and he knew every species of fish in the trade from its common name to its scientific name. There are a lot of brilliant people out there that could give you a hand, and a lot of them are sitting in this room. That's all I have to say. Just please work with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim. Good morning, Jim.
Good day, Commissioners. I have a little bit here on some of the science on what we've been looking at that caused this big hysteria with the Python program that y'all may not know. Let's get started with the degenerated science, half-truths, and outright lies that base some of your rules for the invasive python rule. First, that irresponsible owners are the source of pythons in the Everglades. One irresponsible out-of-state animal dealer lost 940 Burmese pythons, 1,000 reticulated pythons when Hurricane Andrew hit in 1992. These snakes were born at a U.S. breeding facility, all the same DNA as the wild pythons. Burmese took hold, the reticulated pythons did not. Your biologists tell us that 90% of the small mammals, fur bearers, and 94% of the deer have been eaten up by pythons. If this is the case, how could you allow long hunting seasons, no limits on small game or fur bearers? Why do you allow hunters to kill 1 to 4 deer per year in the Everglades if you really believe these big snakes wiped them out? Then we got the apex predator nonsense that is laughable. Let's start with the list of predators that feed on Burmese pythons. Remember, they're not born 12 foot long. Birds of prey, herons, storks, alligators, crocodiles, snapping turtles, soft-shell turtles, king snakes, indigo snakes, cottonmouths, coach whip, minks, otter, panther, bear, bobcat, feral hogs, skunks, coons, and possum. Fair bet coons eat more pythons than the other way around.
Jim, I need you to wrap it up, please.
Okay. These snakes feed 4 to 12 times a year. Mammals feed daily, as do birds. There are 32 million coons in the state, second only to Texas.
Thank you, Jim. Joe. Welcome, Joe.
Morning. Thanks for having me. My name is Joe Hyduk. I sit on the tag representing pet hobbyists for USARK Florida. I also work at 5D Tropical. We're one of the largest ornamental fish farms and distributors in the world. Having participated in every tag meeting over the last year and a half, I'm a little unhappy about what the commissioners were presented this morning. You've seen 2 options, one of which is so overreaching that it looks like it was included only to make the other option look better. What you haven't seen in any detailed form is a third option that came up in every one of our tag meetings from folks in industry, where we talked about expanding our current blacklist and working with a better conditional and prohibited process. So through the last year and a half, I feel like Sarah and Melissa have been fair with us in the tag meetings, and it kind of makes me wonder, why was this not part of what was presented today, and if they were, instructed to leave that out. It feels like the rules have been rushed through, and I do appreciate what you stated earlier about maybe slowing down a little bit. As far as I can tell, prior to the March meeting, Chairman Barretto seemed to see some redheaded agamas that made him concerned that we all of a sudden had to rush through a process that we were originally given till December to complete. Those redheaded agamas have been here since 1976. So that leads me to the next point, which is we're being punished in large part for issues that go back for decades. You're trying to fix a problem that has in many ways been addressed. On the ornamental aquatic side, since the Division of Aquaculture was put in place and best management practices were put in place around the year 2000, there's essentially not a single new invasive species that's been established in the state, according to the USGS database. When we had a conditional species program for reptiles, we had no new conditional reptiles established once that was put into place. These programs worked. A whitelist is going to cost your agency untold millions of dollars. It's going to cost industry thousands of jobs, and it will have the biggest impact on family farms and mom and pop retailers.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
I'm asking you to reconsider the whitelist option and instead work with industry to develop a better blacklist, and responsible members of our community would be happy to work with you on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. All right, we have Jeremiah, and then if Ari, Barron, Armando, Megan, Andrew, if you all can make it to the front, please. Jeremiah, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us here. We appreciate you. My name is Jeremiah Grafsgaard. I was born in North Dakota. I grew up in Minnesota. I've traveled all over the world. I was in the Army for 6 years and did a tour of duty in Iraq. And just last September, moved to the great state of Florida to open a business in fish. I breed and sell aquarium fish. Our store, which I now have in Plantation, is also selling reptiles. And we're excited to be launching into business and driving innovation and improving the tax base. So I took a look at the FWC website and wanted to see when the first observations of invasive species in the wild are. A lot of what we're talking about are species that are in people's aquariums, their tanks, their enclosures, and not in the wild. So the majority of the first observations in the wild are actually from the 1800s to the 1980s, almost all of them. A couple in the 90s, 6 in the early 2000s, and 2006 is the last new observed species in the wild. There hasn't been one in 17 years. What is being done is working. The problem that this is attempting to solve doesn't really exist specifically for fish, aquatic fish, freshwater fish species. And so I think consideration needs to be made for what's actually being discovered as an issue in the wild versus the assumption that some problem might exist in the future. I also think that if you listen to the tag meeting, which I listened to the 2+ hour recording, the majority of folks on that call did not indicate that they were in favor of one option. What they indicated was it's the lesser of two evils and neither option are good. They're both industry killers. Please do not make decisions that are going to put me out of business and eliminate my livelihood because I'm starting on the ground level and trying to start a business. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah.
That was fucking awesome. Oh, wait.
All right.
What does the data show? It's been a long fucking time. What we're doing is working. Fuck you, motherfuckers.
Commissioners and staff.
Sorry.
Roenemans Aquarium Inc., established in 1983 in Homestead. Our family business, like most others in Florida, are second and third generations ornamental tropical fish farmers, with 99% of our customers outside of Florida, shipping all over the United States, the Caribbean, and beyond. The new proposed regulations will have a negative impact on our businesses long term, including for their many employees and their families. The interpretations can lead to many unintended consequences, including banning the importation of unharmful species. It is important to state that most important ornamental fish are kept in closed indoor facilities. FWC officers are regularly on site to inspect the facilities to ensure no licensed restricted species can escape into open waters. All fish farmers are bound by the best managed practices provided by the Department of Agriculture, who also make 2 inspections annually to each facility to ensure compliance. IFAS of the University of Florida has done an extended research around the wide area of tropical ornamental fish farms in Florida, and no escapes of the farms have been found. Reports are available upon request. The FWC restricted and prohibited list has been working for the industry for decades. As an industry, we are willing to work together with the FWC to make adjustments to this, what we call blacklist, to include additional species. Please don't make this a political adventure at the cost of the ornamental fish industry of Florida. For several years, we have been educating the public via social media and pet organizations that dumping ornamental fish is illegal and providing sources to bring unwanted fish. Hoping for a working relationship together. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you. Thank you. At the pleasure of the board, if you want to take just a 10-minute break real quick.
Yep, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay. All right. Don't go very far. Thank you.
We'll keep an eye on it. So if anybody needs to poop, pee, scream into a pillow, you're muted.
You're watching
You're
the
back.
Florida Channel, a public service made possible
All right, I
by...
got you.
Okay, thanks. I said if you needed to go poop, now's the time, or go take a shower. This would have been a better time. Sorry, guys. I could smell myself, so shower must happen.
Can everybody still hear the My Florida channel? I guess I have to
No,
mute.
I
Oh,
can't.
you can't? I can. I have to sort of pay attention to it. I'll keep it up though. All right, let's talk about what's happening. Has anybody sent me like screenshots of donos? Because I can't see my request section in Instagram. So if you have, send them to Jana because she has a phone. She can see like hidden requests
I
and
was just gonna
stuff.
say she could give me the access to the Instagram account, but I think she's too afraid.
I don't think I can. It's not like I made a business suite account.
Are you all just talking now?
You don't have it. Yeah, I'm not muted anymore, girlfriend. So if you could quit shouting random crazy things, that would be super helpful.
If people have not sent donuts because they don't like, there's not going to be a spend to win, then basically at the end we'll just auction all of the lots that are like big items. But we can. Sure.
So yeah, I don't have any, but if you have sent screenshots, comment below and we'll look for them. But yeah, so we were doing a USARK fundraiser auction all day, or like a spin to win and auction. And do we have a list yet of all the stuff?
Yeah. I sent it to you. It's editable by you. So you can also see and edit. Right now, and you can still donate things. I think someone just donated something and they're going to comp shipping. We can talk about some of the things and I can try to bring up pictures. I don't want to take too long, but we have like a bunch of like shirts and swag packs, which would be like more of a spin to win item. And spin to win just means like for every $10 increment you donate to USARK Florida, you get one entry. We put you in a pile, and once we get enough, we'll spin a little wheel and you get a swag pack if you have your name happens to get picked. And then we have some more expensive things that we either might auction or include in the spin to win if the spin to win number gets high enough, which I will talk about now. So herb collectors donated.
Really quickly, if you want to enter the spin to win raffle, it's one entry per $10 USARK donation. And you guys are making the donations yourself. No money is coming to Jessica or I. It is going directly to them. We do not want to touch your money. We don't want all the money vendors to get 3% of your money. We just want you to personally send your money to USARK or USARK Florida, and then
Right, and then you can put it on your taxes.
Right, so
It's like
$10
100% deduction, not a business expense. So it's you want that tax deduction.
One $10 donation gets you one entry in the spin to win, and one like $100 gets you 10 entries, if that makes sense. Go ahead. Sorry, Jessica.
Right. If we don't have a ton of interest in the spin to win, or we only get a couple $100 or something, we'll just auction the animals. I just didn't want to auction them if not that many people were here. But if people want to, there's 76 people here right now, so I don't know.
Good morning, everyone.
I don't know how many people are like driving, going to work, sort of passively listening, and wouldn't be ready for an auction. So we might do just like a buy it now auction. We're like, this is the price. If someone will buy it at this price, and maybe the price will decrease over time until someone buys it instead of the reverse. So we'll sell it at retail. Not sell. You donate to USARK, send me a screenshot. The seller will send it to you. In some cases, the seller is comping shipping. In some cases, they aren't. But I will tell you the items before my Florida turns back on. So Herp Collectors has donated 2 male ball pythons, both double head hypo clown. One is a super inchy lesser male, and one is a blanchy lesser. So that's pretty cool. But buyer pays shipping for his 2 lots. I do have pictures. I'll bring it up later, probably.
How do you want me to tell you that I'm getting screenshots?
On Instagram.
You want me to forward it to you on Instagram? I'm receiving screenshots from people who are donating.
Okay.
Because you said you couldn't see your others file. How would you like me to tell you who's
on Instagram? Send it to Holdback Rack, or you can edit it, the spreadsheet too. You have editable abilities, but you would need another computer or something to type quickly. But because you're Holdback Rack's friend on Instagram, so I can see your messages.
Did you send me the link in which of the many accounts that we communicate across did you send that?
We're so dumb. I sent it to you from Hare Hall of Farm to ASM on Instagram.
Hare Hall of Farm. Okay, I
Sorry.
That one. Sorry, guys. We talk to each other sometimes at the same time on like 4 different social media.
It's so stupid. We're
Also,
idiots.
We can totally.
All right, let's talk about some more lots.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have a female het DG, which is what Jared won, but it's coming from me. He donated it to this auction, and I will comp all of shipping. So a female ball python het DG 2022. She was on the auction last week. She never left. Jared just like, I'll just donate her to the USARK. I was like, great. So she could be in the spin to win, or she could be an auction item. Depends on how much interest we have in either type. Spin to wins are fun because you could donate 20 and technically get a big prize. So it can be more motivating that way. Studio Cold Blood donated a special het pied male. Buyer pays shipping on that one. I posted the picture of that one early this morning, very quickly. BC Balls is probably like the biggest prize. He donated any animal on his morph market up to $500. What a blessing. Wow. So you can pick what fits your project the best. That one's cool. I almost want to like keep it for the spin to win to like force the motivation to keep and like do that one at the end.
That's a grand prize at the end.
Yes. And then TJ Rippin Reptiles did a custom ball python cutting board. I gotta show this. It's like Florida Channel is getting ready to come back. So maybe I shouldn't show it. It looks like this. It's a cutting board. So you can cut your veggies. Almost coming back. On a ball python themed cutting board. That's cool. Might put that in this.
Were you trying to show it because that screen wasn't pulled up?
Oh, brother. I don't want to put this down. Okay.
Just do like you did.
Right this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's pretty cool.
It's cool. And then we're almost back. And then PJ Cooper was going to do a custom beaded leather collar could be for sex stuff, but it doesn't have to be. It's technically for pets. So you can pick the color and size. So if you have a brand new dog or you want to get your classic dog a new nice premium, they are really cool looking. I'll show pictures later. It's on the other Instagram account. Holy fuck.
Hey, this is our first and only all day live, and the
we have time.
Fundraiser thing got added at the end. So bear with us, guys. We're just trying to facilitate.
Right, we have time. Just donate to USARK. The prizes don't matter. It's all dumb anyway, right? We're almost back over here. Not quite. It could be. You could have the collar made for a human-sized neck. I'm not here to judge.
I also want to pre-apologize. It is still only 7 a.m. here in Washington State, and I have 3 kids to get off to school. So you will see probably all of their faces. Hopefully we'll not.
No, we're doing it. This is life right now.
This is life.
Blackjack Reptiles just donated a banana double head G-stripe clown breeder male and is comping shipping. So that's super nice. So I don't know if we should auction that or spend to win. If people are like, spend to win's easier, I want to maybe win. And the total dollar amount is better, then maybe that's more fun. I think they're just easier. So somebody chime in if they'd rather spend to win or auction, because I have no idea. Here we go. We got a donation already. So I'll type that up. Thank you, Ash Jailhouse. And then we'll do a running total of how much people who are watching the stream have contributed. They're not back yet. Just today. But last week, Morph Wizards and Bomb City Balls did a deal to donate to USARK for $500, which we won't include in today's running total. But we appreciate that donation from the last auction. And then the last one, let me show pictures. I think these are badass. Or the last different kind of thing. It's these are, let me describe them correctly. Let me scroll up. Copper mezzotint engravings. They're 4.5 by 6, hand printed with an oil-based ink on paper, but the full-size paper is 7.5 by 11. So it's like a normal, normal picture frame size.
Am I allowed to enter our?
Yes.
Our spin.
And he donated 2, and these are nice, archival quality prints that you would think are cool. He donated the African rock python, which is this one, and the emerald tree boa, which I think was this one. And I was like, those are fucking badass. So hopefully people, these ones could be an auction item, but they retail for $100, and he is comping shipping because it's just a piece of paper in a tube or a flat rate tube. I hope cool people want these. There's 2 of them. I don't know.
I'm gonna mute my mic.
Okay. If people want spend to win, if people want to bid on this, they're so awesome. Somebody better get them. But I think donations with spend to win maybe is easier for everybody collectively. So you don't have to be here for the auction part, because I can't tell you when the auction is, because who knows? Are they back? All right, they're back.
Jessica, I can't hear it.
Species on a whitelist, you're going to have a lot of identification problems. If you look at the cost, I have a handout too. If you had a cost to train an officer, and you take any of these 20,000 species and you take 2 minutes, which we're given to talk today, to train every officer in the entire state. There's 850 trained officers at a starting salary of $50,000 per year for 2 minutes per species, not going back to have to revisit anything. It will cost the commission $16 million. So you could potentially build an app that I have no idea how to estimate that kind of cost. I would also venture to say that between everybody here in this room today, that there is not collectively anybody, or with all of us put together, that we could not identify 20,000 different species accurately. So I thank you for your time.
Good point.
Very thank you. Armando. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to voice a couple of concerns. I really don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not a small business owner specializing in pets. However, I feel a lot of this has become political, and as a scientist, I'd like to point out a couple of facts that I think are important when you go to make your decision. The first of which is that if you were to draw a line, a parallel line, north of Palm Beach County, somewhere around the Indian River area, and move all the way south to Key West, from the ocean all the way to the eastern boundaries of the Everglades, you will find that 80%, if not more, of the flora species are in fact not endemic and not native to Florida, and some in fact are invasive species. A lot of our landscaping, a lot of what we've created for our own use has also inadvertently become niche areas for species that have been introduced through the pet trade or through other means and have become established. Those species, however, are basically restricted, the vast majority of them, to that disturbed area. We really can't consider that area of Florida a natural area because it is not, and it has not been. I've been a resident of Florida practically all my life. I've seen a lot of changes. It has not been for many, many decades. So that's the first point I wanted to make. The second point is basically that there's a prejudice against the reptiles in general. If you look at invasive species, if you really wanted to take a close-up look, cats, okay, are the #1 invasive species in the area. We have very few regulatory issues with the cats, yet cats probably, per the Audubon Society, there's 1 million stray or feral cats in the United States, accounting for over 1 billion native birds being destroyed every year. True. And in fact, that doesn't even include other smaller mammals and reptiles. It's just basically an Audubon figure. I just wanted to bring those 2 points up for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Armando. All right, Megan. Good morning, Megan.
So I was actually supposed to be up for items not on the agenda. But I'm going to take my few moments here to say something. Thank you again for absolutely reviewing and stepping back for a moment, because I'm going to be honest, it kind of feels like you guys are rushing into it and making a basically sacrificial lamb of the industry without looking at all the data. That's just my personal feeling. So I definitely appreciate you stepping back on that. I definitely agree with where we stand on the industry, and I will grace you with my presence later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. We'll see you soon. All right, Andrew. Welcome, Andrew.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. You've noticed people wearing these buttons on their shirts, pets, not threats. And that is in fact true. We've been doing this for 32 years. I can tell you, everybody that comes in our store looks at these as pets, not as animals. The same amount of love and affection and the amount of stimulus and happiness it brings to them is no different than traditional pets. I have kids come in my store and they are just fascinated because we let them do whatever they want to do. They want to hold them, we let them hold them. But again, these are not animals, they're pets. Pets just like any other traditional pet, and it means very, very, very much to the people who own these pets. And to deprive these people of pets because of a threat that might exist in the future, I think is disingenuous. So please consider this. They're pets. People love these pets. They just bring joy and happiness to them. And I don't think it's fair to say because we think they might be a threat, we're going to take these pets away from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Jason. Morning, Jason.
Good morning.
As a Floridian and a family-owned company and president of 5D Tropical Fish Farms with 2 locations in Florida, we've been in business over 50 years, importing and raising tropical fish. We employ hundreds of people and bring millions of dollars into the state. I'm very concerned about the future of ornamental fish. The options that are being presented today would keep us from selling a wide variety of fish and being competitive in the national market. If our list of available species were restricted in trade, then our customers throughout the U.S. would be forced to shift their business to other states, California, New York, and Illinois. This would be crippling to our industry that contributes millions of dollars into the Florida economy and supports thousands of dollars. This would put my company and the industry out of business. As a responsible member of the pet trade, I'm not opposed to regulation. We're urging the commissioners to consider an alternative, which is to work with industry to develop a more robust list of conditional species.
That's not me, that's Florida.
That could have invasive potential in the Florida waterways. Ignoring the input from industry experts who have been gathered to help address this issue is not the way to do it. I ask you, save my company, save my industry. Don't put jobs at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. All right, Clay, come on up.
Good morning. First of all, I just want to thank you for hearing us all out. A lot of us fish and reptile people are not public speakers. We're usually a little bit introverted, a little nerdy, but we're passionate and we're trying to be persuasive because we like working with the species that we work with. I'm Clay Emerton. I'm from Tampa. I keep and breed carpet pythons. They're fairly common, medium-sized, beautiful pets with interesting personalities. I'm not a big breeder, but I enjoy showing them, sometimes selling them at shows, mostly for pleasure. I only make it to a few reptile shows a year, and I usually see a lot of peers like me who are responsible and enthusiastic about the care of their reptiles. Also, I see hundreds of kids spending time with their parents. They enjoy looking over a variety of interesting and colorful reptiles. Sometimes after asking a lot of questions, they leave with a new pet, maybe even a child's first pet. Admittedly, not everyone is a snake person. I'm probably the only person of my friends who has snakes. I'm on a 3 a.m. road trip with someone who still refuses to hold one of my snakes. But reptiles make excellent pets, and it's easy to neglect like a new puppy, but to varying degrees, reptiles don't require nearly as much time. They give kids and their parents a more realistic chance to successfully own and care for a pet. A blacklist sounds more realistic to me, but whatever decision is ultimately made about non-native species, I hope it doesn't needlessly create unrealistic interruptions for hobbyists and business owners like me, or significantly reduce options for Florida kids and parents exploring reptile shows, perhaps looking for their very first pet.
Hey, Clay, you did a great job on public speaking.
Thank you. Super nervous.
No worries. Yeah, well done. And this is a judgment-free zone up here, right? You guys, yes, as you said, you're not public speakers. You guys doing great. So, all right, Bob, come on up. You're the next contestant. All right, and then if Joseph, Tommy, Holly, Judy, and Manuel can come up, please.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Bob Potts, Reptile Industry. Many of these reptiles we work with are what we call designer morphs. They are genetic mutations. They are a combination of many things, and none of these animals exist in the wild and any wild populations. These are 100% domesticated, and for over 20 years, keepers and breeders have been allowed to have the albino red-eared slider with no ill effect on the environment. All we are asking is that you keep the same approach to these other animals. These designer morphs are the labradoodles of the pet reptile world. They do not exist in the wild, and we feel FWC has no right to regulate them. They are 100% domesticated animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Joseph, come on up.
Thank you for allowing me here today. First, I'd like to say we've been in business about 50 years. We started importing in the early 70s. And if anything, there's less species being imported in the state than when I started. Lots of species from Thailand, Congo, a lot of countries that no longer export. So I'd say there's less stuff coming in now. And most of this stuff that was going to establish itself has probably already established itself by now. And I'd like you to maybe put off this vote and get a little bit more input into it. And my last thing I'd like to, it's kind of a pet peeve. For about the last 20 years, I've been asking people that I talk to in the Game Commission, why can't I buy a 3-year permit? I fill out the same thing every single year. Seems like you guys would have less work and I could get a permit and wouldn't have to worry about it for 3 years. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joseph. All right, Tommy, welcome.
Thanks. So I'm very thankful to hear that you are reconsidering options. In light of this, I'm adjusting my comments to reflect the tremendous opportunity you have now to do good for our environment and the hobby. I would encourage FWC commissioners to spend time working with the TAG group. Chairman Rodney Barretto, you were blindsided when you got the briefing by the scale and scope of the industry, just as the TAG group was blindsided by the 2 options being proposed earlier today. It's not unorthodox for commissioners to attend TAG meetings and work with industry experts where this has been discussed repeatedly. You have well-meaning, responsible, heavy hitters in the industry that are begging to work with you and create something that will work for the industry and the hobby and the environment. I also want to say that if you're too draconian with this rulemaking, you may risk invasive species introductions far worse than any natural disaster has ever done before. And finally, Armando saved me a lot of time. He is dead on. You mentioned iguanas. Spend time in the WMAs as I do, and you will see that what he says is true. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. Holly, welcome.
It was so encouraging to read that the Commission's proposals regarding the problematic issue of non-native species in Florida is being addressed. We have seen the impact of the python issue, for instance, with the ecologic harm and the millions of dollars that were spent trying to control the consequences. And this was done after the fact. This has been a burden that we should do everything in our power not to repeat. My understanding is that the non-native species problem overall has cost the Florida taxpayers dearly, in addition to the attendant ecologic harm. This translates into significant funds and energy that could have been well spent on some of your other exemplary projects. If the FWC, TAG, and industry can work out a plan to create a list of allowed species that have been fully vetted on objective, scientific, and evidence-based criteria, we will have a good template on which to vet other species not yet on the list. Once implemented, this common sense algorithm could be applied on a rolling basis as new requests are submitted to the FWC. With industry, TAG, and the FWC working together for the good of all, we can look forward to correcting past mistakes and support good business while ensuring the safety of our Florida residents and our native wildlife. You are to be commended for your efforts in tackling this complicated and contentious issue. The reward for all of us will be a workable consensus on this vitally important issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Judy. She may have been one that, all right, Manuel. Good
Thank you,
morning.
Commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. I don't know if you remember me, Mr. Barreto, in a previous commission meeting, I asked you about the pit tagging of small iguanas being shipped out of state. To this day, nothing has been done, and the iguanas keep on multiplying. So I thank you for stepping back on this legislation that you were trying to pass, and both of the options are not feasible. We should be looking at instead of banning us and regulating us out of business, passing regulations on biosecurity, caging, and husbandry of these animals so that they don't get out. And then you don't have to deal with all this other nonsense. Me, myself, I've been in Florida for 52 years. And since I was 8 years old, I was out catching animals and housing them. And over the years, I built cages out of pure metal and made them so that they're 100% effective against escape. As a matter of fact, a lot of my colleagues that are here today have copied the same styles of caging that I have, and they're using them very effectively. So I want you guys to, instead of banning us out of and regulating us out of business, pass good regulations that will help us keep our industries, keep our pets, and take care of the habitat and the Florida animals and stuff. I'm sorry, but I'm not a public speaker.
No,
thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, David. Welcome, David.
Good morning. I am the attorney for the Organization of Professional Aviculturalists, which represents hundreds of professional bird breeders in the state of Florida. These breeders are primarily operate small and medium-sized family businesses that will be negatively impacted by these whitelist regulations. The OPA and its members oppose these proposed regulations because they believe it will kill Florida businesses. But they also believe that it has no significant conservation benefit. Of the thousands of species of birds in U.S. aviculture, most, if not all, are present in Florida and have been for decades. It is not realistic to expect FWC enforcement officers for them to be able to differentiate between these large number of species, which includes many similar looking species, color mutations, which are very popular in the trade, and hybrids thereof. Finally, these regulations are potentially devastating to the conservation actions of breeders of rare and endangered species in the state who require the free movement of specimens within the U.S. and will eliminate the conservation benefits of these actions. For these reasons, the OPA opposes these regulations and encourages the FWC to refocus its effort on reducing habitat loss and eradicating existing invasive species in the state of Florida. And last, as an attorney, I must express my concern that the proposed whitelists are potentially constitutionally infirm under the Commerce Clause, which I do not think this commission has considered. Let's keep Florida the freest state in America. These proposed regulations do not do that. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Mike. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having us and allowing us to speak here today. Glad to see that the proposal is going to be reviewed even more closely. I'm a family-owned business since 1970, third generation fish breeder with Imperial Tropicals. We breed all types of exotic fish, and we are the last ones that want to see these fish released into the wild. We want to see them responsibly kept. In the fish world, the fish keepers are the best conservationists for these fish that come from all over the world. The people that keep them, they're very in tune to nature and the habitat around them, and they want to preserve that. And I'm sure it's the same way with the reptile world and the bird and all the other exotic pets. We care about nature. We don't want it to be negatively affected, but we also want to have the children grow up, instead of just being on iPads, to be exposed to nature. I feel like as human beings that we have lost our connection with nature. And I hope that whatever decision that FWC makes, that they use scientific based evidence that's going to show that, hey, these animals do not need to be kept just by the general public, that there needs to be, criteria to have these specific animals. As far as freshwater fish go, our fish are very fragile. They're not big apex predators. There are some that, as a company, we do not carry some of these big apex predators because they're not fish that are, reasonable to be kept by the average consumer. But we would be more than happy to work with FWC to identify species of concern. And we truly believe a blacklist that hasn't been touched for many, many years would be a much better option. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Valerie, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As a native Floridian and a longtime South Florida resident, I want to applaud the FWC for your efforts to restrict the importation of non-native species into our state. South Florida is overrun with non-native species, and I see them every day. I moved here over 30 years ago, and I didn't notice them then. It seems to me that in the past, the commissions of the past waited until a species was out of control before they did anything to restrict the sale. And that failed strategy just doesn't make any logical sense. Floridians don't need to spend millions of dollars to fix a problem that is totally preventable. The vast majority of Floridians are very aware of this problem and support the idea of preventing animals from coming into our state that could do harm to our ecosystems. It's high time that we take a proactive approach to prevent damage caused by non-native species. So I support wholeheartedly the FWC taking common sense restrictions to stop the sale of these species before they become a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. All right. Is it just Del or is it Del Sol? Oh, Guillermo. Okay. Guillermo, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. We all know the damage that non-native species cause to the environment in South Florida, and the cost the taxpayers incur to repair the damage. So I want to thank the Commission for their proposed rules and their involvement. As a concerned Floridian, I support option 1 and a wide list of allowed species. I believe if a species is not there, the industry can ask for it to be added and be evaluated as per the proposed process. This will allow the FWC to not play catch-up to eradicate invasive species after the fact. The FWC should have the ability and resources to decide which species pose a risk before they arrive here. The idea is not to damage businesses in the wildlife trade industry, but the cost of eradicating invasive species is too high, and one of the WC main responsibilities is to protect our wildlife and our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Guillermo. All right, Rachel, come on up. And then if I could ask Mike, Mark, Debbie, Matthew, Jeff, and who's number 54 on that list? Is that it? All right, the rest of you can make your way to the front, please.
I don't know what time it is, but good morning, good afternoon. I wanted to address a couple of things today, but I think that our sentiments have been pretty thoroughly expressed here from the animal industry. But one thing that I don't think has been touched on a lot is from a conservation breeding facility, is that one of the unique things about Florida is we have the perfect climate to produce a lot of animals that are endangered, and these include animals that are going to be re-released in the wild that contribute to captive breeding populations throughout the country. And given the position of these two proposals, is both of them would severely affect, if not eliminate, our ability to do so. One of the things that I wanted to point out is based on some of the sentiments that were expressed earlier, and that is the ability of staff to handle this type of proposal. It took over 6 months for my renewal of a Class 1 license to be renewed last year. So as it stands, I don't see how an implemented policy such as these proposed would be feasible. One of the other things that you touched on is you said that there was no way for you guys to determine the species of animals coming into the state and the quantities, but it doesn't matter what class they are. Every time we import an animal into the state, we have to submit an import permit, and that also provides the scientific name for the species that we're importing. And I don't understand why this information is not being collected on a numerical position or species base. And also, you said that you wish that we would contribute the animals that we kept. And every time we're inspected, we're required to supply a list of our inventory with numbers. We are accountable for every animal that we had and what we had prior to our inspection the last time. So we are accountable for every animal that's in our possession, has been in our possession. I could actually wrap up, please. Okay. And so, you know, the chance of an animal getting loose and someone not being held responsible is very low. So I hope that if you decide to move forward, that you'll look at a conditional species expansion instead of the 2 proposals.
Thank you. Mike.
How's it going? Thanks for having us today. My name is Mike Lorette. I am representing myself and my business and not my employer. I'm a wildlife biologist. I manage 11,000 acres of land here in South Florida. And we have a lot of tegus and a lot of iguanas. And the numbers have gone up tremendously since they became prohibited. I have the data year after year of these numbers increasing continually, and it's just getting worse. I mean, the numbers that we have this year are way more than what we had last year and way more than the year before. I think when we talk about invasive species, we fail to really think about what that means. For a species to become invasive, you have to have a male and a female, in most cases, be introduced into an area, make it to adulthood, procreate, right, reproduce. That second generation has to grow up, and there's, depending on what species, years and years of this happening for them to become a negatively impactful species. So in my head, it should be less of a focus on what's coming in and rather more of a focus on let's enforce the people that have them here. Let's pay attention to what we have, proper caging. You know, this isn't an issue where little Timmy is losing his pet iguana, right? Because it's mainly malicious mass events or accidental mass events that are making this happen. So I don't think a white list is the answer. Just to kind of turn the page here, as far as permits go, I am operating with 8 permits with the FWC as a law-abiding citizen, doing the same work, actually less than I could have done with 4 permits 2 years ago. It's making my life absolutely extremely difficult to keep up with, to be a law-abiding citizen, and I'm trying my absolute best to do everything I can to do that because my career depends on it, my reputation depends on it.
Mike, if I can actually wrap up, please.
Yes, and then the last thing is for species assessments, there is no governing agency that recognizes species for things like reptiles. So when it comes to assessment, that's going to make things very difficult. Thank you, Mike. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mark. Good morning, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Chairman Brotto, I wanted to thank you again for putting off this vote and taking some more time to think about the effects that all of your decisions are going to have on everybody in this room, on my family, on everybody in this industry. And again, thank you for that. So I'm not a very good public speaker, and this is a little bit more personal for me because I'm not here speaking about myself. I'm here for my son who started a reptile business a few years ago. And this, we were all hoping was going to be his future. He can't be here today. He's actually at school right now in college at UCF. so I'm going to be speaking on his behalf. So I do love Florida. I'm native, I'm third generation. I fish, I hunt, I hike, and I enjoy the Florida outdoors. I do own several businesses, and I'm fortunate to have a lot of different kinds of experiences. I'm one of the 12 licensed iguana and tegu hunters that you guys all referred to earlier. I'm a former South Florida Water Management District python contractor. I've also had the experience of working on a few occasions with ESISMA and FWC at the non-native fish roundups. But I'll tell you, the most difficult thing that I've ever tried to do in my entire life has been to be in this kind of business, to be in the reptile business. I'm good law-abiding licensed and responsible, but yet I feel that I'm closer to ending up in court or in jail than I ever have been any time in my life, all because of the kind of regulations that we're talking about today. It doesn't feel good to me at all. I've seen the change in Florida's ecosystems like all of you. Mostly I attribute it to the overpopulation, habitat destruction, and pollution. And many, let me see here. But I also feel that many of the non-natives we have here weren't released pets. In my opinion, they could have just as easily come on cargo ships. They could have come in cargo containers, and they were not necessarily released pets. So you guys are essentially trying to hold me and my industry responsible for something that in some cases we had nothing to do with. I don't support options 1 and 2, and I really would like to see a blacklist.
Thank you. Again, to be fair to everybody, you really need to keep your comments to 2 minutes, please. Debbie, welcome.
Hi, I'm here also representing my son who's 19 and away at college. I'm actually terrified of snakes, but I love my son. So I sacrifice. He's been building his business since he was 8 when his first pair of geckos had a baby. He's built a big enough business that we now help him travel to reptile shows with most of these other people here. They are good, hardworking people. Sorry, I'm not good at this either. Most Saturdays they travel to a show at 7 a.m. They schlep their animals and goods out of their cars to set up. And on Sundays at 4, they pack it all up and take it home again. Some sleep in their cars or campers. This is their life and full-time business. My son is lucky because we still don't charge him rent and I still like to feed him. But you are threatening his future. You say you don't want to destroy businesses, but that's exactly what's happening. I hope, as you say, you really take this into consideration as you make further decisions. I begged my son to continue going to school and get a degree as a backup, or maybe he'll have to move out of Florida to continue his business like many others already have. Thank you for taking the time to let us speak today.
Thank you, Debbie. All right, Matthew.
I brought props.
I hope you're not expecting me to read that.
That's for before lunch.
That's a big book. Matthew.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Matt Mills, and I am the president of the Space Coast Aquarium Society based in Brevard County. I'm here today to discuss the proposed rules from an intermediate and advanced hobbyist perspective. Space Coast Aquarium Society is a nonprofit organization that was founded almost exactly a year ago, with a stated mission to help educate hobbyists about the proper care and housing of fish and other aquatic animals. We also support local fish rescues that house either temporarily or permanently species that local hobbyists or people in the community cannot keep. When I got into the hobby as a teenager 30-ish years ago, I spent my free time poring over trade magazines and books like this to learn everything I could about aquarium fish, what species I could keep, and memorizing scientific names. I was a real popular kid. I also worked in pet stores to try to spread my newfound knowledge and continue to learn and be exposed to the hobby. But even now, 30 years into the hobby, there is no possible way that I could identify and name even half of the fish in this book that is comprised of 7,000 species. With an estimated 14,000 plus fish species in the trade in Florida, I'm not sure it's reasonable to ask FWC agents to do that either. And that's only for fish. This doesn't account for reptiles, birds, invertebrate snakes, or other animals that the FWC is charged with regulating. It's simply not manageable. I'm running out of time, so In my opinion, a blacklist approach makes far more sense. Industry, hobby, and FWC could work together to determine what species have potential to negatively affect the environment and ensure that those who violate the blacklist are appropriately addressed. A blacklist approach would also reduce the potential for misidentified species. Please consider giving the technical assistance group more time to work to come to a resolution that is palatable to all stakeholders
Thank
and
you, Matt.
manageable for the FWC staff.
Thank you. Jeff, you're our last speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Turner. I've been here in Florida my entire life. Grandfather came here in 1923 down to Miami. I'm a tag member for Marine Life, and the state of Florida is in a very unique position. We've been working, the aquarium industry has been working with FDACs for many years with the culture of freshwater and marine ornamentals, from fish to invertebrates to corals to plants, everything in between. We have a great relationship, and the state of Florida is the #1 producer of ornamental fish and the species I said in this hemisphere, supplying the largest market in the world for pets that basically live in aquariums. The reptile side I'm not at expertise at, but I really appreciate the idea of working forward with the new colonel. And I'd like to offer the blue ring octopus, the box jellyfish from Australia, and the crown of thorn starfish as the first marine ornamentals we should also ban immediately from commerce in the state of Florida. Thank you very much.
Jeff, thank you. And that concludes our speakers on this topic, Mr. Chair.
You know, it's funny, the last speaker summed it all up. He gave us 3 things that we should ban from coming into Florida. That's the whole point. You know, so we last 4 hours of testimony, and then the last speaker made the point. It's perfect. So we discussed the item already. I think we've given staff the direction in which way to go. The colonel's got his marching orders. So unless anybody else has anything else to say, the vice chair. Yep.
So thank you to the stakeholders for one. You are the good guys, right? You are the people that are doing it right. Okay. You're putting yourselves out there. I'd ask you, okay, because our fear, honestly, is the bad actors, right? They're not here. And how can you help us identify those bad actors, right? And, you know, does it sound like squealing on your friend? Perhaps, but it's those bad actors that require us to take action. And no, we don't want it to be draconian, but action does need to be taken. And so if you can help us, help our law enforcement take some of these bad actors out, you know, we're not here to kill your livelihood, not in the least. So I know this is going to come back, but that was just one message that I kind of wanted to get out. And again, thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Colonel, you good? All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item. Proposed rule, the Weeki-Wachee River Springs Protection Zone. Captain Rachel Bryant. Captain, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Barretto, Commissioners, Dr. Eason. I'm Captain Rachel Bryant. I work in the Division of Law Enforcement's Boating and Waterway section. Today, we are bringing staff recommendation to you for consideration.
Alrighty. So they're talking about boating regs, so we can do some spin to wins because we have gotten the rookie numbers up. Jana, are you available? You're muted.
Oh, okay. Yay, let's do some spin to wins.
All right, just talk to the chat. If anybody wants to get some stuff in, we'll do some now. A bunch, probably, because we got a bunch of stuff in. I'm still tabulating.
Hey, don't talk over Jessica. Sorry. Do you want me to mute myself more?
You could just like talk about what your kids are doing today or something. I don't know.
Okay. What are you doing today at school? Are you doing more? Oh, did you just knock down my green screen?
That's fine. Don't look at the man behind the curtain.
Yeah.
I'll block it.
Are you doing your testing?
Yeah, I hate it.
What testing? What's it called? For state testing.
SBAC. And even the pig.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that enlightening pause and delay. Okay, what are you doing at school today?
Nothing.
Nothing? What color song are you learning right now? Is it still purple?
Purple. Purple.
You want to sing purple song?
P-U-I-P-L-E. Purple. Purple.
That's pretty good.
P-L-E. Purple. Purple.
Donate to USARK or children won't sing anymore. It's okay? What the heck?
P-U-R-P-L-E. Purple's what that spells. Good job.
All right. People are asking how to do it, and people are responding. So you send to USARK Florida or USARK National
Just the pen.
some amount of money in $10 increments, and for every $10 you get one entry. We have almost $1,000, so I'll spin it here since we have they're talking about boating regs or whatever a couple times. We'll get some prizes out, but the idea is to encourage. I'll restrict spending again until I get more money out of you, right? I'm gonna milk you for all you're worth, like a cow. And if people are like, I really want that print, we could put the print up as a straight up auction right now, since there's 74 of you here, and see if you want to fight over it. Or I could throw everything in the spend to win. But if people are wanting to do donos right now to get in before the first round of spinning, please do that. Now Jana's muted.
Sorry, I didn't think you guys needed to hear me shouting at my child. So
yeah, don't do that. All right, let me type some more because I think I'm getting donos now.
He also handed me a hog nose, so now my hands are busy. But look how cute she is.
You just yelled at me for showing her.
Well, now I'm holding her and I have nothing else to do. Why don't you swap with me so I can put the green screen back up?
Okay, I want to be famous.
Okay, so like she said, donate directly to USARK or USARK Florida. Screenshot to myself, ASM Rail Tales, or to Jessica at HRP Instagram. It's Hold Back Rack Podcast with underscores between the words. And then are we going to do a drawing in the next?
We're going to do one right now unless somebody wants to get in the.
Okay, where's the pen?
Get in. Yes, we're gonna do a couple just to get people's palate wet. Get them ready. I don't know how long I thought the boating stuff was finished, but apparently it wasn't. So we're gonna have fun while we wait. Let's do this. The current total has changed. So if anybody wants to get in some spin to win entries now, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just start spinning a couple things, like two little things and maybe a snake. Current.
Not time for snakes, guys. Feel free to mute me at any time. I will not take it personally. Hey, did you brush your teeth? Go brush your teeth, please.
All right, talk to them about something, Jana, because I'm just extremely distracted.
Okay.
I can't narrate anything, and you're distracted too.
And I don't know why.
We need a third person. Somebody jump on and tell us stories about your pets.
Yes. Who wants to join the Hold Back Rack Live? I will shoot you a...
Me.
No, you already are, and you're being very disruptive. We'll shoot you an invite.
Wait, show me kitties. Which one?
I'm just yelling at my kids to brush their teeth, make sure their lunches are packed.
What
dog-
time do you have to leave for?
About 8:30, 8:40.
I don't know.
I'll get back
What is
about
that in Eastern time?
Eastern time, that is 11:40.
2, 3, 4, 5. I'm doing the like injuries. So they should be on lunch at that point. You know, I might just put up a gambling kitten video and go eat lunch myself.
Did you make your lunch? Okay, let me see it. Because I bet you forgot some food groups.
My lunch is not lunch.
Yeah, we can argue about your lunch later. So no takers.
Here's the dog collar look or sex toy. I don't know.
Sex collar. Sorry,
Mhm.
kids. My kids are looking at me like they're traumatized.
Kids
You,
say
she said you could custom it for the dog with color, beads, or whatever, and the size. So if you have a little dog,
kids say it all the
or a
time.
big dog, or a horse, or a girlfriend, whatever. So that was cool.
Before school. I don't care. You know that there's no TV before school.
Uh-oh, TV time.
You could get sent to your room. Okay, stop it right now. Let me see your lunch, please. Okay, so let's do the first spin to win, Jessica.
Is nobody donating currently? Okay. Let me double check.
Hang on, let me double check. Okay, Mel just added $40 more.
All right, I got that one.
That's all I have.
Okay, we'll do some.
Give me your lunch. Come on, let's see it. Okay, if there's just juice in your lunch, then we're gonna have to try again.
Are you sure?
Juice is a complete meal.
Mom, I got it right.
I mean, Mom. Yeah, that's what she said. We just recently got a TV, so they think they can watch it 24 hours a day. We didn't have a TV in our house for a year. We do have tablets and laptops and all
It's not
kinds
the
of
same
things.
thing.
Listen, you need a fruit and a vegetable and a protein.
Yeah, mine is a juice, a bar, and some chips.
Yeah, that's not a complete, but at least you have a protein. Can you please go get
The
fruit and
current high amount is $8.45. The total donated, which is a lot. Good.
Heretic wants to know if they're on this spin to win.
Nope.
Said that they sent you a screenshot.
Man, let me check. Jana, you talk to them about something.
Also, Thomas Van Ostrand sent $30.
I lost my Instagram.
Oh, Darlene, yeah, they like to play on. Want to think that they should be able to play on their tablets, but they've never been allowed to before school unless I'm like sick and dying.
You guys are my best friends. You understand.
She didn't say that
I'm
she lets
talking
her
about
kids.
These people.
Oh, okay. You need a fruit and a vegetable, my darling.
Sorry. We need like loading music or something.
Nothing else when I want.
I do have more donuts, so I can't do the spin to win yet. I have
know.
more, even more donuts. So, all right. Who wants to come on and talk while we do this part? Because it's sort of like a dead
Yeah,
air.
seriously, any of the 75 people here, I know one of you wants to be seen on HRP Live.
Hell yeah.
Or my child can entertain you with her woes of 10-year-oldness and what a terrible, horrible mother I am because I don't give her electronics. Get the dog out of the basket, please.
She yells at us using the F word.
Oh, man. Call CPS.
Call 911.
I don't have any more.
Who was it? Heretic? Who did you just tell me? I have one from Jennifer.
I said Thomas Dale
Jennifer.
Ostrand.
Are they just sending them to you and not me at all now?
It was from 8:08 a.m. $30. Show me kitty says you'll thank me later when you're an adult.
What? Do I have stinky coffee breath?
Was that their IG handle?
Sorry, Low Life Exotics.
Okay, I don't have that at all.
Someone said everybody jump on.
Jamie.
They're talking about people in the comments.
I don't care. But... Come on, Sarah. Come.
Low Life Exotics. I'm just gonna trust you. I don't need a copy. Did how much?
30.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'll send you a copy just for later verification.
With the ropes on her.
Sorry, we're a cluster, but that's okay. Everybody go get snacks, breaks. The real crazy stuff will happen. In the open comments.
Puppy. No one can see the dog. Because your big hat.
All right. Powerhouse has kindly added a 1-year USARK or USARK Florida membership to his t-shirt donation. So you can get so you can get an extra membership for like your partner or your kid or whatever, even if you already have one. Thanks to Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. All right, I think I have a bunch. If I missed you, we'll get you in the next time. One moment, please. Hold for confusion. It's copying and pasting more entries. What do you want to do first, Jana? Do you want to do something little like a t-shirt pack?
Yeah.
Okay, or do you want to go crazy?
Oh, let's do something big to start, and then we'll do t-shirts.
Okay.
Hey, how about you guys take your puppy outside?
I'm playing with her.
Okay.
All right, what's the big thing you want?
Hang on, I buried the link. I don't even know what we have going.
I can send you the link again.
No, it's okay. I just forgot that it was in Hair Hollow. So now you're like 50 down because everybody's been sending me stuff.
Yeah, we want juice and tablets.
Why don't we do one of
I'm floating.
We should do a snake. I think that seems fun.
What?
Want to do a snake?
Yeah, do a snake and then do a print because those are badass.
Look, I'm floating, guys.
Okay. Do you think we could get away with auctioning the prints, or should we just do all spin to wins?
Well,
am I like overcomplicating things because I'm stupid?
Isn't it already at like 800?
Yeah.
So a bunch of
pretty
that
good.
stuff is like at like $100. So we've like made what it's worth, if that makes sense.
Okay. I mean, some of the new snakes have made it more, like the banana double head G-stripe clown, adult male.
What?
So that's more.
Okay, stop.
So we need more. So USARK needs more
You guys
money.
are gonna get in freaking trouble and have to sit in timeout. Okay,
All right, let's do
timeout on live TV.
I'm 11.
You're not 11. Go. Right
to
now.
the female het desert ghost. Mine. So from me, donated by Jared, forward motion, who won it, but I'm sending it. And I can send it. She just ate, so I can send her Monday or Wednesday, or you can wait until next week or whatever. Or you can skip if you don't want what you win, or you can just put it back in and the prize pool keeps moving on if you're waiting for something specific. Or you could donate more to like incentivize your ability to win instead. All right.
I sent the hooligans outside.
This one is for the female ball python het, 100% het desert ghost. All right. If you want more entries because you're trying to get BC Balls sweet prize or that banana double edged crime, send USARK Florida money or USARK. Send me a screenshot or Jana. We'll figure it out. Ready? Here we go. Grand prize. Not really grand prize.
After this, I have some more I'm sending you.
Okay. We'll add them as we go. So incentivize it. Whoa!
Great family steaks!
Yay!
Woo!
Or do you want to pass it to someone else?
If they're here. If you're
If
not
they're
here, you can't pass and it will be yours. So we're keeping a list,
But
right?
you can pass later. Like if you come in 2 hours from now and find out you won and you're like, I want to put it back in the pool. I don't know how long we're going to do this. But this one will be like removed from it doesn't remove all instances, but it removes the one instance. Okay. So let's write that down. Congratulations. Janice, sending me more donos.
That's correct.
I will add those donos before I spin it again.
There should be 4 pictures with 2 different people's
Excellent.
donations.
Thank you. I will add those now.
Puppers.
All right, I got Jamie already because she had messaged me too. So that's okay. Unless it's a new one. I didn't get Holly. Holly's donated 20 doll hairs. Thank you everyone who's donating and like isn't winning or whatever, or just wants to donate or is excited because we appreciate your interest.
Blackjack suggests that we cut off the donations now and do some spin to wins and then do another update in 30 minutes.
Right. That's how we were going to do it. But I didn't know if people were like lagging because they were in
These are
either of
literally
our chats.
like 5 minutes ago, but they're just now uploading because I'm live and I'm not hard lined in because I'm not in my room. Chuck a puppy at my kids. So next spin to win, are we doing the print? One of the 2?
Sure. They're so nice. You all better appreciate them. Hand printed. Retail value $100. Okay. So don't just like throw it on your table. You need to frame it. You need to put it in your bathroom. You need to look at it.
I'll put it in my snake room.
There's like a bit of a delay, but I'm also hardwired in. I think it's a stupid spin to win site. It's like slow AF. All right, so let's do the print. We'll do the Emerald Tree Bro print. I just picked one. How does that sound, Jana?
That sounds great.
Okay, this is for the Emerald Tree Broa print from Morelia Mafia, Jacob Crook. He teaches like printmaking at the college level, so he is an expert. So it is a perfect, beautiful print. We showed it earlier, but I'll show it again. And he did donate 2 of them. So if you like it and you missed, you can come back later. So they're not very big, but they're like really cool. And then they're a bigger piece of paper around it. And so it's what did I say? 7 by 11. So this is the die itself, but there's more when it's done, printed, there's more paper. Doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank God. All right, let's do it. And if you want to donate and not be in the spin to win, then just tell us that too. And we'll just add you to the running total, but we'll just not. But I think most people like the sort of fun aspect. Here we go. This is for the ETB print, not the rock python print. Son of a gray family snake did it again.
Are you rigging it?
They donated a lot of money.
I didn't see theirs because I sent it to you, but okay.
Congratulations.
Oh, they did donate a lot of money.
If you just donate a lot of money, just the statistics go good. Hopefully they like Emerald Tree Boa skull prints. I guess they're not here now to comment.
Okay, so are we adding them to the winners? Oh, you are. Look at you.
Yeah.
Do it all.
I'm trying to be coherent. It's difficult.
Okay, so do we want to do a HRP t-shirt?
Sure. If
so the HRP t-shirts, we have some t-shirts that we're going to be spinning to win, and we also have like a 3-pack that is Jessica's logo, my logo, and the HRP logo, so 3 total t-shirts. Those you will connect with me, or I'll connect with you, and I will be drop shipping them from Vistaprint.
So they can pick their own sizes.
Correct.
Because of that. There's not a specific size.
So this first one is just the HRP t-shirt.
Just that shirt. What do we do if Gray Family Snakes already won?
If they get the shirts, then we won't remove them. We'll just respin because they have shirts.
Right, that's what I mean. Are you ready, everybody?
It's not.
It could be them again. Sorry. Yay! Somebody new. Blackjack Reptiles won a shirt.
Yeah, so Blackjack's obviously either later tonight or tomorrow I will message you, or you can message me with your mailing address and your shirt size.
All right.
So when is the FWC coming back for important stuff? That was a question.
I did shuffle the board. That was a good tip. Python Patrol. But I don't think it matters because it's a randomizer anyway, but if that makes people feel good, whatever. All right, let's go look and see what they're doing over there.
Okay, I'm gonna toss my dog outside with the kids.
From the FWC's currently proposed protection zones 5, 6, and 7. The photo at the bottom of the page and on the right shows the lack of vegetation and eroding shorelines from the repeated vessel grounding. If you will turn to page 4, this is a photo taken just downstream of proposed point bar 10. This is
Pretty
not
boring.
in a
It's about
proposed zone either.
boats.
I'll let the vessels grounded
But
against the shoreline, stacked
give
on
Jana
top
a
of
break.
one another and across the shoreline speak for itself. Finally, if you'll turn to page 5, this photo was taken from the river looking north down a canal where multiple vessels are grounded and docked against the shoreline. This is across from where point bar 9 is, according to the FWC map. If you look at the photo at the bottom of the page and take notice of the base of the tree, is it normal for the tree root system to be hanging over the water and the shoreline around the tree to be missing? Please do what's right and reconsider Hernando County's original request. Doing so will be an effective management decision in protecting a state taxpayer-funded restoration of the river. Thank you.
Thank you. George. George, come on up.
All right. Gray Family Snakes put their poster back in. So we're going to re-spin for that. Maybe now. Maybe later. Maybe when Jana gets back. Thank you, Gray Family Snakes. 1 second while I figure out which tab to open. All right, I'll turn it back on so you can listen to them complaining about
I've lost
voting.
at least 20 feet of shoreline at one spot on my property. And it's not just the point bars. I'll admit that that's where most of the action is, but the overflow hits all stretches of the river. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that if you ban this activity on the point bars, you're just going to move the party upstream or downstream and continue the damage. So this isn't a moment for compromise. I urge you to direct your staff to fix the ordinance, put it back like we had it. Thank you.
Thank you. Noel.
Or do we need to be watching them talk about eroding shorelines?
I'm Noel Cleveland, and I'm representing the Sierra Club, the oldest and largest environmental group in the country.
All right, you weren't here and I was doing something.
Sierra Club has actively...
So something to happen.
Okay, are we respinning for the print?
Yeah, sure. Great Family Mistakes might win again. So,
But they're passing on it.
yeah. So we'll just keep, I'll probably even leave their entries in there and just, because they've already skipped it once.
Yeah.
And then just keep spinning until we get somebody else.
Click to spin or press to circle.
All right, should we click it?
Yep, go for it.
I was wanting her to say it like, do it. Like
Oh,
it's
so
an
do it.
interactive video.
Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
You may have to tell her to stop.
Whoa!
Snap reptiles.
If Blackjack, if you're still here, if you want it, then it's yours. If you don't want it, we could add it back in. But I want it. Me.
I want it. I need to go. I need to go donate so I can be in this spin to win.
Yeah, you can. I
Yeah,
might.
Haven't
I
done
might.
it. Okay, off me. You can sit in the chair. You just can't lean your whole body on me. Thank you. Blackjack, you won the print. Is it the Green Tree Python skull?
Yeah, the Green Tree Python skull from Morelia Mafia, and they're comping shipping. So you would message them, and they'll just print it to you. They're already printed. Do you want to do another one? I do want more donos. Come on, people.
I just got one for you. I'm sending it to you.
Okay. Thank you, Blackjack, for donating to USARK Florida.
You entering your money?
No, sweetie, I'm sending Miss Jessica the people who are entering.
Okay.
All right, Kara Shea. All right. I do have some donos too. Let's listen to them talk about boats because we're both distracted.
Okay, well, if you're looking into it, I can talk.
Paddle recreation.
Okay, then you
use on the
talk.
River. I've paddled.
Also, if any of the 75 viewers wants to jump on and help us not be so boring, that would be cool too. I can shoot you a DM of our invite to StreamYard. How come you brought her in? She's only been outside for 2 minutes. Okay, but she needs to be out there till she poops.
So Kara Shea donated 20 and donated one of her spots to Darlene. So that's very nice. Very very donation-y. Double donation. So that's cool.
Donation-y.
You win $100?
Why don't you show your dog? You're just teasing us with like rumors of dogs in the background. You know, like let the dog go pee, whatever.
Let's not poop. Yeah. Just teasing. Can you
Throw
grab
it over.
Sit. Sit. This is gonna
Then
be yes. One. Mommy, he's just being silent.
Anyway, so yes, I have a dog. I think she's been on here before. Her name is Pandora's Box, but we call her Dory, like from Nemo. And
I call her Bean.
you call her Bean. Can you pick her up and bring her here, please?
I'm trying. Jesus. Pause section.
So I just gave her first haircut, and you guys can all laugh at me because I've never given a dog haircut before, and so she looks a little funny. Oh, okay. 10-year-old in the lap. Cool. Okay. Sorry, but you probably don't both fit in the screen. Okay.
you could.
Wow, she looks like a magic dog.
Why is she like that?
Because you know how she's called a blue merle?
Yeah.
Blue is like on the spectrum of green, and so sometimes the screen reads it as green. Blue screens also work as green screens.
She has green. She has blue on her.
Still a very
Python Patrol donated 20. Thank you, Python Patrol.
What?
I'm just like reading the donations out loud. I want a dog.
You didn't find your dog ever, did you?
Nope.
Okay,
Probably dead.
full name, Mom.
That's really sad. I'm sorry.
Mom, can I say Pandora's full name?
Sure. Go ahead.
Pandora Felicia King.
Jennifer donated another $20. Thank you, Jennifer. We'd love it.
She looks
That's
like Benji.
two
from-
more entries. Maybe you will snipe the next
If Jana
print.
can fit any more humans and animals into her lap.
I'll go get Pancake.
Come on. Come on. Climb. You gotta climb. I can't pull you. We have one arm.
Emma donated. Oh, Emma, you sent me a disappearing message, which I can't open on desktop.
So you can either send it to me and I can screenshot it to her, or you can try again with the not disappearing message.
Yeah, it just the desktop application doesn't support some of the more fun features of Instagram.
Brian, I'm going to send you an invite, okay?
Yeah, whoever wants to come on, because we're right now, I think they're still talking about boats. Let's check in on them. How are them boats doing?
There's a dog and Ari.
It looks like all the crowd in the back left because it was all the reptile.
Okay, so the state park rule already prohibits anchoring and mooring by the state.
Yeah, still talking about boats.
Dog. From in the podcast.
The current total is $1,005. We broke $1,000.
I want to know your screen name.
ASM Royal Tails, all one word.
There. It's right there.
Yeah. Oh, good job. It's hard to figure out, huh?
You gotta move this way if you want to
ASM,
move
the
this
letters,
way.
which is ASM.
She's crazy. Don't touch my head.
All right, since we hit 1,000, we gotta spend some more because I feel like that's like a milestone.
Yeah, totally.
You want the goldfish? Thank you, darling. Peppers, do you want a goldfish?
Do we want to do the 3-pack of t-shirts, or you want to do
A
something else?
puppy can have a
This
goldfish.
is snakes.
Let's
I
do
think.
snake. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I want to spin.
All right, back over here.
Oh, you can. It's on Miss Jessica's computer.
You can spin it with your mind.
Morning, Brian.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, how are you feeling post post that first hour?
Well, I mean, it's better than it could have been. I had a good friend that was there, kind of giving me the play-by-play. He was telling me things like the keep having notifications come up. The FWC officers were following people around. At one point, apparently, Daniel left the meeting, and a undercover FWC officer followed him to his car and asked him what he was doing and why he left the meeting. Yesterday he didn't seem as positive about things as he did
Right.
today. Today when he left and was like, I saw today as a win. I thought they didn't let him speak. He chose not to speak because what he had to say was basically, everyone was under the assumption they were going to vote on option 1 or option 2 today. And the fact they kicked that ball down the field is probably a good sign that, maybe they're listening. As of last night, I said this in comments earlier, and this is kind of TVMA, so I'll keep it a little bit as mild as I can, but said that they could only come up with 2 things: that either, a snake breeder had relations with Barretto's wife, or that it was a land grab because of how much land is owned by people in Florida. Those are the only 2 things that make sense why they would do something like a whitelist. And I think people in other states don't understand largely what that means. Darian from Morph Market has sent some pretty compelling data to USARK Florida. And I don't remember the percentages. I'm pulling this out of my ass. He asked how to get on here. I sent him the link, so he may be in the comments and just not commenting. I don't know, but it was something like 11% of all Morph Market users are in the state of Florida. 13 or 14% of the total sales.
Darian could come on and say that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it was like 14% of all the sales since 2020 were in the state of Florida, representing over 2,500 species, $35 million in total revenue. Or it was 35,000 snakes, $18 million in total revenue since the first of 2020. And not only that, the impact of a whitelist, especially option 2, would lead to a complete and utter flooding of the market with people in Florida either having to move or dump their animals. So, it's a scary thing for everybody. And just like they say at every NARBC show and every USARK auction, Potter always says, Florida's where the fight is. If Florida falls, our entire industry could crumble. Just simply because a lot of states look to Florida. Look at how many non-common sense regulations there are in other states. I mean, ASFs are illegal in Kentucky, for God's sake. They couldn't survive a winter. You got the Carolinas banning tegus, where, arguably they could maybe survive, but they certainly wouldn't thrive as cold as it gets there. It just doesn't make sense to me. Have
you ever looked at Maine's whitelist laws? They're really funny. They're very random. What is allowed in Maine?
Canada tried to pass basically was like, there was a province in Canada trying to pass like a king snake and a garter snake were the only 2 things you could have. And, this is where, I don't know if you know June from Ballistic Pythons, but this is where he lives. Like he was looking at having to move. Now, thankfully,
it was like a constrictor ban.
Yeah, they
Isn't that what it was? Is it like anything that
much
coils around anything, no matter how big it is?
Exactly. It just doesn't make sense. I've said this on a couple other podcasts I was on, but I remember in the 1970s, I'm older than most people on here and probably most people in the chat, but I've had an interest in reptiles since I think it was innate. I think it was something I was born with because, even as a child, before I could do anything else, I was flipping logs and trying to catch critters and stuff. And, my parents bought me a book called the Golden Book series. And it was, it was all about, there was one on birds, there was one on, reptiles, mammals, that kind of stuff. And the one on iguanas, this was probably 1978, 1979, but the one on iguanas showed them having a natural range in the state of Florida. And then that book was, 40 years old, 45 years old, and now all of a sudden it's a problem because all the Karens and the HOAs don't want their tulips dug up. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it. And then Barretto, I didn't even know this, and I don't know how many people know this, that at one point he bought some submerged land. I mean, you know about this probably.
Yeah.
But
You
he
can
bought
retell
some,
the story for like the people in the
well,
chat who
well,
maybe
I'm
don't know.
retelling a story that was told to me last night, so I apologize if I get it a little bit off, and you can correct me. But apparently, he bought some submerged land that he had planned to develop, and through the time frame of not developing the land, he decided to sell the land back to the state of Florida through the conservation fund, and he sold it back for 1,000 times more than what he paid for the land. And lawyers and everyone looked at it and determined he did not do anything illegal. The fact that that's not illegal, and they're talking about deciding which fish you can have in your tank and which animal you can have in your enclosure, is just, it's beyond ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. It feels like it's like a bait and switch. Like, obviously, it's easy to make fun of scary fringe pets, but with like the real, but like that's an easy scapegoat for literally everything else Florida really wants to do, which is like pollute it, turn it into a golf course, and then and then fill in every swamp so that it is a subdivision of old piece of land, even though it'll all be underwater in the next king tide anyway. So like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. That's not what freedom is.
Do you want me to pull myself out of the feed if I'm going to run them to school, or do you want me just to leave it running with my background?
Can you glue your dog to your green screen?
I cannot.
All right. Can you point your camera at your dog in the kennel?
She comes with us.
Fuck, you're not helpful at all. All right. Yeah, you can leave if you want and just come back.
Okay.
If I could get my little dog to wake up, I'd bring him up here. Wait a minute, this is probably better. Like
there you go.
Well, I had it propped up against my computer. I'm kind of in an unprepared, weird type. Now you can look up my nose, but at least it's
we're all
better.
feeling unprepared and weird.
Well, this is where I sit all day. I mean, if you saw in front of me, I've got 3 computer screens. This is what I do, outside of the reptiles, is I do the digital marketing and website management for an automotive group. So I handle all the e-commerce leads, the inventory feed, make sure, everything's, nothing's broken. And, I don't know, I probably work an hour and a half a day, so it's not too bad. The rest of it I spend taking care of animals. I'm pushing some stuff forward till tomorrow because I've got to go into work physically for the first time in almost 2 years for a meeting with some digital people. And then tonight's my son's band concert. He's a senior graduating this year. So I'm gonna brag on him. He got his Eagle Scout 2 nights ago.
Yay.
And
good job, son.
He got into the Haslam School of Business at UT and will be playing trumpet in the Pride of the Southland marching band. So lots of cool, fun stuff coming up for us.
What are your thoughts on the new Tennessee USARK alert that it requires the pit tagging of all native? The potential requirement to pit tag all native kept animals.
I'm going to be 100% honest and say that you saying that's the first I've heard of that. And I get USARK alerts. I'm a member of both USARK and USARK Florida. I haven't seen that, so I don't. The pit tagging of all native
stuff that you keep under that like conditional permit to keep natives. Because remember they used to be all banned, and then it was like you can have some, but you have to do stuff.
And then for a while they classified indigenous by genus too. So like a Mexican black king snake, everything Lamprepeltis, everything Elafe was considered an indigenous species. And that's one of the reasons I got out of colubrids. It wasn't the fact of the permit. It's not that hard to get and it's not that expensive. It's the what I would consider an unconstitutional search. It's the fact that they can show up at your door and knock on it. And since most of our facilities are our home, and I don't have a separate detached facility, I would have to allow, TWRA is what we call it here, Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, to, basically knock on my door and come in my house at any time that they want. And at that
it's the
point,
same way here. If you want to keep natives, like you can, but then you give up control of whatever, just to keep
Yeah,
a hog
'cause
nose. And I like
what-
hog nose, but
Are you're in what, Georgia or Louisiana?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Okay, so you're in the Midwest. Well, and the thing, like, they changed that. So I've got a group of Western hognose that don't require a permit. I checked with the TWRA and everything, so they don't consider those native anymore, and they're both heterodon, just like the Eastern is. So, and they are native. So I think they've gotten away from that a little bit. So I don't know really the
yeah, that's
scope of.
good. Hopefully they never do
Yeah,
that again. But I just
I don't know the scope of what they would consider native. As long as the scope of what they would consider native are the species that actually do occur in the state of Tennessee. The only commonly traded snake in the pet trade that would affect probably would be your favorite, the corn snakes. I mean, that they're here, and I don't know. I mean, what purpose would that serve to pit tag a snake that naturally occurs here anyway?
They would just want to see if somebody wild caught. They're like trying to wash wild caught into their. I don't know what the delay is, but ignore the delay. Trying to wash their wild caught animals into their captive stock and pretend it was born or something. But you could pit tag something wild caught too and just pretend it wasn't.
It's not
but
like it's that hard to do. I mean,
right? But that's what they're trying to do. Is if you pit tag everything you own at the size it can be pit tagged, you can't go poach an adult female out of the wild and pretend you had it all along anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how effective it would be. I mean, Tennessee has some. I mean, it has the good and the bad. I mean, the great thing about Tennessee, and I love living here, is because of they tend to not regulate things to death unless it's really hardcore right wing agenda, and I won't get into that. But as far as like the animals go, they tend to kind of leave that alone as long as you're being responsible and not, being a danger to society and that sort of thing. But no, I didn't know about that. And I honestly don't know how I feel about it. I mean, less regulation is good, so I see the benefit in some regulation. I mean, I'm not against regulating venomous. I'm not against regulating large constrictors. I'm not against some regulation. It's just like as a gun owner, I'm not against some gun regulation that makes sense, I mean, but, like, don't just make a law to make a law to appease the animal rights groups or whoever it is pushing behind that law, because I can almost guarantee no one in the government in the state of Tennessee came up with that idea. They still list poisonous, like the law still reads. If you read Tennessee Code Annotated, the actual part about keeping class 1, class 2, class 3 wildlife, it says no poisonous snake or lizard may be kept in the state of Tennessee. So theoretically, by their definition, the only thing illegal is poison dart frogs and the one snake that the name eludes me that is actually poisonous, and has a poison on the outside of its skin, because they're venomous. And I know that may be semantics to a lot of people, but that's the way it's written in the law. I mean, that kind of shows their lack of knowledge of even terminology.
Well, you don't need to have knowledge to write laws. I think
No, you need a pen and enough people to vote for you, right?
Yeah. All right. Do you want to do a spin to win with me right now? All right. Let's see. I think the last person I got in was Emma. What do you think we should do? Should we do yours since you're here? Or do you want to hold off
if you
the
want
pot
to?
gets bigger?
It's totally up to you. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing the pot get a little bit bigger, but
I want the pot to get bigger.
Yeah, where is it at now?
We are at 1,015.
Nice. Okay, so broke 4 figures. That's guys, every little bit helps. And I would invite everyone here to go to USARK's website and pull up their financials. And if you want to get sick at your stomach, look at how much donation USARK took in 2020, 2021. I believe 2022 report was the first time they had broke 7 figures in 1 year.
Right, which is crazy.
I mean, I think 2020 and 21 was around $500,000. I mean, you can't lobby one law in one state effectively for that. I mean, that's just, it's just not enough. I mean, if you saw a side by side comparison with the NRA, it would be like putting a decay snake next to an anaconda. I mean, it's you just
Right.
there's no comparison.
Yeah, I mean we're small, but we're scrappy. But we could be scrappier.
Oh yeah,
I think
well
if we could fit ourselves with more teeth.
Oh, I agree, and I was very impressed with the auction results at Tinley this year. I mean, I believe it was a 6-figure auction. I believe it set a record. I know I spent a little bit more than my wife would have liked me to have, but, but it was, funny story from that one was, I made an offer on a snake in Arlington that was turned down, and that same animal from the same breeder was in the NARBC auction in Tinley, and I got it for $1,700 cheaper and walked by and thanked him. And then, so, I'd already spent my limit of what I was going to spend at the auction, and then these cornhole boards came up that had Adeline Robinson made a stencil of like Chad Hawker, and they're actually still sitting in my living room. We don't know where we're going to put them. We're out of space. But, my wife was like, I want those. And I said, well, how do you want me to go? She goes, I want those, so we may.
All right. That's carte blanche last time I checked.
We may own the world's most expensive cornhole boards. They ended up being $2,000, but it went to a good cause. And, it's a good write-off.
Cool.
So
did you post pictures of them somewhere? Are they like painted?
I think I did. Yeah, let me spin the camera. Can I spin the camera?
Yeah,
I think I can. How do I do that?
You have to.
I bet it's under more. No, it's not under more.
If you go into like the little wheel that says settings, you can pick which camera to use, like front camera or back camera.
No, all I did was turn the camera off. I see is more. Just don't see it. I'm gonna turn it in landscape for a minute and see if I see it here. See mic, camera, more settings, camera. Okay, front camera. Okay, yeah, there's my computer screen.
Now we get a tour of his house. Let's go.
Yeah, you get to see my messy ass house. But
those are cool.
That's the one with Hawker's Herps on it, and then the famous yet infamous Dave Levinson.
That one's awesome.
Next Level Displays actually donated those. My grandson's track. But yeah,
those are cool. Those are worth $2,000. Come on,
oh,
yeah,
easy. I agree. And Tennessee's beautiful. Check out look at this. We're 2 miles from the mall. This is my backyard.
Yeah, I miss the Appalachian Mountains. Don't tell Jana I said that. All right, we can full screen it. Sorry.
Okay, let me get back to where I was. Oh yeah.
Is that a Bredeli?
Yeah, he's chilling. Nice. He just ate. My son wanted to feed him while he was on his new perch. So we fed him. Let's see, now let's go back to front camera. You taught me something about StreamYard. That's awesome. Because every podcast I've been on, they've been like, I did one, and he was like, well, it won't work on a phone. But I've been on 2 or 3 others that like.
No, yeah, it works fine. It's fine on the phone. Just like your service. If your service is pretty bad.
Yeah, no, I've got business Wi-Fi, so it's 1,000+ megabyte upload. So.
All right, let's do it. Let's give away some free stuff for USARK's sake, so we can get more donos in. That's what I want. All right, I pick. What do you pick? Do you want to pick something?
I don't know. I can't say the list, so I don't know.
Animal or shirt? That's my question, I guess.
I'd give away maybe a lower priced animal or a shirt or.
All right, let's do.
Either way, you pick.
Okay, we'll do the male hypoclown Jana hypoclown. That was a lie. Just
wait a minute. I want to.
I know, me too. Just hypo male from Ophidiarium, Jake Hole, but he's comping shipping. So you want to get a pet for your kid or whatever. It's very beautiful. I will show a picture if people want it. But let's spin it, and then people can get excited about donating to USARK.
They age so beautifully as a pet too.
Yeah, they're a great pet. And I think it's on frozen thawed and everything else. So like it'd be good to like give it to your neighbor's kid or whatever. Who's gonna win it? Oh, they got it again. Roger and Lori, do you want this one? You could right now it's yours until you tell me not to. So thank you, Jake. You are awesome for donating. If we have to spin it again, we will. All right, let's do another one. I'm ready. It's so much work, like keeping track of what's happening, though. Roger, it's just a male hypo with totally free shipping, though. So if you wanted it, it's yours. If you don't, we can put it back in the pile.
Are they in Africa yet?
No, soon though. I think
if they are, that's like impressive. Like that they can get on that quickly.
All right, let's do a custom pet portrait. How about that? By Ash Gillhouse, which I can't remember the business name. So she can do dogs. She can do snakes. She can do, I guess I'm misgendering. I'm pretty sure it's a she, but I could be wrong.
I'm going to grab something. I'll be right back.
Dogs. Maybe even logos. Hog noses. But like just a pet portrait. So respin for the hypo male. I'll do that first. But this would be next. All right. Hypo male again. Yay! Sugar skull serpents. You can put it back in, or you can spin it again. I don't know if they're still here though, but I'll write them down just in case.
Is it hello dressing room? Oh, it's a dog. I missed the dog. I love it. Let's do 53, and he's my first dog.
What's his or her name?
His name's Eduardo, but he goes by Eddie.
That's awesome. How old is he?
He is approximately 3 to 4, based on what the rescue said that we got him from. It's kind of a funny story. We had a dog show up at the house that the owners came and claimed, and he was here for a couple of days, and it just immediately left a hole, and we were like, okay, we got to find one. And we went to adopt a dog, and they had just taken this guy in, so we had to wait for the intake clearance. And, the vet saw him and did the fixing and everything, and said he was 3 to 4 years old. We sent off the DNA to Embark, and we call him a silky porky, but he's like 40% Yorkshire, 20% poodle, 20% silky terrier, and then he's got, he's a little guy, but then he's got the rest of him is something they call a super mutt that is made up of 5, and pit bull is part of it. He's so vicious. Like every time Shane comes over, he acts like he's gonna kill Shane, and then Shane reaches down to pet him, and then he like starts licking him. He's like, he'll lick you to death. But he's super protective, very prey driven. He's eventually gonna catch a squirrel. He's gotten close a few times, and like just runs out the door, jerks the leash out of my hand when I'm not ready. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Because I work from home, so I end up like doing a little bit more of the walking and that kind of stuff. And Then my wife comes home. He does 3 miles a day with her. I don't do 3 miles a day. I may do 3 miles a day, but if I do, it's up the stairs to the snake room, back to the rodent room, back to the snake room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too at this point. All right, let's spin. Did I get any donuts? Did anybody donate in the last 2 minutes? Marshall? Oh, Marshall did. Let me add Marshall, then we'll spin again. Tell everybody what projects you're working on generally, or how your season's going, something like that.
Me? Yeah. Absolutely horribly. I've after 3 years of just like really kind of killing it. Boy, it's just not going to be a great year this year. I've as of the last scan, out of 83 females paired, I've got four that have laid, one that's ovulated post prelay, 5 that are paired right now and locked that are done. I mean, they're 28 to 30 millimeters and getting their last lock. And other than that, I've got 47 females left in play with nothing over 20 millimeters. I'll be lucky to do 25 clutches this year. And, like I said, lost basically every shot I had at a double recessive animal in one scan. It was pretty heartbreaking, but it's hard to complain though. I mean, it's like, when you're working with animals, I mean, that just means next year is going to be huge. And I also have 10 hognose that I'll brumate this winter that I probably could have bred this year. I'm working with a new species. I've worked with all the rat snakes and king snakes and milk snakes, and not all of them, but a lot of them. And basically their husbandry is pretty similar, but I've never had heterodon. I've never had westerns. And we bought them as babies, and we've spent the last 2 years growing them up. And I got some females that were 250, 275 grams coming out of, this past year's winter. I didn't brumate.
You could have bred them. I would have bred them.
Yeah, I could have bred them, but I wanted to get one more year of experience under my belt. Plus, I had such an incredibly large ball python season, and 36 clutches hatched between September the 1st and October the 15th. And I do this by myself. I had to buy 2 emergency racks. Everything's always been spaced out. Last year, it just all came at once. And I toyed with the idea of brumating and breeding them, but I was like, you know what, I'm going to give them one more year and, let them get a little bit bigger. That way, maybe I can get some double clutch. I just wasn't prepared. I was spending so much time with the ball pythons. And
yeah, that's fine too.
The wintertime shows. And plus, I want to be able to advise people better than what I know. 2 years sounds like a lot of experience to some people, but it's really not, when you're working with a species. And I still encounter things that I'm, calling Tom Harbin, like, Tom, what do I do? And he's like, just stop worrying about it and they'll take care of themselves. The thing about westerns is, they can be kept in such a variety of conditions. I know people that keep hot spots at 90 to 92 in the tubs and stuff. And then I know people who produce 2,000 a year that don't use any artificial heating whatsoever and keep them at a room temperature of 75 to 78. And they do just as well in that. I mean, their range is from northern Texas to southern Canada. So they have a pretty hardy.
It's brutal here. It's really cold in the winter. I mean, less so here, but like in the northern part, it's really cold. And then brutally hot in the summer, and they hide in the dirt to figure it out. And so if you give them a way to get away from whatever the extremes are, they'll figure it out. They're pretty good.
It's funny how that works. They are pretty easy. I think once the babies are started, they're pretty much good to go. But yeah, we should have quite a few next year because, I mean, I don't know exactly how many numbers to expect, but Tom's son and daughter-in-law live really close to me, and they were over here one night picking up a snake that they bought. We were looking at them. A couple of mine came from them, and they were just blown away by how much they had grown. Because some of them came from them. I mean, I've got this watching a hognose go from 12 grams to 300 grams is kind of unbelievable. And the only thing you do on feeding day is watch your fingers. I haven't yet been tested as to whether I have a reaction to their saliva. But my son has been tested and he doesn't. So, yeah, of course, I was dad of the year. I'm like, let me get a picture of that before we pop it off. You know?
So I like hognoses a lot, and I think they're cool. I've obviously had them. Maybe I may or may not allegedly illegally still have some. Don't tell anybody. But
allegedly.
I like corn snakes better because I think they're just a little more normal. Like, and I know that's biased or whatever.
No,
but
there's nothing wrong with that.
Like
I mean,
they eat better to me. They're not as weird, especially as like older animals. They don't have like the same physiological defects, but I think they're gonna always fail because like people like short, fat, squat snakes in general, like normal people. So they'll always probably want a ball python, a Kenyan sambo, a hognose, whatever,
Well,
over
I
a
think hognose,
slender snake.
I think hognose have the potential to kind of take over ball python as the number one pet eventually. I mean, they're growing at a phenomenal rate.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as like their popularity.
Arguably, I would say like market sentiment, they are that way right now. Like obviously,
Yeah,
like
no,
in
I
terms
agree.
of total volume, ball pythons
Well,
still sell more pets.
I've heard some morph market numbers about inquiries versus, species, and ball pythons and hognose are pretty close together. And when you consider the sheer numbers and how that extrapolates out to in terms of a percentage, you could definitely make the argument that they're the most popular snake species listed on morph market today.
I can tell you, like just vending a show, no matter what you're selling, you'll be asked if you have hognoses. Like no matter what your table, they don't give a shit. They're like, "Do you have hognoses?" Or
yeah, I beat a path back and forth to Tom Harbin's table over at Arlington because people come by and they're like, "Who do you we know you're good breeder. Who do you recommend we get our hognose from?" Well, let me introduce you to Tom Harbin because I don't just point. I mean, I'll walk them over, and introduce them to Tom, and and in turn, I get pretty good deals too, because I refer him to a lot of people. But he finally, like, I got to hold the Solar Storm at Arlington last year, and that's one of the projects I'm working toward. And he had a male that, I mean, I bought it back in, I don't know, freaking October, and I was like, well, just let Josh and Alicia grab it at Christmas. When they come down, they can bring it. Don't worry about shipping it. And then they didn't go at Christmas, and then I was like, well, just let me pick it up at Arlington, and I was like, just feed him good for me. And Tom's like, oh, don't worry. And so I picked him up at Arlington. He's already like 42, 44 grams. Like this guy could almost breed, like, when I picked him up. But he brought over the Solar Storm. And I mean, I'm a UT ball through and through. I mean, orange is my color. That's what that was one of the things when we made the logo and any kind of, I don't do a lot of merch and swag. I mean, I've got one sticker and I send more Ship Your Reptile stickers and Morph Market stickers than I do my own. But the state of Tennessee in orange, and it had to be that specific color code of orange that UT uses, and that sort of stuff. But that's almost the same color as that snake, and I'm like, I've got to make it if for no other reason than that. I mean, the value doesn't hurt either. But at the same time, it's not like if I hit on a visual het to double het pairing, it's probably not going to be many, and they're probably not going to go anywhere anyway. So,
do you think that? I mean, obviously since they're native, there's a lot of states that have pretty strict prohibitions, including Colorado, on keeping. Do you think that'll keep it from usurping ball pythons?
It'll
keep the lid on it.
I think that if the gauge is percentage, I think they will. I think if the gauge is, just strictly numbers, I think just the way, ball pythons, I've worked with, oh my God, I can't even start to list the species that I've owned and worked with, but almost every North American rat snake. I mean, from Trans-Pecos to, I've still got a hypo going, Florida King. I had the whole Florida King family. I've had the, Sinaloan milks, Honduran milks, all the whole tangerine, albino tangerine, all that stuff. I mean, this was years ago when that's all there was. There's so much more now. I mean, snow corns were like the hot thing when I had corn snakes. That was a big deal, was the snow corns.
Yeah.
I remember getting one from Glades Herb, and I was so excited to be finally getting a snow corn. But
right. What's funny though is like nobody ever like did that correctly. Like they weren't ever expensive enough starting to have like a
Right.
like
And
a
that's
snail
really-
trail of like pricing. So they were always like, "Oh, that's pretty cool, $200."
And you
Like
know,
or
and I'm not-
600, but that's still not expensive enough to like make a market out of it.
No, and I love the animals. I mean, obviously, and then this is where I think so many people. I hate it when somebody says he's just in it for the money, you know, because if you've done this more than 3 years, you're not just in it for the money, because there's way better ways you can make money with the level of investment that it's required than doing what we're doing. You know, I mean, it's it has to be rooted in a passion of animals, but my decisions now are based just as much on ROI as they are on what I personally like. You know, if I like something, I'll get it as a pet, like the carpet, like the breadlight you just saw. I mean, that Corey Martin produced that snake, loved Corey to death. You know, it was a USARK auction, silent auction item. Said retail value $225. I told my son, I said, I want this. I just wrote 200 on the sheet and walked away. And then I told Corey, I said, hey, I bid on that. I said, do you have more of those? She goes, yeah. She goes, I'll sell you one for 200 if somebody outbid you. That way I didn't have to like keep walking back over and looking, which nobody did. Then, you know, so we ended up getting that guy. And that honestly, I've been married 22 years, together 24. The 19th of this month will be our 23rd anniversary. And the first time my wife held a snake, I've had them since the day we met. And the first time my wife held a snake was the USARK auction at Tinley this past March. And Susie from Shippy Reptiles was holding the VPI Xanthic clown that I had gotten at the auction. And I went to get in the line to grab beers, which if you've been to a USARK auction and you drink beer, you know, you don't just buy one, you get several, you know. So I had 3 in one hand and 3 in the other hand coming back to the table. And I didn't even notice that my wife had the snake in her hand. And Susie and Alyssa Leonard had talked her into holding it. The next day at the show, she was grabbing snakes out of deli cups, showing them to people. You know,
She'll grab somebody else's snake, but not your snake. What's up with that?
It was just so awesome, man. You know, and the thing about it is like to see her become open to that. You know, after all these years of this irrational fear, I mean, completely irrational fear of snakes. That's the only reason the breadline's in the living room, is because.
Good job.
Like,
so the USARK auction saved or expanded.
And, you know, and she's always supported what I do. I mean, it's not like she ever complained about it or anything. Well, she complains about the smell of the rodent litter sometimes, but you know, but you know, as far as the animals go, she really doesn't. But the fact that she was doing that at the shows, and now like she's signing us up for shows, and you know, taking care, because my handwriting is shit. I mean, I'm sorry. Like when I try to write good, it's worse than when I don't. I mean, it's like I physically don't have the ability to write. My Lacey-Act labels, I write so slow. I wish I could print those, but no, you know, Susie Sweat from Shippy Reptiles really kind of sat and talked to her, and you know, next thing you know, she's slinging them around and grabbing them and excited about it. And because I mean, I've got a pretty strict biosecurity protocol at shows that you know, if you touch it, it's after you bought it. You know, I mean, I'm not the guy who takes. You know, there's plenty of people there. If somebody wants to hold a snake, just that will let people hold a snake. You know, that everyone doesn't have to do that. And I'm one of those people that will not do that. I'll be happy to take it out, show you anything you want to see, belly shots, you know, the whole 9 yards. But you know, I'm not going to hand it to you until you've sold it, because you and I both know that hand sanitizer is not a fail-safe solution. You know, I mean, even if you slather it on and leave it for 5 minutes, you still only have you still have a margin of error there for virus transmission. And I'm very, very, very careful.
Right. And some things alcohol literally does nothing to, so it doesn't even cover some things at all. So
yeah, well, that was why I didn't do shows for. I mean, my first real show was Arlington last September. Everything else, I was strictly online until that. And I finally got over my, you know, I was like, okay, if I treat my tablecloths for parasite, I mean, I went over kind of a checklist of, you know, if I do all these things, is that minimizing the risk enough to justify going? And, you know, and then I came up with the fact that it was, you know, at a show that, you know, tries to keep it clean. I still saw some questionable things at some, you know, some tables, but but I didn't see parasites. What I saw were like import animals that probably shouldn't have been there, you know, that, I don't know.
I like to just skip the the holy hell out of those tables. I'm just like, I'm not even gonna stand near a table because I know it's just a bunch of stuff, you know.
Oh yeah, it's like, and then when they set up a certain vendor next to me was just stacking deli cups. I mean, it was just like every species known to man. Every time he would walk outside to get another load, I would put another layer of permethrin on the floor between my table and his table.
God.
And it got to the point that it was like you could like smell permethrin in the air, and then there's a bug guy over on the other side of me that I'm like, I don't want to do so much that it gets to him, you know, because I'd feel terrible, but at the same time, I want to protect my animals. And I don't know, I still get anxiety about it, but you know, pre-treat, treat bedding, post-treat when I come home. Don't let anybody touch it. I don't touch anybody else's animals when I'm there and come back and touch mine. You know, it's not much different. I treat shows like going from my quarantine area to my main collection. You know, if I'm at somebody else's table and, you know, I'm going to go wash my hands with soap and water, I'm going to come back, I'm going to use sanitizer, and I'm going to give it probably a good, you know, amount of time before I'm going to touch one of my animals.
Yeah, I usually like strip, throw in the washer and dryer, leave my shoes in the garage, all my shit, purse, whatever I had, so that it could stay in the garage and like get hot. Then I'll alcohol my phone. Then I'll go take a shower, and then I'll go do whatever. But like, it's a lot of work. So like, I spend a lot of time being like, is it worth going to a show where you're making even $1,500, $2,000? Maybe it is, but not.
I would not travel to a show for that amount. I mean, it's you know, I don't want to get into specific amounts, but I haven't done an NARBC show yet that wasn't 5 figures. So it's like,
that makes sense though.
That makes sense, you know. But if I was going, if I drove 8 hours to set up or 13 hours to Arlington for me each way, you know, if I drove there to set up, now I think the networking and stuff is important too. You know, but I can do that without taking animals, you know. I mean, and if it's only gonna set up, you know, if I'm only gonna net a few $100s after going to the show and setting up and vending, I would almost rather just go to the show as an attendee and network.
Yeah, that'd be fun, right?
You know, and then I don't have to worry about sanitizing myself. I don't have to worry about dipping 100 snakes in fipronil and, you know, segregating them from the collection. It's just, yeah, it's rough. The only thing that comes in my house when we get home from the show are the displays. And, you know, everything else stays in the back of my truck with a freshly opened no pest strip for a week. And then after that, I'll bring it in the house and stow it away. And it doesn't even go in the snake room. It goes in the basement. It goes as far away from the snake room as you could possibly get anyway. And I'm still leaving it in the back of my truck. Just I can't imagine treating 300 plus animals for mites at the same time. Like, that scares me to death.
Right. So the people who like run mad volume, like, not to be mean. Oh no, we lost them.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
You're back.
I had to phase that out. I think
Right,
one of the guys. No, it's nothing. I'll call him back. Because Patrick McNally, just a buddy of mine.
I mean, we've complained about shows, me personally, for years, but it doesn't change. Like, you just have to do what's correct for you. But I do not know how I could physically handle refipronilling multi-hundred numbers of animals every time post show.
And that's what scares me about the hognose, because they're so much more sensitive to things.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't know if I can use fipronil on them. I know permethrin's a no-no.
Yeah, I have used fipronil on them. They're fine, but I don't know if I could like do it every day or do babies. I never did a baby, and permethrin's like super lethal, everyone. So even like a normal dose in a tub done correctly, that's dried and whatever, is lethal to hognose. Everyone at home.
Yeah, and for people that don't know, permethrin that encompasses prevenamite, you know, almost all of anything not frontline, basically, and then frontline.
Right. So
made, so you have
spray.
to buy. Yeah, you have to buy a product called Taurus SC is what I use, but it's actually a termiticide from DIY Pest Control, and then that's a 8.1% fipronil, so a third of a cup to a gallon is the ratio that I use, and then I dip the snakes completely whenever I come home. I mean, just clunk,
I don't
do
that. I just do like
put them away.
like a topical amount and then rub it with a gloved hand sort of down their body, just so I don't like accidentally get their mouth or heat pits in some sort of body of water with stuff in it. That's me. If you can handle it, but I'm just like, gotta go squirt, and then I like rub.
It does, you know, it does concern me a little bit, but you know, I know so many other people that have used I would never do that with permethrin. I mean, you know, before, you know, the old protocol used to be mixing permethrin down to, you know, the same like a prevenamite type without the aerosol, just in a spray bottle, and you know, just spray the animal down, spray the substrate down, and then put them in there together. And between those two things, it should get rid of the situation. Fipronil doesn't really have a known toxicity level with ball pythons where permethrin does. Like if they
let me just interrupt and say I know someone, and I won't tell who did OD on fipronil using a sort of voluminous method on a baby ball python. I won't say who unless they want me to.
OD the ball python or the person?
The ball python.
Okay.
So they had a couple of days of like neurological upsettedness. They refused to eat 2 weeks. Obviously, their liver and kidneys handled it, and then the neuro sort of went away, the shakiness, and the snakes were then fine. They did not die. I don't know if they want me to say who they are.
No, I don't blame you for not saying that.
But that was Taurus SC, you know, diluted down technique. So I have never experienced it, but I don't not believe them because I'm you probably can do it with anything. We could OD each other on water if we wanted to.
Oh yeah, and it's kind of a catch-22 too, because if you don't treat the heat pits and the cleft underneath the bottom jaw, that's the most common place that a mite hides in the first place. You know, so
I mean, hopefully the idea would be like the neck drops where that's fipronil at 8 or 9% on a dog, but you don't cover the whole dog in 8 or 9%. If you put some on like the back of the snake and they hatch and they crawl up, so there's enough like residue in the area that you don't need to like truly dip the snake in a lot and maybe accidentally get in their mouth. Listen, might suck ass. We should just like literally ban anyone from the hobby who brings it multiple times to a show. 1 time on accident, you get a pass. 2 times, you get hung from a tree.
Well, the first strike is strike 1 and 2. You know, I mean, that's kind of the way to look at it. I mean, the next time it's out. I mean, you know, and I personally have yet to see a mite at a show. But there are certain
lucky dog. That's gonna go to all like Arlington or whatever.
Yeah,
nice
I don't do many of the local shows, and it's not because I don't like them and I don't appreciate the people who do them. I do, but I'm just not geared toward pets, and that's what typically at the local shows in my area, the 32 local shows that are within a 2-hour drive of my driveway per year.
Number, a solid.
You know, there's a lot of them. I'm being a little bit dramatic, but I mean, if you
800.
If you count let's see, Asheville, North Carolina, Lexington, Kentucky, Nashville, Chattanooga, Atlanta, they're all within 2 hours of where I live. So if you add up all the shows in those areas, you know, Atlanta may be a little more than 2, especially with traffic. But I mean, you know, if you add up all the shows that are in those areas, it's well over 30. And, you know, it's Darian brought up a really good statistic on Facebook the other day about markets that have a high inundation of shows. Also, there's a strong correlation to the amount of morph market visits from those areas per capita versus areas that don't have many shows, because it does grow the industry, but at the same time, it doesn't grow the industry for those individual vendors that are taking the time, traveling, and putting their animals in at least a semi-compromised position, you know, to take them to those shows to, you know, basically be a zoo. Because that's how I felt at the few local shows I did. I was a zoo. You know, I mean, people paid to come in and look at the beautiful snakes, but
I complained about this a lot on that Monday live, but I basically agree with you. Like, you shouldn't be required to take the L to make the industry bigger. it should be profitable and it makes the industry bigger. And
Yeah,
you're
and
not-
profitable means a different thing to different people. I know
Yeah.
people that are completely happy if they make $600 or $800 in a weekend. That's, you know, that's a good weekend. And you know, I tell this story to everyone. In 2018, I sold a male normal ball python on Morph Market for $99 shipped, and it was just basically to get rid of it. You know, I mean, and to try and get it to a decent place. So this guy in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, bought it in November. And he said, you know, it may be April before we can ship. And I was like, that's okay. You know, I didn't have a lot of babies in 2018. It was my first year breeding. And, you know, I held it until April, helped him get his, you know, set up together and, you know, all that stuff. And then finally we found a good day to ship, I think in March, and I got it to him. And since then, he spent about 20 grand with me, and he started breeding in 2021.
Good.
Last year, I bought a female from him. He was the only one in the nation that had what I was looking for, and I ended up buying from him. And that all started because of that one $99 normal ball python that wasn't $99 because I didn't have the same shipping deal I have now then. You know, so I mean, I may have broken even. Hell, it may have cost me money to sell on that snake by the time you factor everything.
Right.
into
There's
it.
definitely ways like loss leaders can drive downstream sales. So a show
yeah.
could be a loss leader for that reason for you. But I feel like there are people, no offense, people at home who will be like drink the Kool-Aid that they're like building their brand by doing all these small little shows. But I've never heard of you. So how big is your brand on a national platform for like high-end snakes if all you do is you don't do an Instagram, you don't do a YouTube, you spend all your time doing shows, and then
Well, I've been in sales a long time, and you can't build a brand without getting in front of an engaged audience. And I feel like at the smaller shows, you're not really getting in
right.
front
Who
of
are you
any-
engaging? The family
Yeah.
that got lost, that stumbled in
Yeah,
from the gun show.
and they gun show that you took the words out of my mouth. They notoriously have these shows at the same weekend and the same time as some other large event. Like, you know, there's a gun show next door. You know, I make this joke because I've been in the car business a long time, and I make this joke that if you own a Porsche dealership, you can bus in high schoolers all day long, and they will have a blast, you know, driving your cars, and they would love to buy every one you've got, but they can't, you know. And the people that come in from the gun show are willing to pay $10 a pop to come in and look at all the cool snakes. You know, it's like I said, a trip to the zoo.
Yeah, we had
And-
a cutting show next to like the last one I did, which was actually like maybe potentially a crossover because they were like animal people.
Yeah.
Because they're horses. So some of them bought like shirts and like, you know, mugs and stuff.
Right.
But they don't know why they're there. They're confused too, really.
No, and then people make the argument that maybe it sparks an interest, you know, that sort of thing. And that's why I think there's, you know, there's obviously levels, at least when you're talking about specifically the ball python industry. I mean, there's definitely levels. There's, you know, the pet level. I would consider myself an intermediate breeder. I'm definitely not on the top of the market, but I don't feel like I'm at the, you know, bottom either. It's a, you know, but I think there's inherently levels that you get into. Everyone has a different goal, and there's really no right or wrong as long as the animals get the proper care. You know, I mean, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter what your goal is, just take care of your animals. But, you know, don't disparage someone because they're in this to make a profit, because that's, you know, I love it when somebody tells me it's just a hobby and they have 300 snakes, a full-blown rodent facility. You know, they're working a full-time job. They don't have time to do anything or spend any family time together because they're doing all this themselves. But then they're like, I borderline got in an argument at Tenley because somebody said, well, I don't think it should be done as a business model. So I'm like, well, where did you drive from? He said Florida. I won't say the city because it might give away his name because he's pretty active on social media. But he told me the city, and I said, so you brought enclosures and animals both, right? And he said, yeah. And I was like, well, and you hope to sell those, right? And he's like, well, yeah, I wouldn't have brought them if I didn't hope to sell them. I said, well, what do you define as a business model? You know, because you packed up a van full of enclosures and animals. You drove 17 hours to put them on display at a trade show where people come in to purchase said items. and you're not hoping to make a profit. Well, sure. I'm like, well, the problem is here, you don't know the definition of business model. Because if you're selling a product with the intent to make a profit, you are a business model. You know, you may be a hobbyist business, you may be a large scale breeder business, you may be a wholesale business.
What did they think they thought they meant? Like no corporations that are like wholesaling or something?
They, like a lot of people, see business model equated to I'm in it just for the money. And like I said, the people who got in it just for the money are getting out in droves because they're realizing that if they didn't spend the time to build a brand, they didn't spend the time to become a member of the community first, that their animals may have sold in 2020 and 2021, but they're not anymore. And now they're having to feed them, house them, clean them, and care for them. And they don't have that quick, easy money coming in. So now it's time to dump them. And it's sad, but it's true. And we see it happening every single day. You know, I mean, there's not a single day I get on social media that I don't see a collection sale.
All right, real quick, let me jump in. We had a donation from William Chen for 20 and multiplayer boards. I did get your $20 donation. So we're up to 1,105 doll hairs. Would you like to do a spin for win? And then we'll get back to like, I don't know, just talking about whatever. I've been watching the thank you for coming on. It was very helpful. Honestly, they're doing right now. It's scheduled to resume shortly. So it could happen soon. We'll probably have to check back in. But let's do Jana's back. She's back.
Oh, there's Jana.
Hi, what'd I miss?
We've just been chit-chatting and having a good time. And they were talking about boats, and we did a couple of giveaways, but we have to do some more. Do you want to do that with us, Jana?
I do.
Awesome. Ready? I think we should do the hypo again because he was also declined by Skull Candy Morphs.
Hey, can you put me in for 50?
Yes. Do you? Okay.
I'll send you my screenshot.
I believe you.
She'll take your word for it.
I know at this point.
I don't know if she should. No, just kidding.
Get all the kids and the nutritious meals together.
I had to add to them when they weren't looking.
It's like I said, 3 oatmeal cream pies and a Diet Mountain Dew, and they're good.
That's my oldest would love to eat like that. My youngest normally is my fruit and vegetable girl. But I think she's going to be vegetarian, not by ethos or anything, but just because she is really hard to get protein into. And so it's like, she won't eat bread. She won't eat meat. Like, what does that leave you? I'm like, a yogurt. Anyway, so she's like, I don't want any fruits and vegetables and I don't want a protein. And I'm like, cool, good chat.
All right, let's give something away. Let's do the hypo. Cool. Sorry. We got to get it going. We've been here for 4 hours somehow. I'm not even showing it.
Won his snake.
What'd you say?
Gerald, Forward Motion Reptiles, wants to know who won his snake.
Roger and Lori. Sugar Skull, you won it again, so I guess you don't want it again. So I won't remove you, but I'll just do it again. Y'all better be putting in more money so we can balance this out, because we have the big dogs stealing all the... Jennifer, are you still in the chat?
Nice. I'll be right back.
Thank
Jennifer,
you. Fine.
Can we get more information than just Jennifer?
She has a hognose logo, but no business name.
Oh, okay.
I know who she is.
Okay, as long as you know who she is. As long as she knows who she is.
Congratulations, Jennifer. I'm assuming you want him. He's very beautiful. Jennifer hognose logo. All right.
Gerald, as far as a digestion issue, I don't think it's that. I think it's a texture issue. My middle one has like sensory issues, and we kind of went through the same thing with her. She'll eat chicken nuggets now, my middle one. But she doesn't eat meat either. So,
all right, what else do we want to give away? Can we give away some shirts? How about Powerhouse's
yes,
USARK or USARK Florida 1-year membership at the bronze level or whatever? And I believe he said only 2XL shirts, so you could wear it as your like sleepy shirt if it's too big, right? Or if you're a big boy man, it fits perfect. What do you think?
do the membership and then do the t-shirt.
No, they were together, like as like a pair.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if you guys,
So if they didn't want the shirt, for example, they could have the.
right. If you don't want the shirt, just let us know. But if you get the shirt, you could give it to a friend, or you could use it as a sleepy
Or
shirt.
sexy nightwear.
Woo,
That's what I'm
guys love
saying.
that crap.
Alrighty. I don't think you guys have a shirt from them if you're still here. So I would assume you would. I'm forcing you to take it. So there.
Yep, it's yours.
Congratulations, Gray Family Snakes, on the Powerhouse shirt.
Throw in a shirt on the list for mine too. I'll do a little spend a win for a shirt, any size.
All right, just like a separate shirt. Yeah, these are just like
just
pro,
just
fun.
a separate shirt with a sticker pack and.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's
two Morph Market stickers, 2 Ship Your Reptile stickers, my sticker, and a t-shirt. I've got all sizes, and they're blue. They're not like black or gray.
Will you comp shipping for that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Easy. Everyone wants it then. Shirt and sticker pack. All right, let's do that now.
We just put it in the outbox at my wife's work, so what they don't know won't hurt them.
It's for charity. She can't get mad about charity.
Oh yeah, no, I don't really sell shirts. I get and it's the Morph Market co-branded shirt, you know, like this old faded one I've got on. The back of it's pretty cool too. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, do a little modeling for us.
Oh, that's funny.
handle.
Oh, that's really
That's
funny.
actually cool. I'm gonna be honest. All right, ready? Let's do a cool shirt, a BC Balls Morph Market shirt, and sticker pack combo. Comes with free DG Clown.
Yeah, right.
In the box. Powerhouse! Look, we did it! We made a circle.
Nice. Now, will they message me, or will you guys message
Yeah,
me? or-
the winners, please message the sellers. And if you don't meet each other up, then we'll force the issue in like 2 days. Because
Yeah,
the winners are like maybe random people that don't have much presence or whatever. So,
yeah,
but
Instagram,
Andy
Facebook
does.
Messenger, either one. I check them all the time. So
Yeah, Andy's great. It's not going to be an issue.
But I have a
Cool.
master list if it gets confusing. All right. Let's look at the My FWC and see what they're doing. Still
So-
scheduled to resume shortly. We're safe for now.
What's the afternoon schedule look like for them?
It was supposed to be maybe 2 more sections and then comments, but I don't know. I haven't heard. We'll have to actually like listen and see how many more sections there are. What did you want to win, Kevin?
He's saying that he won the same thing twice. They really wanted him to win.
Okay.
Karma was trying to tell you.
All right, let's give away the custom pet portrait, which we talked about earlier. I think she said, let me read the instructions correctly so I don't misspeak. Ash said, winner would have to pay shipping if they want it printed, but it could be emailed as like a digital, and so you wouldn't have to pay for shipping.
Yeah.
Digital art, it's the modern age. I'm assuming she could do like your favorite pet snake or something too. All right, we're doing.
Just wants to verify that they're on there.
No, you never sent. What is their person name? Human name?
They did. I sent it to you and you already had it. So let me figure out what their company name was, or what their personal name is. Sorry, guys.
No, it's all right. We do want everyone's name in there.
Jennifer.
Are you the hognose Jennifer with the hognose logo? That's like a.
Yep.
Yeah, you won something. 1 second. They won.
Was the hypo?
Was it the hypo? I think it was the hypo.
Yeah. Yes. So you're in and you won. Sorry. I'll change all instances of Jennifer to
Heretic, so we can
heretic, or add heretic. This is confusing. I don't know how DMJ ever did it. He did like 3 of these like a year ago. All right. Heretic wants their hypo because it's free shipping. So that's great. We found a home for it.
Nice.
Yay. Okay. So we're doing Ash's custom pet. So like your favorite dog, your dead dog, my dead dog. Maybe I should put some money in here. What am I doing? Just have to have a good photo, she says, to be able to like copy it. Can you put them in like funny Renaissance costumes? Is that acceptable? Could we pay more for that? All right, let's spin it.
I immediately thought of Best in Show on the calendar at the end.
Oh!
Wonderful. Do you want a custom pet portrait?
Mm-hmm. If you don't, we'll respin it. If you do, reach out to Sierra Scales Exotics Ash, which you're in the chat with.
Erie Reptiles, if you are still listening, how you enter is you donate directly to USARK or USARK Florida via their website. For every $10 that you donate directly to them, you get 1 entry into the spin to win, and you just have to take a screenshot of the proof that you've sent them the money and message it on Instagram to the Holdback Rack or to me, ASM Royal Tails, and then we'll put you in the spin to win.
All right. Do we want to do more? Do we want to talk about Darian's post the last couple of... We could do that. Brian's here. Brian's been having fun in that group. Do you like it, Brian?
I do. I'll post out that, I'm old. So Facebook is my social media of choice. And
that's okay. We all get old eventually.
I used to be active in a lot of the other groups, especially in the early days, just kind of getting my name out there and helping people in a very non-judgmental way, because I've always hated like the one-way mentality, because there's no one way that's right in any of this. But
it's too bad I love judging people. So
well, but even so, but I mean, it's nice to have a group to where I'm surprised John didn't do something like this, because having a group. Well, no, not really, but to have a group where Morph Market sellers, verified Morph Market sellers, paying members, not free members, not the free for all, can come in and talk about the direction of Morph Market, how you want it to go, what has worked for you, what doesn't work for you, share ideas. Because I'm one of those people, I get a lot of heat. I'm getting a lot of heat from people, number one, because I'm sharing a lot of the reasons why we're doing as well as we're doing. I mean, I shipped 7 snakes this week, 8 snakes last week. I've sold more snakes since April 1st than I did January through March combined on Morph Market.
Yeah, see, I need to
Um,
pick your brain
you know,
later about what you're doing because you make numbers like Bob Boo numbers, don't you?
I do pretty good. I don't, I don't do Bob Boo numbers in terms of volume, or money for that matter. I mean, Bob Boo just pulled his 100th clutch. The most I've ever done in a year is 45.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I have much lower overhead. I don't, I'm a one-man show. I don't have any employees. My wife goes to shows and helps me and does
I'll be
all
right
that.
back. You guys have fun.
But no, I mean, I like the direction Morph Market is heading, and that's kind of an unpopular opinion among my circle of people that I know, because I never followed Dubia.com. I had never heard of Dubia.com or Darian's name until the day he bought Morph Market. And ironically, I think I met him because, I mean, I'm pretty sure they closed the deal at Tinley, and I met him. I may have met him because we sat at the Ship Your Reptiles table at the auction right next to the Morph Market table where John was. It was kind of funny. John got the belt and Darian had to pay for it. But I like the fact that he's taking how else can I say it other than I don't give a fuck approach. I mean, I'm gonna be me, unapologetically me. I'm gonna post things that are funny.
The owner.
Yeah, I think he underestimated how fragile some people's feelings are. So he's an equal opportunity. Fuck with people. I mean, the venomous people don't like him. The ball python people don't like him. The retic people don't like him.
That's my main concern with the group is that it's a lot of complaining.
Well, but they turned on post approval finally, so the complaining went away. It's not it shouldn't be an FBI group to complain about buyers that ghost you. I mean, I've been in sales a long ass time. I mean, if everybody that came when I first got in the car business and I was shaking hands on the lot, not doing the computer stuff that I do now, if everybody bought from you that showed interest, everybody would do it. I mean, because you would make an insane amount of money. People have to understand that the average closing ratio for a Morph Market lead is 20%. So out of every 100 leads you get, you're only going to close 20 snakes on average. And people are going to ask for more pictures, and people are going to ask for these things, and then they're going to come back and tell you. A guy named Nick, that's a friend of mine, posted on his personal profile yesterday about he had inquired to 3 different Morph Market sellers, and it was the first one to get back with him was 2 days later. And it's like, I mean, I was at my son's Eagle Scout Court of Honor. Okay, I mean, this was a big deal. This is like high school graduation level thing.
Yeah, no,
and
I had high school graduation level. It's an immense amount of work that takes years to complete. Exactly. And he took every minute of it. He went through his board of review 9 days before his 18th birthday. So but we finally had his court of honor where he was already an Eagle, because once you pass the board of review, you are an Eagle, but the court of honor is just where you're recognized, So at the troop, I got letters from, I sent for letters. He got letters from Joe and Jill Biden, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Jimmy Carter, all the Tennessee representatives. I mean, every former sitting president, the head of NASA. I mean, all this stuff. So we lay all this stuff out on the table. It's like a shrine to Brady Carter, and and he does his speech, and so we had the ceremony. Well, I knew going into that ceremony that usually, but in the evening between 5 and 10 o'clock, I get 3, 4, 5 inquiries, and my response time is a big deal to me. So I just tapped out something on my notepad and copied it that just said, hey, at my son's Eagle Scout Court of Honor, I'll get back with you as soon as I get home. And I had that copied, so anytime I would get a notification, I could literally barely look at my phone, tap on it, it would open the message, I could copy, paste, hit send, and it would stop the clock on the, because this is what I do with cars too. Let the person inquiring know what's happening.
Yeah,
why they're not getting a response.
I got your information. I'm in the middle of doing something. I'll get back with you when I can. And, I got 3 while I was there. And as soon as we got home, we got out of there about 9:30. We got home about 10. That's when we ate dinner. And then about 10:30, my wife's like, "Oh, I'm ready to go to bed." And I'm like, "Well, I need to answer a couple of inquiries." And all three of them wanted more pictures. And I put 5 pictures on every Morph Market listing. So it's like, I always ask the question, what is it that you're looking for
What is it that you're trying to
that
see?
you can't see in the 5 pictures at different angles that are on Morph Market? And usually if you're going to get ghosted, that word that a lot of people use, you're going to get ghosted on that question instead of actually having to go take the pictures. Well, all three of them gave me a legitimate thing that they were looking for. So I went and took 2 or 3 pictures. One of them's on a scale showing the current weight, sent it, came back downstairs, sent them the information, ended up selling 2 out of 3 of them. So, you know, and then there's other people that are like, I haven't sold anything in forever. And I try to help them. I give them advice how to read analytics. Like that's something that's so important to know.
Do you want to talk, or have you talked about your CTR click-through?
No, that's what I was
policy?
getting ready to go into.
Okay,
It's like, so one of the things that we've done with cars and with every product is, you know, you gauge an ad's performance. Okay, so what's the hardest thing about listing a snake is pricing it, right? Like have you ever sat there and tried to think, how am I going to price this snake? There's no book values. There's no way you can go into a central database and say other combos like this sold for this range, so I'm going to price at the upper end. Or all you can look at is what's listed now and what's been listed in the last 6 months or so that sold, because last year's data and the year before that's pretty much irrelevant. So, you know, what if the 3 people who have listed the other ones that are listed are complete morons? And that could happen, you know, I mean, and I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just trying to prove a point here is that the performance of that. Yeah. And well, so on your animal manager and Morph Market, I mean, I've got it. I keep it pulled up all the time. I mean, it shows you how many impressions you get. And just for the sake of definition, an impression is how many times your ad shows up on the buyer's screen. Okay, so if somebody searches for a pastel, no other genes, there's going to be how many pages of results? I mean, 50, 60, you know, if you're on page 7 and they only go to page 6, that doesn't count as an impression. Your ad actually has to be served on their screen in their search to count as an impression. So then it tells you how many clicks you get on that ad. So looking at some of mine, like I've got one here, the first one that I'm looking at, I listed it pretty recently. It's had 8,208 impressions, 536 clicks. Okay, so if you divide the clicks by the number of impressions, you get a percentage, and that's your click-through rate. And, you know, this doesn't apply across the board. This is a 10,000-foot view, but if you look at your click-through rate and that click-through rate is much less than 5%, that's my guideline. You know, after the ad's been listed 30 days, I want at least 30 days of data before it even gets relevant. But if it hasn't sold within 30 days, I start going back through and looking at the click-through rates, you know. So here's one that's listed that has 15,747 impressions, but only 518 clicks. So that's about a 3% click-through rate. So that's a little bit lower than I would like. So this weekend, when I look at it, I'll probably adjust that price downward a little bit. The only time I really pay attention to what other people are pricing their animals at is when I first list it. And I try to be in the range of what the perceived market value is. But in the end, the value of an animal is what it sells for. You know, I mean, it's not necessarily what it's listed for. And you know, I go through and I try to keep everything, you know, in that range. It doesn't have to be perfect. Like, here's one I've had listed a long time. Its date of birth was 5/9/23. It's an orange dream, banana, phantom, het clown, 50% het genetic stripe. Come on, genetic testing. Because they're both females. And if they're both females and they prove genetic stripe, then they are not going to be listed any longer. But 21,291 impressions, 818 clicks. That falls a little bit below the 5% range, but I also know that there's not a huge market for that animal. So, you know, having a click-through rate of 4-ish%, 4.2, I'm not going to freak out about that. Now, let me find some of the lavender albinos. I'm not going to bash on lavender albino, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, these are just 5 that were in the same clutch, and then there's some others on another page. But I've got 5 lavender albinos listed, and I'll just pick the best one. The best one has 12,786 impressions and only 217 clicks. So in order for that to be at 5%, that should be 600 clicks. But I've already got that male blackhead lavender albino listed at $500, including shipping. I cannot see dropping that price anymore. So another thing you have to look at, and that's what I posted in the Morph Market group, was there's 3 things to look at. Number one is how many are listed, you know, in that same range, and how many other snakes that you listed during that same time frame, how do the number of impressions relate? Because the popularity of what people are looking for, you know, is going to be directly correlated in the number of impressions that you get. So if I look below it, I've got a snake with a hatch date of 12/14 of 22 that has 19,000 impressions, but these were hatched in September of 22 and only have 12,000 impressions. So, you know, that one with 12,000 impressions is going to have less engagement. So it's already and it's just some things for people to think about. It's not a hard and fast rule. It's just, if you're having a hard time selling on Morph Market, these are some of the things that you can look at to improve your overall performance of your ads. And, you know, everyone has to get out of their head that it's worth this much regardless, because that's what it brought last year, you know, or that's what it brought the year before. I mean, the market's ever changing. I mean,
I have noticed that like cheap stuff, no matter what it is, will have a pretty poor ratio just because people browse by cheap and then go up.
They do. And if they're looking at every single thing, I mean, my threshold for listing on Morph Market is $400. If it's not something that I can legitimately list for $400, I generally don't list it on Morph Market, because number one, I do include shipping in all my prices. I know Jessica, you were like, that makes price comparisons really hard. But it kind of really doesn't, because I mean, I'm not adjusting the price upward to account for shipping. Like if you look at like I've got several Orange Dream pods listed, you know, that I have listed for, I think I've got them 400 male, 500 female. You know, I mean, if you look at that and you compare that to the other Orange Dream pods that are listed that do not include free shipping, I'm still in that same range.
Right. I know you always were in the range. I've looked at hundreds of your sold snakes, so I'm telling you, I know. But you are higher than mean within the range, and I think that's because psychologically maybe it's like you think yours are good quality, which I'm sure they are. I'm not saying they're not, but you are picking in the range that's not the lowest. So someone will do like 200 plus shipping, and you might be 400 with shipping included, and that's the range. But then I have to like decide somewhat arbitrarily, like what is Brian's shipping for? And sometimes I'm like, I think this is like a slightly bigger baby, so maybe it's in a 12x9x7 box. I'm like, Brian shipped it for $75, so I'll take $75. And I've done this dozens of times, specifically for you. So you have tortured me.
I think the most expensive label I've had this year, and I've shipped probably over 100 since January 1st. It was around $62. My mean is around 53.
How?
Volume, relationship, you know, calling and negotiating, you know, that kind of thing.
My cheapest this year has been 45, but that was to Texas, so it's like a state away for a 12x9x6 box. My most expensive this year was almost 100 to Washington from here.
They may get mad at me for doing this. I don't really care. They love me.
Don't get in trouble.
No, I'm not gonna get in trouble. I'll give you some ideas. You know, now keep in mind I do ship, you know, 250 plus boxes a year, you know, so I mean that there's the volume there that, you know, has to be
right. I don't know what my % discount is currently,
but and some of these I use coupons on. But let me go to a big week or a big day that shipped. The FedEx guy's here, and I bet it's something I've got to sign for. But
you can handle that for sure. It's okay. Whatever you need to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to this though. Let me just. Well, you know what? He knocked on the door and left. He probably left it. He knows me. He stops to check on my wife if there's nothing to be delivered, just to make sure she's okay. But So I think this one was one of my most expensive ones. I went from Knoxville, Tennessee to Belgrade, Montana. I only used 12 by 9 by 6 boxes, and it was $62.41. Let's see, Knoxville to Nacogdoches, Texas was $53.30. Knoxville to Addison, Texas was $51.53. Lenexa, Kansas was $51.53.
Do you? Maybe I just don't have enough volume. Like
trying-
I usually ship like 50 to 70 items a year normally.
I was hoping to find some of the really cheap ones too, because like there's some that are like if I can get in Georgia, like Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Kentucky, it's more expensive for me to ship in state than it is for me to ship to North Carolina and South Carolina. I was trying to find because it shows the names of all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a big week. Let's see.
I think Darlene. Sorry, I think Darlene and Jason are leaving. Thank you for joining. You can always come back and watch the rest, and we'll keep spinning. And if you're winning, we will.
You don't have to be present to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great Family Snakes asks you what company you use, Brian. For
I
shipping.
use Ship Your Reptiles. I'm also an affiliate with Ship Your Reptiles. So you can use the code just BCS23. It's not no apostrophe. It's just BCS23. If you want to try them and you haven't used them, that'll get you $15 off your first label and put you into the first level of discount groups. And then you can actually call and ask for Susie, and she will work on your rate based on your volume.
You have to call to get that rate discount. Is that what you're?
Yeah, well,
telling
like
me?
if you call and you talk to Susie, like you kind of have to give them an idea of how many.
I will
think
call
you're gonna
whoever
ship.
I need at this point.
Yeah,
Because I have people.
Call Ship Your. If you want to ship with Ship Your Reptiles, and I'm not one of those guys that bashes other shipping companies. I mean, I've used Ship Your Reptiles for a long time, and I've become friends with them. So I mean, it was only natural that I would move into an affiliate type, situation with them. And yeah, I mean, if you do use my code, that does help me out a little bit. Especially if you've never shipped with them and you're a new account. But if you call Susie, she'll help you out. I mean, Springdale, Arkansas, 4870, Fort Myers, Florida, 5102.
Yeah, I use Ship Your Reptiles exclusively, and I've tried other ones since and before, and it was great service. I just was like, I cross compared a bunch of them, and I'm like, they're all like this one was $5 cheaper, so I never got whatever volume discount from using mostly Ship Your Reptiles while I was there. I might have gotten to like the 10% off club or whatever it is, where you've done more than 3.
Yeah, check this one out. Raleigh, North Carolina, 3220. But I mean,
Come on, what's up with that? Where's my 3220?
But I mean, the thing with Ship Your Reptiles. Okay, so I am gonna make some people aware of something. A lot of people ship with Reptiles Express because they're the cheapest, and the more you ship, you can earn these different levels, right? So you start out at 5% off, and like after $500, you start out at their normal rate. Then after $500, you move to 5% off, and then after a certain amount of money, you move to 10%, and the cap is 20%. But what people don't know, and the reason why I moved from them to Ship Your Reptiles in the first place, was because I had a year that I sold out of everything by the end of December, and I had nothing else hatch until June. And when I logged back in, I was like $700 away from the 20% level. And when I logged back in, I was $1,500 away from the 10% level. And I'm like,
so
wait a minute, that's got to be a mistake. Well, if you read their terms and conditions, it says under custom discounts, it says your custom discount will be calculated weekly based on your 8-week rolling shipping average and may be adjusted upward at any time. So, you don't know that. You don't know you can lose your discount. If you choose to ship with Ship Your Reptiles or any of the other 2 companies, calling in and talking to them about your situation will help you out, with your rate, and that sort of thing. I mean, and everyone that I've referred to Ship Your Reptiles, including Shane Kelley, have moved all their business to ship your reptiles because they were able to get their rate lower than they could get at the other companies. So what I would tell people is if you want to ship your reptiles, get your best rate from other companies, contact Susie and they'll beat it. They're big enough. They've got the largest staff of any shipping company out there. And I just like them. I mean, a lot of people think it's just a label, and to a certain extent it is. But, when you've been in business since 2009, you've got contacts. You've got people that you can get in touch with at FedEx to get things moving. I always tell about one that I got hung up in Indianapolis when it was like, I mean, the temperatures the day I shipped were appropriate, borderline. I'll ship in a little colder weather than some just because I know how to package them to do that. But this one got hung up in Indy. And the next day, there was a cold front coming in. The next day, the high was supposed to be 8. It was going to be like not a good situation probably. And they called and finally arranged a courier to drive the package from Indianapolis to the city in Kentucky where it was going and hand delivering it to this guy at like 9 o'clock at night. So it didn't end up sitting there outside the temperature parameters. I insure packages over a certain amount of money just because I can sleep better at night because I ship out some pretty high, pretty high value boxes. And I'm not really worried much about the DOA situation unless there's like a heat pack failure or something like that. I worry more about FedEx losing my shit than I do anything else. And, even though when I wake up the next day and I pop up all my tracking, because I track every outgoing shipment as closely, if not more closely than I do incoming. And, I get up the next day, I've got all my windows open where I've gone into each email and opened up a window and I refresh each one. And they always say at destination sort facility or at destination facility, sometimes ready for pickup.
Sorry. I have to jump in. Breaking news.
For responsible pet owners and businesses, especially in the world of herpiculture, which is the keeping and breeding of reptiles and amphibians as pets. I think everyone can admit there were some mistakes made on April 6th, and I hope we can learn from those and move forward on this. So one of the mistakes I would like to point out is in 2021, commissioners were presented with data from staff that only about a dozen people in the state were working with reticulated pythons and or Burmese pythons. None of those dozen people were grandfathered and allowed to continue business, even though in the example of Chris Coffey, he had permits and had been licensed by FWC for over a decade. So if we had just allowed him to be grandfathered and continue doing business as long as he was in compliance, April 6th never would have happened. And obviously I'm talking about reptiles, but as land developers, you see the same thing. If codes are updated, you usually don't have to go back and retrofit all your old buildings. So if a city requires you to build a building and cover it in stone or brick, you don't have to go tear all the stucco off and refinish your building. So I don't know why that grandfather clause was not applied for this. Again, it was only a dozen people and April 6th never would have happened. So my point being, if species are listed as conditional or prohibited in the future, we need to look at a true grandfather clause for those businesses, and we won't have a repeat of April 6th. And we talk about this so much, almost a third of Americans own a pet reptile, fish, bird, or mammal. So in Florida alone, you have over 6.5 million people who have these types of pets. So it's a lot of people who are affected by these things. I know you're just recently seeing some numbers. You were surprised by how many species were in trade. So again, that's another number that you need to think about. Over 6.5 million pet owners in Florida alone could be affected by overreaching and draconian rules. So please consider that moving forward. I'm already out of time. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. My name is Elizabeth Wisniewski with USARK Florida. As I say all the time, we are willing to work with industry, with staff and industry together. That is our ultimate goal. And I would like to give an example of that and how it affects the April 6th massacre. Back in the day, I am a permit holder. I have a business and I am a breeder. I was a CSP permit holder. So I had Burmese anacondas. Actually, my anaconda came to me from a seizure from somebody that was not permitted. She is still in my care today. Another animal that was seized was a Nile monitor. At the time, I did not want to keep that one, but I did place it in a home out of state, and it's living very healthy today and a good life. So The massacre really didn't need to happen if staff would have been working more with industry. It kind of really broke my heart that we spent 2 days at TAG with everybody, and perhaps they could have reached out to us, and we talked about the amnesty a lot then too. They could have reached out to industry and said, we have these animals in the state that are not supposed to be here. They're prohibited. There's an issue of getting them out. Reach out to the industry. Let us work with you. Instead of just euthanizing these animals, there are people that really want them. There's zoos, there's places. I could have made calls and had them out of the state by morning. It would have been very easy. But we just need to be given that opportunity instead of just euthanizing these animals and destroying people's lives. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
All right, Joseph.
I got the afternoon lunch crowd, so no nodding off over there. I'm watching each one of you. Joseph Cabrera, South Florida, grew up here, Floridian. I'm a police officer by day. I work for FWC as a Python contractor, and more importantly than that, I am a South Florida turkey hunter, and nothing means more to me than those experiences out in the woods. I wanted to bring up something to you all that's been going on lately in the last couple of years. Huge influx of out-of-state turkey hunters. To the point where it's starting to impact our Floridian turkey hunters hunting experience. We need to really look at understanding that we're the first turkey season that opens up and we get a lot of people down here. The commission needs to look at raising those out-of-state hunting fees and adopting a quota for all management areas to not lose sight of the fact that the FWC's commission responsibility is to preserve and protect and ensure the hunting abilities and experiences for our Florida residents as well as out-of-state hunters. And we need to lose sight that our Florida residents are our first priority. I propose that the special opportunity hunts are non-transferable. I don't know if you guys know, but a lot of times when you get one of those hunts, they're all public records, and out-of-state hunters will call and create this underground bargaining system of trying to buy these hunts for a lot of money. And it's creating the inability for Florida residents to enjoy those special opportunity hunts, to enjoy those hunts with their kids. And it's truly not fair. We need to look at that. We need to propose, like I said, quotas on all WMAs, even including JW Corbett, Big Cypress, Herky Huffman, Bull Creek, Three Lakes, where anyone can just come in and hunt and the out-of-state hunters can get 2 birds. Let's not lose sight that the Florida residents should have those first opportunities. The kids should have those first opportunities to enjoy a non-crowded WMA area to hunt. And lastly, in Big Cypress, we need to get back to the check-in slips. The check station there has kind of gone by the wayside. There's no one manning it, and if they do man it, the hunting check-in starts at 9 a.m. There's not a single turkey hunter, there's not a single deer hunter that checks in at 9 a.m. So those numbers are skewed, and you guys are not getting the data you need. Please protect the Florida hunting opportunities for our residents and our kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph. Daniel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I appreciated some of what Colonel Young said earlier about euthanasia of captive animals, but I just wanted to clarify, commissioners, are you willing to commit right now that we are not going to euthanize captive animals? Did I hear correctly that that is going to be the policy of the agency going forward? Because I thought I heard Colonel Young allude to that earlier.
So we're doing a temporary directive on no euthanasia except for exigent circumstances as case by case is need be until we can do further assessments on training and stuff. So
what would those circumstances?
That just means that yes, they're still euthanizing fucking animals. Is that what you heard, Jessica?
Something like that. So we're not talking about all captive. We're talking about all wildlife. So there's cases where officers have to do that.
It's not wildlife if it's captive.
It's not. Obviously, but in the case of euthanasia, for reference to April 6th, we have put a directive to stop doing any euthanasia on in conditions like that until further training can be assessed and gaps can be.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Colonel Young. And we really do look forward to working with you in the future. We do not want to have an adversarial relationship with FWC, but we have a lot of people that are very upset, and all of the issues have not been fixed. So going forward, we need to have some serious conversations. That the line from what happened on April 6th can be traced directly from what happened in February of 2021 with the prohibited species regulations. And those were done without proper due process and stakeholder input. people were led to believe that they would not lose their animals, that if you had these animals, and multiple commissioners, you guys said that nobody's going to lose your pets. And
No
Melissa
one is
Tucker
coming to
said
attack your animals.
people are not going to lose their pets. And it was even pointed out that that was misinformation, that anybody believed that they would lose their pets. And earlier it was mentioned that the pythons weren't pets. Well, in the body cam footage that we do have, the officer said, we're killing this guy's pets. And with all due respect, I don't think any of you get to determine what is our pet. These are animals.
You know, listen, this whole notion that there's some massacre happened, okay? You guys are taking it a little too far.
What? No, I don't think so. What would you call
somebody
coming in and killing a bunch of animals without reason?
It was, first of all, first and foremost, I guarantee you that this agency doesn't euthanize. When's the last time we euthanized something? Give me, this is like, I don't want this notion that this is happening every day in Florida. It's not, okay? It's an isolated incident. It's an isolated incident. You're pounding this to make it look like we do this.
They did it the day before.
Routine. It's not
literally the day before.
Okay? So let's get off that notion, please.
Were there iguanas euthanized the week before that happened?
I have no clue.
I have no clue exactly.
The
first true thing you said
is yes. So, and there was a report published in the FWC Weekly Law Enforcement Report about iguanas being confiscated. So we're very concerned about our animals, and it has been proven that sometimes you guys do kill animals. And the fact that this happened in the way that it did, it confirmed a lot of people's
Daniel,
fears.
let me ask you something. Didn't you hear the testimony earlier from the colonel that the I don't know if he was the actual owner, but the person in possession of these snakes asked us to euthanize them?
Fuck
Did you hear that or not? Okay, so hold on. So you're making it sound like we walked in, kicked the door down, went and killed all these snakes. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Okay? All right, so listen, why don't you wrap up your thoughts? And I don't need all the cat calling in the audience. If that's the case, we're just going to call the meeting off. Okay? We're having a good discussion here. Let's get beyond this. Put out what you want to put out. You asked for a report yesterday. I told you it was already on the agenda for today. We gave it. Let's move on.
Yes, I should point out that the material that my organization has put out has not differed largely from what FWC said happened. We have very serious concerns with what we all know and agree happened on that day. But as far as what happened to Chris Coffey, you guys destroyed his life over the course of 14 months. He was a successful breeder. He wanted to be grandfathered in. He considered these his pets. He was charged. The case was dismissed weeks before this happened. You constructively seized his animals, and then you brought up earlier about the animals being fed. Did you offer to feed the animals? Those were your animals at that point. Did you pay for their care or upkeep? He was left with these animals with nothing to do with them, except you have to keep them. And if you don't, we're going to arrest you. So he's been operating under that assumption that he was going to be arrested. And
okay,
he didn't just call in FWC to kill his animals.
Your time's up.
That's not how that
Your time's up, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fuck you, Barretto. You're such a piece of shit.
Fuck you.
Incredible.
We have Liz. Is Liz out there? Seeing no Liz. Marcus.
Thank you, Commissioners. First, I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to Melissa Tucker, who just explained to me that she and staff are in fact going after all those inventory sheets from all those years of ESC license applications, and including all those animals inventoried and all the animals coming in through import permits, which will now be part of the species and trade. So we appreciate that. And I know it's a lot of hard work reading people's handwriting, but it's important work and we appreciate it. Thank you. Commissioners, after more than 2 decades of very successful FWC and industry cooperation, the last 4 years have seen many direct threats to our animal industries. Promises of no more prohibited species. We're not trying to close anyone's business. We're not trying to make a white list. If it's already here, you've got nothing to worry about. You know, without being a smart ass and with all due respect, for the last 4 years, I keep hearing this one phrase in my head over and over again. It was whenever Groucho Marx was caught red-handed, he would always say, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes?
Burn.
Now, so let us come euthanize your snakes or we will arrest you is not the same as please come euthanize my snakes. Transparency and the truth must be the starting point. I appreciate the Colonel's candor and on the killing of the wrong snake earlier this morning. What I don't appreciate is not hearing from humane interests. I'm a member of the Humane Society of the United States, and yet I did not hear one word from the humane interests about the killing of the snakes. You don't represent me, and I'm one of your constituents, or any of the constituents as far as I'm concerned. I'm very disappointed to hear that. I guess they just rubber stamp what they like and not what they don't like, and bears, and that's it. FWC is making Florida an anti-animal, anti-pet state. No one wants them to move to Florida, to any anti-pet state. No one wants to retire and move to an anti-pet state. No one. We can all see the coming headlines. Florida hates pets. Florida kills small business. Come to Florida, but leave your pets behind. Over half of all Americans have pets, and they need to be able to come to Florida and have them too. This morning, you heard a biologist point out how so many of Florida's ornamental plants are not native, and yet our state benefits greatly from them. A few have become invasive, but no one is closing or criminalizing their industry.
Please wrap it up, Marcus.
Thank you. Oh boy. A couple summers ago, I held FWC to task for manipulating science and basically brought the truth. And the only response from leadership was to limit the time spoken.
Marcus, we got to move on.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, I would ask Commissioner
You're literally not even listening.
and really
We don't
hearing
have
from the
time for
stakeholders
you.
what all this is about. And if people are willing to come here and drive across the state, give up their livelihoods, their time, listen to them for 3 or 6 minutes if somebody's willing to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Exactly. Fuck you. You don't have 6 minutes?
Chuck.
Good afternoon.
We not go golfing today.
Before we begin, Commissioner Barreto, I'd like to know that I've been speaking with George, and we are working on the governor's one-shot challenge. I'm going to work very hard to make that the best event that we can possibly put together. And I am going to pledge to you that as the owner of Rebel Yelp calls, every one of the participants is going to get a commemorative call from me as well for that event. All right. What I'd like to speak about today, first and foremost, is the situation with our turkeys.
All right, I'm
Again,
going to
I've been
mute the
working with
speaker I
staff,
know is
and
talking
we're
about
moving
a
forward
non-reptile
to
thing,
see if there's
if
some
you all
thing-
want to react or do a spin.
Yeah.
And I'll turn it back on right when somebody new comes. We'll see what they have to talk
What's
about.
the government's one thing? One shot? Is that the turkey thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's not relevant.
He said he was going to give out calls, like duck calls.
Well, Barreto said the one true thing he said all day, I don't have a clue. I mean, that's...
Don't know if we killed reptiles the week before, but we killed no reptiles. This is an
We don't kill
isolated
any animals ever. I've never
But yet
killed.
you published that you killed reptiles. I mean, it's
literally from their website.
is this even real? Like, I mean,
No, it's not real. They're
I mean,
literally just here to look like they've appeased everyone by giving them 2 seconds to speak. I'm sorry, 60 seconds to speak. I should start timing it. I was timing it earlier, and they were doing like cutting people off. before
Elise,
All right, you can
and
keep
Michael,
talking, but
please
I'll
make
see
your way to
what,
the
like,
front. Dean, welcome.
Hello.
See what
Thank you
Dean
for
wants to
having
talk
me
about.
today. I'm born and raised here in Florida. I'm about to turn 28 years old. In my entire life, I have seen nothing but Florida being destroyed, whether it comes from conflict of interest, homes being built up out of nowhere, pesticides sprayed everywhere, whether it be lakes, lawns, whatever. And it always seems to be, oh, we're going after the bad guy. We're going after something else. In this case, with the reptiles, we're going after the bad guys. It's always the bad guys. But the people who end up getting punished always seem to be the people that, for the most part, everyone in this community sees as the good guys. The people that try to actually do good are the ones who are punished. And it continuously turns into this never-ending blame game from people who have no idea what they're even looking at. I mean, many of us have seen this this body cam video. You go up to a tank that has a boa in it, points and says that's a boa, and less than 5 minutes later, the boa is dead. I see that, and I don't know if it's incompetence, but somebody who should be in charge of doing that should know what they're even looking at. I'm not going to go and drive down the street and point at a cottonmouth on the side of the road and tell people that it's a water snake and then expect them to be fine if they get bit. It's anyone who looks and knows what they're talking about and what they're doing would know that it's absolutely ridiculous what happened. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dean. Travis.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you guys for being here. I know it's a long couple days, and thank you guys for hanging around and hanging in there. I just wanted to come up here and take a moment, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the agency for all the work that you guys did this past legislative session, both on legislation, but also in helping us out with the right to hunt and fish legislation. It was a really big deal to the conservation community. Some people have asked me about the right to hunt and fish, and like, well, how does that fit in? You know, I'm not really a hunter. I'm not really a fisherman. Maybe I'm just an environmentalist. I think it's important. We all talk about the wildlife.
All right, he's talking about hunting and fishing. Okay. Can we do it like, what do you want to do? A really quick spin to win?
Yeah.
Brony's here. Jube. What's up? This party's been going on for 5 hours. It'll be over soon. But we do need to give away stuff. Erie donated 20 and also donated a shirt and koozies. Also. So let's do a shirt real quick before Broski here goes away. Whose shirt are we doing? Do you want to just do Erie's?
Yeah.
Please donate so we can get that USARK lawsuit to go through. Sugar Skull Serpents. Congratulations. You won
from
a shirt from Erie Reptiles.
Core Losum.
Oh.
USACA even.
We're talking about the Everglades, even though that's important and relevant. Let's do another spin to win, I think. Right?
Yeah, did we do our 3-pack yet?
No, we haven't done a lot of things because we suck.
Trying to cover what needs to be covered.
Yeah. No, I was waiting for like stuff to come in. But I feel like since they're in the 3-hour block, we should sort of incentivize people to. So Sugar Skull Serpents won Erie Reptiles. We haven't done a second Holdback Rack podcast shirt. Let's do a snake. We haven't done a snake in a while. Right?
Okay. Yep.
Okay, we'll do. Can't read today currently. That's pretty good. We will do Herp Collectors, Super Inchy Lesser Male Double Het Hypo Clown Pos Fire. Fire pace.
Say it one more time.
Super Inchy Lesser Male Ball Python Double Het Hypo Clown Pos Fire. I have pictures. Do I need to bring them up?
Yes.
They're on the other account. What'd you say?
Yes. Bring up pictures.
Motherfucking bitch.
Oh, I mean, no. Don't. We'll use our imagination of what a super inchy lesser looks like.
They look nice. I'll be honest. No, they might be in this account. Hold on. I've only received 400 messages today. And can you see that?
Yep. That's pretty.
Yeah, it's nice.
And then
I know some people were waiting for his bids. Let's
In
listen to this.
2015 from the FWC.
Oh, it's about bear hunts. We're okay. All right. This is hard. This is for the super inchy lesser double head hypo clown male from Herp Collectors. Who got it? What the heck?
How many names are on that wheel?
Well, if people donated $200 or something, they got 20 entries.
Oh no!
So some people donated 2 or 10 or whatever. All right, Sugar Skull, let us know if you want to keep those or put them back in.
Oh, shuffle that crap again.
Well, shuffling doesn't matter.
Well, the audience calls for it.
Okay, I shuffle it. If that makes you feel good, guys. What do you want to do next?
Let's do some t-shirts.
Which t-shirt would you like? A whole back one?
Yeah.
Just the single pack or the multi-pack?
Do the multi-pack.
Multi-pack.
Just want to thank our sponsors who gave us the funds that are making the t-shirt giveaway possible for...
What the heck? That is awesome. I swear I'm removing it every time.
We can see it on screen. Like there's video evidence.
All right, no, I swear. All right. What's next? Let's check. What are we doing? It's still Bear Guy.
Okay, let's do somebody else's t-shirt.
How about BNS? He's like the first in the list.
Okay.
Okay.
Gerald, Forward Motion Reptiles, we will be here as long as the meeting is happening, and then in an additional time if we need to for the spin.
Yay, somebody do Blackjack Reptiles. Got a swag pack from BNS Reptilia. And if you all still want to donate, I'm saving a lot of like the high-end snake stuff, like the stuff kindly from Brian.
Yeah, so you get to pick anything 500 and under. He will cover shit.
That's powerful sauce.
That'll happen at the end.
Right.
Abadi Dasu Uzubi.
Oh, Lord.
Malemi. Dumela. Goeiemorgen and good morning from our friends across the globe watching, anxiously waiting and watching to see what the outcome of these discussions are going to be. I represent Speak Up Wakaiva. In 2015, the world was following how Florida got sucker punched when FWC allowed a 1-week bear hunt.
Oh, bear hunt?
Thanks to Chuck O'Neill having people at every way station and calling and begging Nick Wiley, executive director, to stop the hunt. The hunt was stopped at 48 hours.
All right. We'll skip the bear hunt.
We're going on a bear hunt. Gonna catch a big.
I forgot that song even existed.
That's a big thing here, bear hunting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
For Autumn Leaves for Herp Collectors, winner does pay shipping on that one. Okay.
It's a case by case Autumn Leaves, whether or not you have to pay shipping.
Yeah, most people comped it, but not everyone, and we're not forcing anybody to do it. Sugar Skull, you won. What did they win? Let's check.
They won the 3-pack from HRP, Hair Hollow, and ASM.
And you also won a shirt from Erie's. And you also won the Super Inchy Male Double Head Hypo Clown. I'm assuming you were forcing you to take the shirts, but if you don't want the Super Inchy Lesser Male Double Head Hypo Clown, you can put that one back in.
Even though no proof of this exchange has been made available to the public
All right, this
to
is
date.
relevant.
But that's irrelevant. In no way was FWC obligated to comply, nor should they have, with any such request. They weren't even his snakes for over a year at that point. I'm not some weak-kneed pansy, but I cried watching this horrific event. I applaud Executive Director Young and staff for immediately changing the way situations like this are handled so that no other pets will be euthanized like this. Additionally, the animal community will happily help FWC find homes for surrendered and or seized animals
But the trust between FWC and animal keepers needs to be restored before keepers will be willing to stick their necks out to help. This new policy of non-euthanasia is a great start, but extreme prohibited species rules must be addressed in order for reasonable transport or movement of these animals out of state to happen safely, legally, and efficiently. Finally, Chris Coffey initiated contact with his FWC investigator to let them know that he was unable to relocate these snakes inside the deadline given by FWC. Now he's lost his businesses, his pets, he's a criminal, and for his honesty and clarity, he was rewarded with, I believe, 72 violations. Conversely, had he called FWC's amnesty hotline, none of this unfortunate situation would have happened. Moving forward, I believe it would be more prudent for a more reasonable approach to be taken in situations such like this, where good people are trying to do the right thing and not intentionally trying to circumvent the law. Cooler heads need to prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan. Good afternoon, Jordan.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to go a little bit different on this. For y'all that don't know, I am currently studying environmental policy and management. I am in college for that. And I'm going to go over some of the eradication and control problems. Before that, I want to thank the fellow trappers that did show up that are removing tegus and iguanas. That is awesome. And I also want to give South Florida Water Management District a shout out because right now, they're one of the very few places giving me permission to remove iguanas and tegus. Broward County, I asked Parks and Rec, we don't allow that. They even gave me the county ordinance. Many of you guys are from South Florida. Miami-Dade County, I got told I can't remove them off the sidewalk because the public will call in. These are y'all's counties. The ordinances, I'm a permitted individual trying to do a favor, remove a non-native species, and I'm being sidewalled by your counties down here. I'm from Polk County. I drive 3 hours. I come down here, remove them legally from private properties that I'm allowed to, and South Florida Water Management District. In my county, City of Winter Haven will call me if they find a tegu or iguana. That's a city government. Polk County Sheriff's Department will call me if they find one.
My neighborhood would love for you to come in and remove them.
I will gladly. You get with me.
Because they hired trappers.
Hey,
I'm
on y'all's list. I remove them at zero cost to the state. I charge nobody. And I've offered this, and several of us have, but I'm concerned that the counties down here are stopping that. They're preventing that for other means. Parks are preventing it because they're something for people out of state are going to come down here. Look, there's a lizard. DEP, state parks, we requested that. They told us we don't allow to remove other than research purposes with no financial gain. I offered to remove them at zero cost. A biologist reached out to us. We were going to help them. And we were going to do this without the public having to see us catch them. We were willing to work with the people, and we're being sidewalls. And also one quick thing, and I'll end, is I sent a proposal the last commission meeting. I would like the new director to take a look at it. It was to help alleviate and to help make it where more of us can remove them. And I would also, as I said, I'd like to see more effort from y'all down here working with your local governments and getting us where we can do something instead of being sidewalls where we can't.
Jordan, let me just address, because I think it's important. The issue with iguanas and believe it or not, the South Florida peacocks, there's, it's like you got 50% of the people who want you to leave them alone. You got 50% who want to remove. So I think I'm not making excuses for local government, but I have a feeling they just don't want to get caught in that conversation. You know what I mean?
Understand that, but we just want to help remove them.
It's one of those things that I tell you what, I feel a call a day from a local mayor, municipality, a city manager. What do we do? How do we confront this? Like I got a call from a mayor last night that says, hey, we got Muscovy ducks that the kids are feeding, and we would like to remove them, but there's half the people want them, half the people don't want them. It's an issue that I think across the state, everybody confronts. So don't get frustrated. It's just some people want it and some people don't.
I understand that, but I'm coming from a conservation effort as well.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they're down here. People like them, but I'm trying to do the effort y'all guys want.
Yeah.
You want them removed from the wild, and we need to find a way to work with these communities. You guys have the list of people that are permitted.
Okay.
Tallahassee has given out my number before, and I will gladly do it. I will schedule with people. I will work with people, but we would like the opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Next up is Anna.
Good afternoon.
The 2015 bear hunt was based on misinformation and that.
All right, bear hunt girl. So Powerhouse just donated another 100. Thank you, Powerhouse. It's trying to compete 1, 2, 3, 4 with Sugar Skull and Great Family.
I also sent you someone else who did another raffle entry and another donation to HRP and
Steery.
So here's a question: are bears overpopulated in Florida?
Not really, but they're probably overpopulated for the amount of
habitat they have left.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a hunter. I'm not anti-hunting at all. I love to hunt and fish. I do believe it's an important part of the conservation effort. Hunters and fishermen put more money into conservation than private citizens do that do not hunt and fish. But not allowing the state's missing a huge piece of revenue by not charging for tags or licenses to remove invasive species for out-of-state people to come down there and do that. I don't understand what their aversion is to that. I know what Barreto said, half the people want them and half the people don't. Well, if half the people want them and half the people don't, you're never going to get all of them. But you can definitely boost your economy and serve the purpose of thinning them out at the same time and allowing people who actually do want to take them somewhere where they're legal. It seems like a win-win to me. I don't see the flaw in that.
I don't know. I like the way they used to do it, where they had to ship them everything out of state that they collected. That was fine.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? They do the annual, shotgun hunt in the Everglades for the Burmese and stuff like that. That's highly publicized. I don't know. I just don't get. Florida's just
it's government. It doesn't make any sense. Ever.
Another speaker.
Leslie Sardinia.
I just want to make sure we don't miss anything.
You guys have a big job.
She looks vegan.
Wildlife, and I appreciate what. I second Marcy Cadena's what she spoke about with protecting the manatees, feed the natural forage.
All right.
Pesticides are killing just about everything. My yard is pesticide.
She might not be vegan, but she's right. Probably shouldn't spray every fucking thing you see in Florida every time, which is a whole different problem. But we're not here for that.
That's a whole different debate.
Yeah, if you want to check out, there's like a guy who's just like, can you stop spraying everything, please? And then just do it. So he has a whole YouTube video where he's been crusading against FWC since 2017 or something. They don't give a shit what he wants either. Like going on private property, spraying birds while they're just sitting there on their nest with their babies. They're just like, let me just let you know what's good.
That's just insane. Well, guys, I'm gonna have to bounce. Thank you for coming on. I've got to be at a meeting at work at 2:30. Thank you guys so much for having me on. It was a blast to talk about stuff with you guys. Even though some of the topics are unsavory, it's like, it's great that you guys have a platform, and I love the way you guys use it. It's one of my favorite podcasts to listen to.
Oh, thank you.
I always
we're the worst, actually.
Well, I always look forward to Friday afternoons because it's not a negative, bitching about another podcast, and that's what a lot of them have turned into. A lot of podcasts have turned into the same thing. Beginner ball python groups have turned into on Facebook.
Spoke this morning.
This
is my 11th time speaking before you on the aquatic plant management.
Yeah, take care. Thank you for coming.
More plant
management. Thank you for listening.
No problem. And all I wanted to say is the giveaway that I'm doing, if I'm not on when you give it away, if you would just ask whoever is doing it
to message
please
you.
To please send an inquiry through Morph Market on the snake that they want. If you guys will just message me the name.
That makes sense.
And then if they'll just send an inquiry through Morph Market on the snake that they want, I'll get it marked on hold to them. I ship hub only, so it's important that they be able to go to a hub to pick it up. I will not ship to a residence under any circumstance. Well, not under any circumstance, but under most circumstances. If you're homebound or something like that, we'll talk. But you're gonna have to prove an extraordinary circumstance for me to ship to a residence. And other than that, you know, that's pretty much it. You know, thank you guys for coming out.
Brian needs a positive review after you've inquired and received your snake on Mark Marriott. By the way,
I do love the reviews. You know, and I like the way that they're getting ready to change to be a number rating instead of just positive, instead of just like the number of reviews you have and you have to click on it to actually see if there's any bad ones.
I don't know. I don't know if I like. I don't know what I like anymore. I'm so confused about that part because like I can see our downvotes behind the scenes on YouTube, and so even though 99.999% of them upvote, one will downvote, and I'm like, oh my god.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking
97.2%
about,
upvotes.
Well, like for instance, mine shows 100% positive, right? So I've got like 71 in the last 12 or 72. I just got another one. 72 in the last 12 months and what 40 something in the last 3 months. I don't remember exactly, but they're all positive. But there are some areas where people have rated less than 5. You know, they consider a 4-star or a 5-star to be positive. So if you got all 4 stars, you have the same rating as someone who got all 5 stars. What they're talking about basically is taking a factor of 25 for the 5 categories that you're rated by, divided by the total score, and then making that your rating. So it might be a 4.8 or a 4.9. I don't know how anyone could rate my packaging as a 4 because I feel like anybody who's gotten a box from me, probably half my reviews mention my packaging. But I mean, you know.
But I just have a few.
Some people have very weird
As a
shipping
human
standards
resource
that I don't
professional with
understand.
over 30 years.
Yeah.
with risk
Sue, what are you
management and
talking about?
safety, I look at people.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, okay, I got to go. I'm going to be late. But thank you guys.
Just hop out whenever you need to.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Big for me. Bye-bye. And I thought it was something that we could kind of look at. It's never too late to do the right thing. And I feel like it's time to do the right thing. It's time to focus on the ethics and the subjects of trust and truth. What erodes trust is a lack of truth. Building confidence begins with leaders who speak truth from the top down.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the leaders?
Preach,
your go-to people who you put out there in the field or wherever to do the job. You don't know what you're doing when you're not looking, but it's the end result that you see what's really coming out. For many of you, I don't know, you probably look at the invasive plant management website reports and public records, but when we get that information, we look at it really closely because we're looking at the numbers and how things are shaking out at the end. This is where we look for truth, and this is where we're not finding it. So I would just encourage you to go through things that you get and not assume that what you're getting is really what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Mike. Mike here. Okay, seeing no Mike, we move on to Joe.
Did she preach? I'm assuming she was preaching. She was spitting.
He said, look at your own information.
How about Manuel?
What's actually happening, not what's in your briefing.
Right. Because their briefing is made up by the fucking office ladies who just literally make shit up so they don't get yelled at.
I spoke earlier a little bit about the
leadership to find the truth within your own
iguanas and tegus going out of state.
There.
And I know that you, Mr. Barreto, instructed staff to work with me or us to get that changed.
I was just thinking
and
about
there was some momentum at a certain point with USARK, but that has died and there's been no further, how do you call it? So would you be able to instruct staff to continue to work with us to try to get those rules changed or made better so that we can do our job out in the field? Iguana hatching season and tegu hunting season, hatching season is coming up, and I would like to take advantage of removing those animals from the wild.
Yes, sir. In fact, Mr. Hernandez, I've already spoken to the colonel. It's a new day. We have a new director. He's listened to all this testimony, and I'm sure he's going to get his hands around it. So I suspect that we're going to have a
Is that his only catchphrase?
Okay.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Get his hands around it. Okay.
Ivan.
Around what?
And if I could ask Devette, Stacy, Jerry, Chris, Michael, and Valerie, please make your way to the front row.
Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone.
I don't know if anyone else here is a animal health professional, but I am. I'm a veterinarian. And what happened on April 6th, it's nowhere near humane. For many reasons, but the colonel already addressed that you're going to be looking into it, and thankfully there's not going to be any more of those euthanasias or killings. Those animals were all captive animals. They may have been prohibited species, I get it, but they're captive. So contrary to what some may think, they were pets, and they should have never been killed that way. They should have been, as the AVMA states, they should have been offered some of the options for captive/pets, and that was not what happened. I believe that although the intentions may be good with all these prohibited species, everyone may be overlooking that animal cruelty is going to become a secondary problem. A lot of these people out there, sadly, even your own officers, cannot differentiate animals. So how do we know that when we tell someone, yeah, go ahead, it's okay to kill an iguana, they're not also killing a fence lizard, box turtles, anything else? I believe FWC should put out a statement that you guys do not condone animal cruelty. And I get it, that should be understood, but I don't know. I certainly have to say that from the videos, it didn't look like you guys were doing anything to promote animal welfare, though the officers seem to be enjoying what they were doing, and that's sad to see.
Amen.
So lastly, I believe Commissioner Lessler said that FWC does have a monumental task with the proposed rule I know that was a topic, but I would say, you have industry, you have us. If you utilize us, we will help. We all want the same thing. But one thing that I would say is we don't want to feel heard. We want to be listened to. Thank you.
Amen. Woo!
All right, next up, Devet, did I get that right? Close.
Good afternoon. I don't have anything new to add, as everything I was going to say has already said before me. But I just want to ask that you seriously work with the pet industry. There has to be a middle ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stacy. Good afternoon, Stacy.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Dr. Eason, commissioners, and staff. My name is Stacy Whittam. I am the Florida and Georgia Regional Director for Delta Waterfowl Foundation. I wanted to come up today to introduce myself and express my gratitude to you and the staff. I'm so excited to work with the agency as Delta grows in Florida. We currently have 7, soon to be 8 chapters. We have had the privilege to work with some of the FWC staff this past.
Is this not Crutchfield sitting in the back, or is this someone else who looks like Crutchfield? Am I insane? Somebody comment.
Crutchfield. I don't think that's Crutchfield, but I'm not the person.
Is he not tall enough? Somebody chime in. Oh, Emma thinks it's him. He looks like he's like 4 feet tall. Is that true? Like, look at the height of his. But these people, like relative head heights here. I'm so confused.
Oh, it is. He just has gone real shaggy.
It looks like him.
Yeah, it is.
Not the white tee. This like black polo.
Yeah. No, the guy with the white hair and facial hair.
Yeah.
He just.
Hopefully he talks later. All right. I don't want to do too many spin to wins in between because I think it's a little distracting. So I'll probably just do a lot of them at the end, unless they go take another lunch break, 12th lunch break.
11sies. KMB Reptiles Matt asked if he had been selected to win. I missed a few, but all the ones I saw you hadn't won. Did he win while I was gone?
KMB Reptiles asked if he was selected to win.
Did he win anything while he was gone?
KMB Reptiles hasn't put in an offering, but he didn't put in any donations to USARK. Are we confusing ourselves?
I'm sorry. LMK. I was confused.
Good afternoon.
LMK Reptiles.
Okay.
How you guys doing?
Good.
My name's Jerry Bussell. I'm a reptile pet owner, hobbyist,
LMK has not
and stakeholder.
won anything yet.
Excuse me. Chairman
But
Barreto,
that's not, we still haven't done
in
most
February
of
of
them. so-
2021, during a commissioners meeting with reptile industry stakeholders, you said, and I quote, "Our natural environment is more important than your pets or livelihood. We must protect our natural resources at all costs." Then just 24 hours later, you lobbied for your land development company to fill in a lagoon off Singer Island where manatees, sea turtles, and at least 3 species of sawfish are known to habitate, so that your land development company could also build hundreds of condos and houses on top of said lagoon. As one of my fellow colleagues said during that same meeting,
Thank you for addressing the fact that they're
you,
freaking
sir, are a liar and have
developers.
made it abundantly clear that our natural resources, environment, and our natural environment, our natural resources are not more important than your livelihood. After the events of Thursday, April 6, 2023, now known as the Holy Thursday Massacre, the day that the very thing you said wouldn't happen actually happened, you once again proved yourself to be a liar, and we can't trust you. If you and your fellow commissioners had a single shred of integrity, each of you would step down from your appointed positions as FWC commissioners immediately. Thank you.
Tasers are coming out, though. Tasers
Chris.
are coming out. I like it when they get
Good
spicy.
afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Teodorsky, and I'm just representing myself. I want to start with a quote from February 25th, 2001. On that day, Commissioner Barreto said the following, and I quote, "I want to make sure the public is aware that if you currently own one of these reptiles, you are allowed to keep it till its death. So no one is telling you you have to get rid of your pet or euthanize it. No one from the state is going to take it away from you." As a member of that public, Commissioner Barreto, I heard what you had to say. I took to heart what you said, Commissioner. I have no financial interest in reptiles. I have no economic motivation to be here. I'm here missing work today and yesterday, having driven down from Tampa because I believed you, Commissioner. I was sure my pet snakes,
Want to
Mr.
hug him.
Pinky, were safe. But you and your officers violated that trust 34 times on April 6th. Now, I know you don't want to consider the euthanized animals as pets, but I would argue, by definition, according to 18 U.S. Code 2266, since FWC took these animals out of commerce, they were by definition pets. Even if I accept that the request was made by Mr. Coffey, I have a saying with my staff at work. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. These officers were ill-prepared and ill-trained at best. Earlier today, you decided to delay the decision to consider the so-called whitelist, and like the others have said, I appreciate you spending more time on this decision. I've reviewed the proposed species questionnaire that was shared in preparation for this meeting, and can only assume, based upon the massive impact the domestic cat has on the environment, that they will be the first species eliminated. The domestic cat can be directly linked to the extinction of over 50 bird species. Cats alone kill an estimated 2.4 million birds in the US. Can I be assured, if this proposal moves forward as its stated intent is to protect our natural species, that this threat will be analyzed and addressed immediately? Thank you. When can I apply for my permit to hunt Mittens the kittens in the Everglades? Because I really want to do that. And it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But when it's a snake, it's not so ridiculous. I don't understand.
Thank you. Michael.
I'm gonna hunt Mittens.
Good afternoon, Michael.
Good
In my
afternoon.
house.
First off, I'd like to thank the commission for protecting green iguanas in Florida. Now when I'm stuck in traffic in Miami, the numbers are exponentially huge when I used to remove them for free, but it's not worth selling iguana when it sells only for $2 and the microchip costs $5. So the 10 to 12,000 I'd remove, they're staying. I have a couple businesses. I'd like to invest more, but every time I want to, I got an itch to start a new business. FWC comes up with something and it's like, do I spend $100,000 on a new store, breed cichlids, but then, they might ban cichlids. Some of you might have cichlids as pets. I would love to do that, but I can't. Permitting for the staff, it's way behind. You guys need more staff for permits because wait 3 months for a permit puts you out of business for 3 months. you know, you guys should change, whenever you guys speak of non-native and invasive things, change that word to guns. And you're pretty much harming law-abiding gun owners for the few bad gun owners. You know, and FWC doesn't have a taxonomic standard. I email one biologist and they say this turtle is this species. I email another one, it's protected and this species, but I need a non-native permit to import it, even though it's protected here with a possession limit. Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's no standard. All the biologists have different standards. One of them even referenced a 2006 scientific book that's outdated by, like, you know, 15 years, 16 years. Also, non-native animals like a northern diamondback terrapin that doesn't occur in Florida. I could have bought a pretty large turtle farm from Maryland with northern diamondback terrapins that do not occur here. And I couldn't because it's illegal to possess diamondback terrapins, even though that exact species is non-native to Florida. So, you know, we need like standardization of a lot of things in here.
Please wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie. Good afternoon, Valerie.
Good afternoon. I'll just make this short and sweet. Please don't have the bear hunt. It's cruel, it's unnecessary, and we don't want to relive the trauma of 2015. Thank you.
All right, Valerie, thank you. John.
Commissioners, at the last meeting, you approved a slate of rules and regulations that across the state, and in particular, Holy Land, Rotenberger, and Area 3 had vehicle access rules. Well, I'm here to tell you that they seem to be working.
We got one right.
The non-event was this past weekend, and there was a lot of officers out there that didn't have too much to do. So we did have a bunch of guys out at their camp enjoying the camp, which they wouldn't have been able to do if the original rules had passed. So I just want to say it was good that we worked with staff. We got everything working on that. And the other thing I want to mention is in Big Cypress, I know right now the hunt biologist is working with the Park Service, and we know how great the Park Service is to work with on some new rules and regulations review. I just want to make sure that we continue to have stakeholder involvement in that, and they schedule some meetings and all like that. So other than that, thank you much.
Thank you for the update, John.
Thanks, John. All right, next up we have Mike. And then if I could ask Rian, Austin, Breyer, Greg, Tom,
Commissioners,
Armando, everybody else to come up forward, please.
I'd like to thank you, Commissioners, for taking my testimony. I'm a third-generation commercial fisherman. Been catching stone crabs and fish in Gulf waters for close to 40 years. I'm a member of the Stone Crab Advisory Panel that several of the FWC guys sit on. Anyway, I take great pride in my industry. We've made great strides, FWC and stakeholders, in the past 3 years, adding coal rings, size increase on the stone crab claws, 2 weeks off the end of season, which I really.
So it looks like, how many hours has it been for this second part?
Oh, maybe like an hour.
Okay. I'm just surprised how many not reptile speakers I've seen. So I don't know if they stacked it or they mixed it. Or who got in the morning.
Little as they could possibly get away with.
I think,
you know, like picking a little kid. I'm sure that was intentional. Right. And then like they couldn't leave off USARK. So it feels very intentional.
Mm-hmm. All right. I still don't necessarily want to do too many spin to wins in the middle, but I will if we get like a big long batch of fishermen or they actually do take a break. But I just want to like cut in here. I know old man Pies and Clowns was telling us we were talking too much over people, but
sorry, that's my fault.
Listen, it's okay. We're trying to give you space, but like if you wanted to watch it without us involved, you could technically go watch it by yourself, but this is like a community, so we do want to talk and react a little bit, but I do want you to be able to hear. So if that's like truly a problem, we'll try to be a little more conservative.
Oh, it's me. I'll work on it. Sorry.
I
was muted last time, so I could react however I wanted.
Right. Then, obviously, we're doing this and you donate to USARK Florida mostly. And if you want USARK, the national version, those are two different things. So you're going to either do both or focus on Florida. But if you donate to USARK normally and have never donated to USARK Florida, you'll want to either become a member or do a donation. So that's why we're here, really. And then this guy looks like he's getting ready to finish up. So we'll jump back over here. It's like being a narrator of the news or something.
Well, that's funny you asked that. We assumed that the storm, Hurricane Ian, when it come through, that the crabs were going to push north, and they didn't. They actually charged south.
Where those crabs
I
go,
don't understand what happened. That and water, I think it's got a lot to do with it. You know,
That's where most crabs end up.
Areas, there's
You know
a
what I
lot
mean?
more traps.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people are buying more
crabs travel south.
and everybody's buying more gear, bigger boats, better equipment, more traps.
What do you think the amount of recreational trappers are in your area?
A lot. I mean, we're
Yeah.
seeing 20 and 30 trap lines. We're supposed to only have 5 traps, but I think that the boats are getting a lot more
All right.
traps, and the whole thing.
He's complaining about traps. It's just fair.
They're like, run the clock out. It's fine. Let this guy talk forever.
Right. Bretta's like, let's keep going. I want to hear more about traps.
Yeah. Super. But the guy that was talking about land development, fucking get him off.
Right away. Bye, bitch. So, and if anybody's there in person or knows someone who's there in person who wants to like message us reporting from the place, I would love to hear just like even a text on Instagram, like, I don't know, Beretta like shoulder checked me in the hallway or whatever. That'd be awesome. Sort of down and dirty. And also, I wanted to know, is there a general protest happening outside? I've been stuck on the stream. We've been streaming hard. Like, I heard there would be a general protest with signs. So if there's any Florida locals there or know anybody in Florida,
Right. Yeah.
or you saw it on Instagram.
Yeah, because we're not keeping up with Instagram other than to check
I'm going to need Wisdom Solomon for this one. My name is Ryan Gitman. I'm the former owner of a company called Underground Reptiles. Been living in Florida for the past 35 years. I pastor a small family church. I'm a husband, I'm a father, and I am a grandfather now. 5 years ago, I employed 250 people, 40 to 50 consistently, all families that we took care of. I was responsible for moving 50 to 75,000 iguanas out of the Florida wild a year. I paid over $1 million in taxes a year to Florida. I had an amazing relationship with FWC. We trained new recruits on our property, helping them learn how to pick up big snakes, venomous snakes, things of that nature. I also was a breeder of hundreds and hundreds of albino and morph tegus every year. I was told that Florida was not wanting to get rid of the reptile industry every time I went to a meeting. No, we welcome you. We want you to stay here and do business. 5 years later, I'm in and out of court for the last year for selling an iguana out of the state of Florida, even though FWC knew I had a permit to do so. I am paying no taxes now because I had to sell my business. I employ no employees. I have my licenses regularly denied, and when I ask for a reason why, I'm told because I have all of these violations. And I go, wait, I don't have violations. The 2 citations I've had in the last 20 years, I beat in court. The other ones are warnings. That's just a warning. A warning is supposed to be like, fix it. It's usually fixed before I leave. I had to sell $1 million worth of tegu stock for $10,000, or I wasn't going to go through what Coffee went through. Forget that noise. I'd have flipped my crap. And now me and my family are praying about whether we should move out of the state. I've been here a dozen times asking you guys to help me. Please grandfather me in. I offered FWC my help with the tegus. Been breeding tegus for 30 years. I said, I can help you. I can help you get rid of them. I beg you, give me a license to get rid of iguanas. No, we don't want to sell them. I don't know what else to say except I wish you all the best. I'm not coming back. I can't do this anymore. I'm 57 years old. I'm not going back and forth to court. I pastor a church. What do I tell my congregation? Oh, I got arrested for selling iguanas? Anyway, if I can just have one more second.
I need you to wrap up.
I'm wrapping right now. Lex and John are the best of the best. And although I am with my brothers, please take responsibility. Tell the public it's not on them. Lex and John are the finest officers in the field. We all know that. Those guys have been fair and decent and kind with us, and I feel terrible that they got to take the heat for what happened to these pythons. Terrible about that. Please, take responsibility.
Austin.
The two senior investigators.
Commissioner, Colonel, congratulations.
He said they were the best.
A lot of
the best, and
redundancy
they
on
still couldn't
iguanas.
do it.
Obviously, it's a hot topic.
That's the
Iguanas
best.
are protected more than Eastern indigos. I can ship an Eastern indigo in and out of the state if I have a permit. Iguanas, I cannot do that. I would just ask that I can get issued an iguana permit and immediately, as in like the day I get that permit, start reducing the numbers of iguanas in our state. I asked ex-commissioner Ron Bergeron, I said, why do you think this is going on? Why would I get denied a permit? And in Bergeron fashion, he said, that don't make sense. And if I knew you talked to him, so, you know, he's kind of got that twang. But he said that doesn't make sense. And everybody I talked to, it just makes zero sense. So I was told that if I wanted extra revenue by staff, I should kill them and sell them to the skin industry, which is odd because that's how the pythons got started here. So I don't think that would be great. He was commissioner in 2007 to 17, and we had way less regulation. Our industry was booming, and he combated the python at its peak with success. And now we have way more regulation, and all of a sudden we have all these, all this commotion about invasive species. Jeremiah said, your website says we haven't found an invasive species since 2006. So why are we so upset about it? And why can I still not get an iguana permit? So I asked Colonel, if you want to immediately make a drastic change, all you got to do is one thing, just immediately, just for a percentage of us that would change the state. Start issuing us iguana permits. If you do that, the next 2-3 years, I'll pay $500,000 in taxes. That's what it adds up to. And if you ask Bergeron, he'll tell you they can't live north of Okeechobee. It's impossible.
Austin, if you could wrap up, please.
They can't live in any other state. So I would ask you, Colonel, do you plan on issuing iguana permits and changing the regulations?
He's going to be getting with the industry. He's not going to answer that right now.
Okay.
Let him get his hand around the issue. Thank you.
Loretto, do you have any comments on issuing iguana
No,
permits?
I think the good news of today's meeting, and I appreciate all the comments from the whole industry, is that we have a new colonel, or a new executive director, and he and I spoke, and he's going to get with the industry. It's a new day, so we got a clean slate. So what I want to do is just really encourage the industry to sit down with the agency, and he's going to work it out. We got a really good, well-tempered person here who listens and wants to make things right and get things right. And I think you saw his explanation on what happened on the when we euthanized the snakes. And I think you'll see a little bit of who he is. So let's give him a chance and let him get with the industry. And you guys, your request is a legitimate request. I don't want to put him on the spot. I don't want you to put the commission on the spot. He'll get through the facts.
Wait, who's
We'll have
running
all
this
those
fucking
answers,
pony
okay?
show? Is it this guy?
Thank you.
He
Thank you.
sounds like this guy.
All right, Pryor. Good afternoon.
Though, I do ask you to not allow another bear hunt. In the last 5 years, 1,000 bears have died in the state, most on the roads, several from you, and others who are illegally hunted. And since 2012, every year, 200 or more are killed. A couple of years ago, a very difficult day for me. My stepmother was dying.
Yeah, and obviously, I don't know if Jana agrees. I think she does. She's from the woods anyway. We're all like pro hunting, pro normal animal use.
My brothers go hunting every hunting season. Yeah.
Yeah. You need to hunt more white-tailed deer in the East Coast, by the way, everybody. So hurry up, get out there. So I don't Like, we're not like, bleeding heart,
Well, like you're
whatever. It's
saying,
just like, try not to be
we'll
completely
put a
stupid about
husband
every choice.
out.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like,
And
you should harvest the iguanas, whatever.
Well, I've heard a lot of positivity around the Everglades hunt every year. But those aren't people's pets in their homes. Those are wild, invasive snakes that are being targeted and killed. And you don't see us like bawling about it. But yet when you go into someone's home and you kill their captive bred animals, and this person has spent years and so much money trying to follow the
I'm going to
rules.
direct most of this to
Sorry.
Mr. Barretto.
No, shut up. Go ahead.
I was here a year ago with an issue on the prohibited species problem with the zoning regulations. You directed me to work with staff. Took quite a bit to do it, but we actually went through formal hearings and got everything worked out on that. In August, we had a complaint from PETA, a 54-page complaint that was sent to FWC. My investigator came out, investigated our whole facility with what we were doing with our education of the public, and found absolutely no violations. She was then told by Tallahassee that there was a violation, and she was issued a memorandum from 2015 that was written by Colonel Curtis Brown. That basically, one of the things we do at our facility is we have albino alligators. Those animals are wrapped with a white vet wrap so that they are no danger to anybody. And we do both above and underwater photography with these animals. Back in 2015, for some reason, the colonel wrote a memo that restricted animals over 4 feet. The animal we were using was 4 feet 3 inches. The investigator explained to me that this memo was enforced just like a rule or law would be, that I had to stop doing it. This was written in 2015. If the commission felt that this was an issue, you've had over 7 years to put this into rule or law. On top of that, the biggest problem is not only do the licensees not have access to this information, my investigator had no access to this information. She had done tons of research prior. I'd like to, again, direct staff to work with me on this, and I'd be curious to see what the legalities of how.
Where's the farm located? Where's your location of your?
Highlands County, Venus.
Okay, which regional director is that? Okay, there she is, right there. So why don't you get with her and let's see what it is, okay?
Okay.
I don't know all the facts. I'm just saying.
All right. Well, my question,
We're here
I guess
to-
maybe
we're here
the
to
commission
work with
can
the
answer
public.
now is, I mean, you simply can write a memo that dictates what we can and can't do.
Let's get with her and she'll work it out. We'll get the information from you, and if we can help, we're going to help you.
Okay,
Yep.
appreciate that.
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, sir.
All right, next up, we have Tom. There we go. Come on up, Tom. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for allowing us to speak. I think most of you probably know who I am, or at least heard of me. My name is Tom Crutchfield. I'm 75 years old this next birthday, and I literally have had Class 1, Class 2, Class 3 wildlife, and venomous snakes, as well as worked at places with mammals, birds, all of the stuff that are regulated. Before Florida had a permit system in place, there were no permits. There were, I'll just read you what I have here, and then I'll make some adjustments. I'm a real Florida man. I'm 6 generations born in the late 1940s, when the term Florida cracker wasn't a racist comment, but was what we call Florida cowboys, black or white, as they were a special breed of man that used 12-foot bull whips to herd the cattle. I grew up with these kind of men. My Uncle Will, also Brooks, could knock a fly off a bull's horn with his bull whip effortlessly, it seemed to my young self. The very backbone of Florida tourism, since the time I was a child, has been built on animal-based businesses to attract tourists. In Basically, roadside attractions displaying all types of native wildlife or exotic wildlife were numerous along any major highway. I personally saw squirrel monkeys for sale at $9.95, and even live manatees for sale at a zoo that was originally in Punta Gorda near the Peace River. They just caught another one, I guess, when they sold one. I'm not sure, but they weren't regulated. Florida history shows animal attractions and their businesses have always formed the backbone of Florida tourism, and it still does even today. In the 1960s and 70s, every big roadside gas station and gift shop had at least an alligator pit for the tourists to lure them into stopping and spending money and visiting our state and taking pictures.
Tom, if you can wrap up, please.
Okay. The bottom line is when we did this, I was the very first inspector you had was Barry Cook. Barry Cook, if he's still alive, was a close friend of mine all my life. And we worked together in those days. We helped each other. And Barry knew and understood what he knew he did not understand. And where he got his help from and understanding was from us. He reached out to us. And I can tell you that we're waiting to do that.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, well, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for the brief time that I had.
Thank you. Armando.
I think your number is wrong because it was higher a minute ago.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I speak here to express my deep concerns regarding the chairman, Rodney Barreto, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Under his tenure, the FWC has demonstrated a concerning level of incompetence and authoritarian approach that cannot be overlooked. One distressing aspect in the FWC's practice of making up rules and enforcing them through their own law enforcement officers, this lack of transparency and accountability raises doubts about the fairness and objectivity of their actions, undermining the principles of justice and due process that this country was founded on. Furthermore, Chairman Barreto's direct deception of reptile keepers is deeply concerning. His false assurance that we could keep animals for the entirety of their lives shattered the trust we placed in the FWC when the massacre happened. The subsequent actions of the FWC, such as entering our facilities, killing our animals in front of us, and leaving bloodstains on the floor, are not only traumatizing, but also demonstrate a complete disregard for our emotional bond we share with our pets. It is simply unfathomable that law enforcement officers would carry out such horrendous actions. Numerous studies have highlighted that both dogs and cats pose a significant threat to our ecosystem. Would they be willing to subject dogs or cats to such treatment? The stark contrast in their approach warrants serious reflection. This also raises questions about the morality and the integrity of this commission. I urge you guys to thoroughly investigate the leadership and conduct of the FWC Commission. It is crucial to ensure that their decisions and actions align with ethical standards, transparency, respect for both animals and the affected community. As a stakeholder, I request a prompt response addressing these concerns and outlining the measures being taken to rectify the prevailing issues within the FWC.
Thank you. Megan, our last speaker. Oh, that is the end of our speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All righty. What's next? Future agenda meetings, items. Chris Wynn.
Yes, sir. Our next meeting is in July over in St. Petersburg. We're planning to see a proposed rule on an Atlantic gag and black grouper. We're planning to see final rules on Skyway Pier, federal consistency on Atlantic amberjack. We'll talk about Weeki again. We'll have some staff updates and reports on the legislative session and update on and comprehensive overview of bear management, the council updates, and we'll also do the marine fisheries work plan. Let us know or let me know if I've missed anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Commission Exchange. Want to start off, Commissioner Nicholas?
Yeah, sure. So just like to thank staff for having us prepared for this meeting. Thank the stakeholders for their comments. There's a lot, we covered a lot in the last couple of days. And I think everybody kept their cool pretty good, so that was good. Commissioners, thank you for, being part of it. It's, I'm very proud to be on this organization and this commission. And, I think that for the most part, we do our best to protect the resources of the state of Florida. The only thing I've been talking with George a little bit, and I would propose that we talk about just a little bit, maybe lengthening the alligator season a little bit. George says that's not a big deal to do, so just leave it at that.
We've got a real short video I think we're going to throw up there. We'll go real quick here.
Sorry, I can't watch their propaganda.
Yeah.
We'll come back. I just wanted to see if the commissioners were going to say anything specific, like, we're sorry we murdered a bunch of pets and it caused everyone to be upset. I haven't heard an apology yet. I heard we'll try to work on training, but that's what I'm waiting for now.
New Florida fishing trail down in Hardee County. We're off and running on that project. It is going to be not only a recreational blessing
Look at us,
from that
scooping
area,
bears.
but from all over the
Don't
state.
worry, we're all profiting through our businesses.
In Florida to fish.
But fuck your industry.
Fishing trail. So it'll be a real economic boom as well to a part of our state that really wants growth and wants that kind of economic development. So that's exciting stuff. Right here in the local area, here in Miami-Dade, we just had an event for the local community where they got a bunch of kids out fishing. Thanks to Miami-Dade Parks and Rec, Bass Pro Shop, some of our other partners participated in that. And then finally, we had some comments about Lake Okeechobee, and that continues to be a priority. And we know we've got some challenges at Lake Okeechobee. But just give you a little perspective, they just had a recent tournament there. It took a bag of 36, almost 37 pounds to win. That's like a 5 home run game. That's a big, big deal. And even bigger, there were 20 other teams that had 30-pound bags that day, which is, again, a huge day in bass fishing. So to paraphrase Mark Twain, the rumors of Lake O's demise are greatly exaggerated. It's not to say there aren't some challenges. I can see Newton Cook raising up back there. We know we've got some challenges there, but as you can see from these pictures, there is some great fishing going on down at Lake Okeechobee. That's all I've got.
Commissioner Root?
So I think I have a little slide too, real quick.
I didn't order one.
Okay, so I got the honor of judging these kids, and to pick one was so difficult. There were 200 contestants from kindergarten to 12th grade. It was ridiculous how great they are. And they also now will get a shirt with their, I would love that too, by the way, I want one. With the artwork on it. Whoa. And so that's just 4 of the that I had to choose from. Kindergarten and through 12th. So the next slide real quick, FYCCN. There we go. American Association of Caregiving Youth. It's a AACY. It's a mission it helps children who care for chronically ill, injured, elderly, or disabled family members. So they get to go to this camp and go fishing, canoeing, archery, everything, and they get to enjoy their childhood as they should. The next one is EYCC, also supports this. FWC's Outdoor Weekend Learning Seminar, which is OWLS.
Look at all the things we do. See, we're not the bad guys
They
here.
teach
This is
responsibly to
definitely
youth,
PR.
women, and families.
Do we need to listen to their PR? Right
Not
now?
really. I just wanted them to apologize. Come on, man.
They're not going to apologize, Jessica.
Come on, man.
Pipe dream.
Or just like, hey, I don't know. I mean, we can give up on him if we want.
Is there still going to be an afternoon session?
No, this is it. We're done.
Whoa.
We're gonna give away the rest of our spin to win stuff.
Oh, can I pee first?
What?
Can I pee first? Is that allowed?
Yeah. You can do whatever you want. It's your show. We've been here for 6 fucking hours.
Yeah. Woo!
Also, by the way, if you get it up to $2,000, I will release my erotica pin name, and so you could figure out what kind of weird stuff I'm into. But you'd have to get it up to $2,000. Let's see what he's saying.
Thoroughly impressed. Also went up for FWC Day, which was great, and a great showing at the Capitol by our team. Took my daughter, who's 23, to the Sunshine Skyway for a little field trip, find out what was happening out there, since we're going to be discussing that in the next meeting. And also met the team at the Southwest region, and had a great day with them as well. So thoroughly impressed with the team and the job that they're doing. So that's
maybe Jana
that's
will
my
send
rookie report.
nudes for $5,000.
Vice Chair.
What I'm saying.
All right.
We can all take one for the team.
So thank you for to the stakeholders. You know, it's not
Erotic pen name. That's a big promise, guys.
relish and
Jana
having
will
to cut
send
you off,
nudes.
but it's being
Just
fair
tits, though,
to
just
all,
top.
but, I know
5,000.
many of you travel from far distance, and we do appreciate your comments. We'll reiterate my deep thank you for
Stick
law
around to this
enforcement,
boring stuff because we'll do
in,
the
in
last
my
part of
backyard
spin to
with
win, or
flooding
go
that happened,
pee or take a break or whatever.
last month. It was great to see FWC response.
Yeah, I'll pimp her
as I
out.
said, I received calls from the city manager.
Or we could
and a
we could
couple
do
of
like if
commissioners,
we get to
one in fact
3,000,
that
she'll
I
like
guess we had
put
either
temporary
on an
tattoos
airboat
on her
or,
boobs for the
a
next
buggy
6
so
episodes
that
or
she could
something,
get out to her constituents
or whatever.
And so
Whatever it
she was
takes.
very
I thought about
grateful,
going and getting like spicy
and
food,
made a
like
call
taking
direct
shots
to
of
me.
hot sauce, but I couldn't get
So thank you
everything like
again.
together.
The
To make it
we were talking
fun.
about the turkey hunts and you know that's turkey hunters and that you know the Osceola
Get in
is
your last donations to
five,
USARK,
right, in North
for
America.
USARK
It is
Florida.
an important
We
species
will
here.
be
So,
finishing up the broadcast.
you know, I know we
Spin to win. We still have a bunch on there, don't we?
Yes. These people are extremely boring. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items. So it's most of the bigger stuff. So like the people who have maybe haven't.
PJ wants to make sure you got hers.
Yeah, I did get. Sorry, I wasn't announcing people who entered, but PJ entered while we were sort of listening intently. Jason May did. Powerhouse did 100, and Slinky Fox was right before that. So people were entered, and their names are in the wheel. I just didn't announce it. All right.
Okay, and I just refreshed everything. I don't have any more messages.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to Miami. You're in our backyard, and hope you had a good time and a safe time here.
A good time. We should get our hands
again,
around a good time.
I want to thank the Florida Channel for
Had a good time.
You see, audio-visual guys, you nailed it. Not one glitch. Thank you.
You nailed it.
You got it dialed in. FW regional staff, the staff working out the front desk,
Ew.
our communications team, our law enforcement,
50K.
especially Miami-Dade law enforcement who joined
50K.
FWC law enforcement. out
50K.
Want to make sure we give them a shout out.
There is a number, apparently.
There's always a number, Jana.
Also thanked Ron McGill and Jose Romano of Zoo Miami for hosting us at the zoo. I thought
All right,
that
I
was a
can't
very
hear him
nice
talk. It makes me want to
occasion.
puke. I think he's.
I want to punch
Enjoyed
this.
having Eric Eichenberg
All
from
right,
there.
I'm assuming no apologies were forthcoming. So should we do like a sexy guys of snake keeping? We did talk about sexy girls, but what if we just went ahead and just committed to sexy guys of snake keeping, holding baby snakes, the cutest of ball pythons or baby hog noses? topless as a calendar to promote USARK Florida. What do we think about that? I know y'all want boobs, and we could mix some boobs in too, but I'm mostly, obviously, interested in sexy guys. We could do one of each. How about that? We're equal opportunity.
Or like sexy couples, and then both parties are happy.
Yes. I'm like, have such a bad delay because there's so much shit open on my. Let me like jump out.
Oh no, she just made me big.
There's still a delay. Holy shit. All right. Thank you everyone for coming. We have done raised $1,325, which is almost better than what I thought it was going to be.
Plus the
they can have baby snakes or big snakes, I guess. But if it's like a big hunk of meat, and he's like tenderly taking care of a little baby hog nose, little booper. That's hot. That's hot to me. I don't know. He's a gentle spirit, no. All right, let's do our prize giveaway. Thank you everyone for being here
already.
What happened?
I put the comment up. You have January's.
Oh yeah, especially if you're tatted up.
Yes.
We like that. We like
Do you have any tattoos?
No.
Oh.
My body is not a temple. I do not decorate it.
Okay. My body's a temple is usually conservative rhetoric. But anyway.
I'm saying I literally do not. If I like could upload my brain into a computer and have a robot body, that'd be better. No, I wouldn't have to worry about being a human anymore. All right, what's moving on? It's getting deep, getting weird. It's another episode of Black Mirror. All right, we have Ball in Hand donated a shirt of any size or color that they could get to you from their store, Frontier store. So we're spinning for that now. Ready? You can't see anything. Do it. Bring it up. I can't.
I got you.
Thank you, boo. So this is a shirt from Ball in Hand Pythons. Ken Evans.
Congratulations. Woo!
Congratulations.
Yeah, I think we should all shoot for that pen name. And then we can look for erotica in the comments.
I was like, for a certain amount, I was gonna go like read it because I could just like, I still need to find the hard drive, right? But I was gonna like read pieces for $100 increments, and to get the rest of the story, you'd have to keep donating, right? So what if you got to like, and then he slid down her and page is over. I have to stop reading it. So like, you know, keep it moving.
Kayla, she has already said a couple of times that she's delayed. It's because she has so many tabs open on her computer.
Yeah, sorry, I need to like close everything down and come back in. But since we're done, I'm not going to do that because it'll just make everything take longer. Just don't look at me or my face. Look at literally it.
Look here. Looky here.
Do I have a paper bag I can put over my head?
No.
I got it.
Pulls out of it.
Wait, you need my mouth. There we go. I'm still here. You just can't tell when I'm not actually talking. This is covered in cat hair, actually, now that I have it near my face. All right, sorry. See, it's still delayed. Okay, next up, the second Holdback podcast shirt. We did one and we did a pack. This is just a single shirt of your size, maybe color choice, right, Jana?
Maybe. We'll talk.
Mm-hmm. You had messaged Jana for said shirt. I have no idea where it is or how to get it. Who's going to win? Oh! He already has one. Does he think he wants one for his wife?
His wife already has one. I sent them to spouse as well.
What about a mug?
We should leave it in there and respin.
Okay. Yay!
I'll just
Melly.
ship it to yours. I won't have to ship it to you.
Easy. She's seeing you at the show. Tell me about your show that's coming up.
I have a show on Saturday in Monroe. It's a Seattle Metro Expo. I believe it's 10 to 5, and it's at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds in Monroe.
Will you have HBR shirts at the show this weekend?
I will not have any shirts at the show this weekend. But if you are dying for shirts, we might, one of our followers offered to make up some shirts for us that say USARK Florida with our logo, and all proceeds going to USARK Florida. So we'll probably run that this week. And then
and try to push them out, whatever, over the next couple of weeks, because obviously this is an ongoing fight. All right, this is the shirt pack for KMB Reptiles. I think he includes a sticker. What a gentle guy. Perfect. I think there are a couple, actually. That makes me a bad person. Ready? Don't look at my mouth. I have a Kakashi mask. I should just bring it out. Low Life Exotics. Congratulations, sticker pack. All right, next one is and if you're ever confused if you won or not, message me. I have the sheet. Jana has the sheet, or you can message Jana. We'll know who won or didn't win.
Yes.
The Blanchy Lesser Double Het Hypo Clown Male from Herp Collectors. It is, you have to cover shipping though. So, but it's cool looking. It's the brother to the one we already listed. The pictures. You would think I'd be able to do literally anything, Jana.
It's been a long day. We're at 6.5 hours. I think it's okay if you have some issues.
Kevin added 2. Hold on, Kevin. Kevin. A shuffler. Thank you, Kevin. Because he sent me an odd number, so I gave him like 2, but he sent 15, so now there's 2 more.
Okay.
I was trying to show you pictures of the second snake.
Smay Serpents, you just need to donate to USARK or USARK Florida increments of 10. Every $10 donated directly to them is 1 entry into the raffle. You have to take a screenshot of your donation and message it on Instagram to the holdback rack, and that will get you as many entries as money you sent. But no money comes to us. It all needs to go directly to USARK.
Yeah. That way you get the tax deduction and you know they got it, not us. And we can't handle managing that amount.
We want no touchy the money.
Right, you do it. I believe you if you send me the link. All right, this is for this snake. Thank you, Herp Collectors. Very generous.
Very generous. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Double Het Hypo Clown. So you could breed them to either one and get some fun stuff. Whoa. I don't know if they're going to want it. Are they still here? Well, you're going to have to take it. Got them. If they don't want it, we'll re-spin it. As always. Pretty powerful because it's a double. It's like the super, but it's black pastel instead, so it's almost more interesting. Next is a special Het Pied, which is the one I posted earlier. Look at these characters. Sorry, I'm being slow. So the special het pied, I think it was produced by Angel, but it was donated by Studio Cold Blood. And the donator would like buyer to cover shipping. But it's 100% het pied. So that's cool. So you can make Terminator pieds if you were so inclined.
Gray Family Snakes is Lori and Roger. Charlie is Reagan Renee. They want you to respin for the snake.
Okay, let's respin for the other snake first. Ready? What the heck? Are you taking it?
What is it?
A Blanchy. So black pastel inchy lesser double hit hypo clown male.
No, go ahead and spin again.
Okay. Totally rigged. Jana's tricking the algorithm. Oh, man. All right. This is fun. It's like this weird. Low Life Exotics. I don't know if they're still here. If they're not, we can literally spin again next week. I said we were going to do a show tomorrow. We might still do it just to like get people pumped up for your expo. But if you don't feel like it, it's fine.
She doesn't really mean that. We'll see you guys in the morning.
I mean, I might be here. Low Life Exotics. This was for. This was a lot of work, even though we weren't really doing anything. But
well, I'm the Pillow Princess over here.
Special het pied, right, Jana? Pillow Princess.
Is that a female or a male?
Male. Okay. Receiver has to comp shipping. Please. If you want it, or you just. All right. Whoa. Do they want this one?
I don't know. Probably not.
All right, we're gonna assume he does it because I think he said all snakes. The last message.
Yeah.
But he does want the BC Balls one. He told me that. Oh, Powerhouse, are you in for this one, or do you want me to put it back in? Special het pied.
Yeah, he just wants BC's balls.
The BC ball one is cool because
that actually sounds really dirty when you say it like that.
Well, Powerhouse won this one. If he wants to get back to me one way or the other, we'll redo it.
He wants you to re-roll. That's what
that's
what my assumption would have been anyway.
All right, yeah. Well, who knows? I don't know.
Everybody wants Brian's balls.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
Mel. Does she want it re-rolled?
Oh.
All right. The next one is a custom ball python cutting board. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but that was probably 5 hours ago. So I guess we should talk about it again. Donated by, gotta go back in time. TJ Rippins Reptiles. It looks like this. It's a cutting board, so you can cut your carrots, your cilantro, anything you can cut, cookie dough, I don't know. But it's a snake. So it's actually useful, unlike 90% of the things that are, around. So it has a utility. You can trick your wife into liking it, is what I'm saying. You think? What do you think?
I think I would love to win that.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right, awesome.
Slice and dice rodents on it. Yes.
My wife will throw the cutting board out the window. No! Come on! All right, ready?
Yep.
Jana wants it. Who's gonna think
Ooh,
hard
I
about
want it. Ooh, I want it.
actualizing
Now
your
we'll know
feelings?
it's really rigged if my name pops up.
Oh shit! You were close.
Was I? I can't read it. It's too little.
You're the name. This red name right here.
Oh,
That would have been awesome.
that would have been.
All right, Blackjack won. If you want to re-roll and see if you can give it to Jana, or you can keep it because it's yours. You won it fair and square.
Yeah, and then Mel wants you to respin on the special het pied.
Okay.
Rodent cutting board it is.
All right. That's awesome. I think it's pretty cool.
I know.
But I always need extra cutting boards though, because you're always
and
like,
I totally would have hit Kayla up asking for permission to use Jube. Maybe with his little
Yeah.
hat.
the Blackjack you won again for the special het pied. Or no, like that's what this one was for. Did you want to re-roll that one?
Blackjack says I can have the cutting board for nudes. Well, he didn't say nudes. Maybe he meant blowjobs.
Handies.
I preferred nudes.
Handies. Oh, he wants to re-roll. Ready? Still for the special het pied. Oh, Ash. I think Ash was here, but might not be here. So we'll ask them if they want it. How about the banana? No. Yeah, the banana double head G-stripe clown, donated by Blackjack Reptiles.
Bohemian's still like, I'll take it. I'll take it. I want it.
Yeah, it does deserve a lick. All right. So we need a picture. Sorry, one moment, please. I have a picture.
Sorry, I got distracted.
This was a crazy day in total.
Yeah,
for sure.
super crazy.
I still have to go take care of animals, living things. Here's a picture. It looks very cute. Looks very healthy. Double het Kiki. And banana. So you could breed them to whatever, make the male banana, sell them as pets, and keep the double het Kiki females or whatever.
Well, yeah, and if you bred to a G-stripe, you could test them for the het clown.
Mm-hmm. Or even a het clown female. You could test the combo female. Sorry, the het G-stripe. That's what I meant.
I was going to say you can't test for G-stripe yet.
It's been a long day. I actually went to work today. That's what this feels like, going to work. All right, let's do it. This one's cool. Hopefully somebody who's in the project gets it. Ready? Jana, are you getting it? Is PJ getting it? Oh, Marshall!
Marshall!
I don't. Is he in Kiki?
I don't think he's in Kiki.
I don't think he is either. We'll let Marshall.
He sold all his G-stripes, and I think we had a conversation about how he got out of the project, but he was in it 20 years ago.
Maybe he's getting back in. You don't know.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's probably gonna pass on that.
Right.
You could just pass it right to my door, Marshall.
If he doesn't want it, we'll just re-roll if he comes back in, or re-roll the next time we have a podcast. I'll keep this list and regenerate it. The list that's subtracted the duplicates that I've already won. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Next, the African rock python print, which was my favorite. Do you want to see a picture?
Yes, of course.
Okay. This takes a lot.
Hello, princess, if I didn't make you work hard.
This was donated by Morelia Mafia. It's what did I say it was? A 7x11 print, but the print is smaller. So it's matted, but I don't think it's actually matted. I think it's printed in between. I'm making shit up now.
Yeah, I have no fucking clue.
Getting tired.
Yeah, we all need.
It's Jacob Crook. he does these art prints. So it's like, a quality that you could give to your grandchildren. What a blessing, right? This is the print that we're auctioning now, which is the African rock print, or giving away now.
Effing cool.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not like shitty ones. They're nice ones. So you're going to want to frame it and put it up in your snake room and appreciate it. Or you can buy them now if you didn't win today. Okay. They're so like awesome and like metal. I want one. I'll probably just buy one, to be honest. I never donated. I forgot I was going to. I'll donate later. No spin to win for me. I don't need it. All right, who's going to get it? Yay!
Blackjack, you won the print, you jerk. Just kidding.
Oh, we never gave away Small Town shirt. We should probably go back to that. I think I skipped it on accident. Blackjack won both. Do you want to give one to someone else, buddy?
No, now they can have two on their wall.
Oh, like that. You're right.
I mean, you do what you're going to do, Blackjack.
I mean, if they bought 3, it could be like actually like Live, Laugh, Love, but with like snake skulls.
Yeah, you could totally put Live, Laugh, Love under it.
No, don't write it. It just is the concept of Live, Laugh, Love, but it's like these metal snake skulls.
You have to now. What was I looking for?
They said, I'd love to have both, but spread the love. You don't have to. Don't let us guilt you into it. Live, Laugh, Love with snake skulls. There's a little bit of a delay. I will give you till the time of one Shane Kelley merch drop to decide. He typed it before we said it. Okay. All right, this is for the print. The African rock python print from Morelia Mafia. Eerie reptiles. Congratulations. Can I read today? All right. This is for a Shane Kelley swag pack, which I think was a shirt of any color or size you wanted. Did he include stickers? I forget. No, I think it's going to be like drop shipped. So no stickies. Right? Do you remember?
I'm sorry, what?
Shane Kelley's didn't include stickers, right? He was going to drop ship it from his like shirt seller.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Emma, got a Shane Kelley.
Oh, I'm bummed I didn't get that one. Bummed. You still need to see one that doesn't fit your boobs.
What doesn't fit your boobs?
Your boobs.
What?
You were supposed to send me Shane's shirt.
Oh, I know. Well, you haven't bought any snakes for me, dumb bitch. God.
Fuck, you're right.
What the heck? You should have bought that $300 boa last time, and then I would have packed it in.
I'm still having.
This is a mistake.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It went to a great home, but you could have got a shirt in there. Okay. Custom sex collar or pet collar by PJ.
Or it's a pet collar, but
We
really
don't judge here.
sex collar.
If I want it, it would be like beautiful for my cat, not for my husband. But that's how I roll.
For her cat, everyone.
It could be a cock ring, probably. All right, let's move on.
I'm not sure a leather cock ring is the way to go.
It's not hygienic. It's all right. Whoa, Marshall, he has dogs. Congratulations. That's a good gift for Marshall for his dogs only.
Oh, so even though this is a live covering FWC, it is still a not for safe for work.
Oh, man.
Wait, what did I win?
You won a custom collar from PJ, Patricia Cooper. That's like a color or size that you want for your dog or horse or donkey or whatever.
Or your wife, you
or
know,
wife.
however
But
you
it,
want
it's probably mostly intended for dogs. Let's get some pictures.
Did Marshall also win the banana double hit?
Oh yeah. Did you want that, Marshall?
Marshall, you won the banana double hit. Kiki, if you want to pass, we can re-roll.
I'm getting a picture of the collar. Just...
We are all reptile people, so what's wrong with a little kink? Well, we don't think there's anything wrong with a little kink. We just aren't assuming.
Right.
This was a male.
So like it's like a beaded inlaid in leather, but you can pick the colors or whatever. It's like a fancy color. I think they're cool.
I do think they're cool. I would definitely.
I would get it for like my like premium dog times, like when they go to do something special. Thank you, PJ. Marshall, did you want the snake? Did they respond? The snake was a male. His sub will like that. That's right.
See, we have good here, all kinds.
He's passing on the snake, so we're re-rolling for double head Kiki. Excellent. Ready? We're having fun at the end. Hour 7.
Getting a little loopy, but it's cool. If I didn't have to pick up my kid, we could do shots, but I do.
Yay! Jana got it. Do you want it?
Enough for the snake?
Yeah.
Woo!
It's in
I'm
your
taking it.
project.
Yeah.
Do you? Will you?
What? You don't think I should take that?
I have no idea. I don't know if you already made double male Kikis, double het male Kiki bananas.
Oh, you're right. I did make them, and then I didn't keep any. Probably respin it. That's fine. Respin it.
What? You were so excited. I'm like sad to have ruined it, but I literally thought you'd made that already.
I made it, and it was
Which is Northwest Tattoo says take it.
Take it. No, I made banana cinnamon enchi. They were really pretty, but I sold them all. They were males.
Mm-hmm. All right, are you skipping? This is your choice. Or keep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Jana.
Will, we had a snake for a long time whose name was Big Daddy.
It was meant for Jana, and she got it. It was Destiny.
It was Destiny.
What the fuck, Destiny?
Destiny, I guess I'm taking it. Karma's trying to tell me something. I'm gonna need that male. It's an adult though, right?
Yeah. Or what 800 grams blackjack?
Yeah, it's blackjack. I'll message you later. Yeah, I mean that's obviously meant to be.
I know, 2 in a row. What the heck? We haven't had 2 in a row for anybody but Gray when there was like less people. 800 grams. RTB.
All right, I'm taking it.
All right, thank God. Destiny would have sucked it again. All right, congratulations, Janet King. I'm glad Marshall has a sub.
Daddy.
What's that?
Kayla said we're not friends anymore if I don't name the snake Daddy.
Yeah, if he's nice, you can make it your new show fodder snake or whatever. Not that he can't be bred, but you know what I mean. Because it's the snake you got from Blackjack. It's your special snake. We're down to the BC balls. Most prized, most coveted item. And I think that's it. Did I miss anything?
I feel like you are.
I feel like I am, but who knows?
Did Erie Reptiles win the print?
They won the second print.
Okay. Yeah, she just messaged me that she's at work and can't have the audio on.
All right, that's fine. Just tell her to message JM Crook, who is also known as Morelia Mafia on Instagram. And he was going to comp shipping, so it just goes straight to her. A beautiful print. And if anyone wants to buy some, go to his website. I think we're at the end, Jana. This is it. We've done it. There's only one more.
Okay.
Okay. Good. We did not do as good as what's the guy's name who like live streamed for 24 hours from his iguana's cage or whatever outside? You know that guy?
No, I don't know that guy.
But like My Florida Life, what's his name? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? He does it on Instagram. He like just live streams for USARK Florida, and then he'll eat like ghost peppers and then die and do all kinds of stuff. So we were trying to like copy his style a little bit, but he did it way better than us. So respect. Go check out him.
It's USARK of Life.
Yeah. Yes. The female het DG. Oh, you wanted it re-rolled or not re-rolled? I didn't re-roll that one. Do you want me to re-roll it?
Sorry, guys. There's about a 30-second delay. So when we just pause after we ask a question, we're waiting for the chat to come.
Yeah. So that is more like 5 seconds. Okay, we're re-rolling for the female het desert ghost. Ready? From me. Free shipping. Mother of God. They just want already.
They just want the last one. So close.
What's going on? You want this, Andrew? Or re-roll?
I don't know if he's still listening. He's probably
right. It has been 7 hours. All right, I'll put him down.
I will message him as soon as I find him in my down list.
I could like literally put this snake on the next auction and just be like, whatever this gets to goes to USARK or whatever, too. Because I'll be doing like the very next auction, but it's like confusing because it's mixing up. It was a hatchling female het DG that Jared won, but then redonated to this auction. Pass or
Powerhouse. It's a female het DG hatchling. And if you don't want it, she's going to just auction it next month and whatever proceeds go to USARK.
Right, because Jared already paid for it once. Like, you know.
He's going to pass, go ahead and do the auction. And then Boza Balls says that he was at the FWC meeting this morning. Do you want to come on? Do we want him to come on or do we want to get off since it's been 7 hours?
Yeah, if he could be like 10 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Or you can come on tomorrow. All right, if he's not ready right this second, let's do the final, the coup de grace. Thank you, Brian Carter, for any animal on Morph Market up to $500 free.
Yeah, you just have to message him through Morph Market on the animal that you choose.
Mm-hmm.
And that's shipping included.
Mm-hmm. What a blessing. So you get to pick it for your project. This is a great price. Hopefully everybody who wanted to be in is in. All right. We'll talk later sometime, bud. Thank you for going and helping us out. You're being very helpful. All right, here we go, Jana. I need a drum roll sound effect.
Oh, I'm sorry. I woke the puppy up.
Oh, no. Yay! Woo! That's awesome. Because Slinky I think they put in like 2 or something. And so like
congratulations.
They managed to like sneak out the big dog. That's awesome. So message Brian. If anybody has any questions, message me or Jana. We both have access to the list of who won and what won. Hopefully this was successful. Hopefully we didn't talk too much. Hopefully it wasn't too boring. I realize it's 7 hours long. Holy mackerel. And hopefully most of y'all like went in and out and weren't here the whole time because I would have been bored too.
Oh.
We won't do this very often because this was crazy.
It was crazy.
But I'm glad I think the final total was 1340 actually in the end. So that's pretty good. Almost got to that erotica number, but not quite there. Maybe next time.
And even if we count the 500 from last time, you guys didn't quite hit 2,000 either. So no boobs. Sorry.
Next time, maybe. Gotta put in those numbers to get better. 1340. I don't know if Jana's gonna want to come on tomorrow.
Might as well 3 times in 1 week. It's not like they're gonna get sick of us or anything.
I want it to be short because I just want it to be like a touching base on what we did today, in case there's any confusion later, and then
we could talk about the t-shirts for Florida.
yes, and then like a brief, like where's Jana gonna be this weekend, where you can find her, what you're gonna bring. 1 hour tops. Otherwise, we're fired. Because we've been doing this 400 hours this week. Holy shit.
Yeah. And if you're like me and you like the weekend starts this week.
Speak of the devil.
I said hi to him. Did you not hear me yell hi, Sean?
When?
Like
I'm
30
dying.
seconds ago.
I'm totally dying inside.
Yeah, we've done 4 episodes tomorrow we'll have done 4 episodes in 6 days.
Tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm asking Sean. Sorry. Yeah, we've done a lot. So tomorrow should be short. At the very least, you get to leave to go do show prep right away whenever you want. Just come say hi or whatever. I just wanted to get like a normal thing back because some of the people who normally listen haven't listened at all because it's been like
all over the map.
Yeah. Although, brother, ain't nobody knows what's going on.
We were following the FWC meeting in Florida live and running a spin to win fundraiser for USARK.
Mhm.
But we've been here 7 hours and we're about to sign off.
No tits have been shown even one time yet, but maybe next time. We'll see. All right. I'm
finished up the spin to wins and we are signing off.
Mm-hmm. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern for a little quick chit chat to sort of clear things up. Maybe respin if there was stuff that was one that didn't know, because I think Ash won something. We don't know if Ash wants it. 2, maybe, I don't know. But thanks, everybody. I love all of you deeply. A lot of people have been here the whole time. Bless your heart. A red room for some boa killers. No, we're nice people, bro. We're so nice. All right, Jana, let's do our best princess wave. We've been coronated. Goodbye, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you in